everyone, this is Logan589XP here, and as you can tell, things are a little different this time around. So as you can see, for the first time in what, 5, 6, 7, I don't even know how long it's been. It's been a very, very long time. I want to say 2016, maybe early 2017. I'd have to check, it's been forever. But as you can see, look, it's me. I'm actually on screen. In fact, there's a very real chance that there's a lot of people out there that do watch my channel. The few people that there are. Maybe have never seen me before, but yes, this is me. This is the Logan of Logan589XP. In the flesh. So why am I here in the flesh for the first time in forever? Well, it's because this is a special stream. I was going to do this yesterday. I put out the community post for it. Didn't happen for a variety of reasons, but we're here now. I mean, hey, one day late isn't going to make that much of a difference, but yes, today we are here to celebrate and look back on the last 10 years of YouTube for me, because yesterday, not today, yesterday, 10 years ago, my very first video ever was released. It wasn't the first video I was in on YouTube. That would be a different set of videos that we'll also be looking at during the stream. But the very first video that I uploaded on my own channel, was yesterday, 10 years ago, and I put it in the link on the community post if you want to watch it. If you haven't, don't worry. We're going to be rewatching it, along with a lot of other old videos I haven't seen in a really long time. And essentially, we're going to be kind of going through, you know, the history of the channel from 2015 up to now. We'll be rewatching a bunch of notable videos, including some videos I haven't seen in a long time, and just kind of, you know, reminiscing and all that stuff. So yeah, and again, because I figured, hey, it's the 10-year anniversary of the channel, may as well put myself on screen for the first time in forever. Plus, I haven't gotten a chance to use this webcam, because I've had this webcam for a few years. It's just, you know, a Logitech 1080p, whatever. It's nothing fancy. But I've had this webcam for a few years, and I've never really had a chance to use it, because the webcam I had before that, and the one that I used to use in my old streams from like 2015, 2016 or whatever, was a Microsoft LifeCam like VX5000 or whatever, which I still have and still works, but is obviously way worse quality than this is. In fact, we got that webcam, and I want to say 2009, 2010, so we could like Skype with like our with family in Hawaii, because we have a lot of family in Hawaii or whatever. That's why we got it all those years ago, and it was the only webcam that I really had for the longest time. I just never bothered getting a new one, because I just was never someone that really did this on-screen type of stuff on YouTube, at least later on. Again, if you go back to, you know, 2015, 2016, there's a good amount of videos where you can see my face on it. But once we got to like 2017, I pretty much stopped doing webcam stuff, stopped doing face stuff, and basically just became a voice, because that's what I just preferred doing. Plus, I didn't have a webcam that was really good enough to justify it anyway. But again, I figured 10-year anniversary, may as well give the webcam a shot. So hopefully this looks good. I think it looks pretty good, all things considered. And obviously we don't have, you know, top-tier lighting and all the stuff that all the fancy streamers have here. No, we just got a normal room. You can see I got a desk over here. We got an old Windows 7 laptop. I got a lamp. I got some boxes for stuff I'm trying to sell on eBay. You know, got a bunch of discs laying around. In fact, I do actually have, I'm one of the few people in 2025 that have burnable discs. Got Blu-rays, got DVDs. This is a custom spindle, if you couldn't tell, because it didn't come with a real spindle, so I had to hack my own. And then CDs. I got all 3 of them. And yes, I do still use them. I actually got these a few years ago to back up some YouTube videos and whatnot. And I've been using them for various things, you know, ISOs, all the usual stuff. But anyway, so yeah, no, definitely no fancy setup or anything like that. This is pretty normal. You know, you might be wondering, what's that up there? What's that black thing up there? Well, that would actually be, if I can angle this up. Yeah. So I got this in 2019 after Etika passed, because obviously, like a lot of people, I was a big fan of him. He was kind of like the big hype generator on the Nintendo side of things, right, for the longest time, right? Starting with the Smash 4 era in particular, kind of his golden age, so to speak. And you know, I was like, you know, I want to, you know, get something to, you know, kind of remember him and also support like his store, which was still up at the time or whatever. So I got that. I got the ones based on the Splatoon Joy-Cons. I've never worn it. I mean, not really. Like, I've never actually worn it. I got it more so as a decorative piece more than anything else. So it's just been hanging on my wall for the last, 4 or 5 years or whatever. I've put it on maybe once or twice. I've never gone out with it or anything. In fact, my idea was for the Switch 2 launch that if I went to like Best Buy, like a midnight launch at Best Buy or whatever, then I would wear that shirt, because that's the one time where wearing that shirt would make all the sense in the world, and everyone there would get it, right? If you're standing in line at Target or GameStop or Best Buy for a Switch 2 midnight launch, you're gonna know what Joy-Con Boys means. You're gonna know that reference. You're gonna know exactly who it comes from, right? So people would get it. But that's like the only time I could think of for why I would wear it. Otherwise, it just sits there, hanging on the wall, and that's fine. I don't really feel like wearing it anyway, but yeah, so I do have that. But anyways, enough with all that preamble. So, let's go ahead and, well, get into this. So let's go ahead and transition over here to the desktop feed. So you can see I'm up here in the corner here. I actually have the webcam on my secondary screen. So this screen right here that I'm looking towards, this is the secondary screen, which is a 1440p monitor, 144 hertz, pretty standard these days. And this is the one I have the webcam on right now, and not on the main monitor, which is a 4K 60 monitor, which is the one that, of course, you're seeing the channel page on right now. Now, the stream is 1440p. I wanted to do it in 4K. I was tempted to do it in 4K, especially because this is not a gaming stream. But the latency penalty of 4K is just too much for me to justify. It just is. I would love to stream at 4K for everything, because I have the bandwidth and I have the hardware, so that's not the issue. The problem is YouTube, at least on YouTube, which is the only big platform that supports 4K at the moment. I know Twitch is fiddled with, 1440p and 4K with AV1 and stuff, but that's still, like, years later, hasn't fully been rolled out yet. But as far as YouTube is concerned, you can stream it, 1080p, 1440p, 4K, all that stuff, but 1080p is the best one to use if you want the lowest latency, because 1080p is the only one that supports the ultra low latency setting, which is like 1 to 2 seconds delay from me to you, essentially. And that's what I've been using the last year. So you might have noticed that for the longest time on YouTube, I would stream at 1440p, and that was at regular, just low latency, and that would be like 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds. So not drastically more than low latency. It was still low enough that it was fine, but I kind of felt like last year, what, the entire purpose of doing a stream, for me at least, is the interaction with the chat. So I figured, what, I care about image quality, but like, what's more important? Higher resolution that people might not even notice because they're watching on a phone and they're only watching at 1080p anyway, or the lower latency for the chat. So I figured that was more important. So that's why I did that. But 4K is like 20 to 30 seconds or whatever. So it's like, that's so not worth it for anything anyone would normally do. So here we are, 1440p, low latency, close enough, whatever. So yeah, let's go ahead and get into this. So I figured we'll go ahead and we'll start with the very, very beginning. So like I said earlier, I did post the very first video. Actually, no. We're gonna go even further back than that. We're gonna go further back than that, because I actually have some videos from before the very first video. I have some videos from before the very first video here saved on my computer here, so let me go ahead and bring those up. So before I launched this channel, I did a couple of videos with an old friend of mine who his nickname was JT. That's what I call him. That's what everyone called him. And he had a YouTube channel. He still does. He's posted maybe a video or two like a year. He's by no means a regular person on YouTube at all. But back in like 2015, in May of 2015, basically what happened is the Splatoon Global Test Fire, the last Splatoon Global Test Fire, was happening. And this was in like, I want to say May 24th, May 25th. I don't know. It was like, early 20s in May of 2015 when this was happening. And this was the one where it didn't work. This is the one where, like, it didn't work, and Nintendo extended it, like, an extra hour because it didn't work. Well, because that happened, we recorded a little video of us playing, like, Black Ops 2 on the Wii U. And that was the very first video that me or him, like, ever did. Now, all those old videos from 2015 with me and him that were on his channel are not public anymore. But a few years ago, I asked, hey, could you like give me the links so I could download the videos, so I could have them saved and preserved on my end? And he did that. He let me do that, of course. And I do have them backed up here offline. Again, they're not on my channel. I've debated maybe re-uploading a couple of them, maybe on the secondary channel, just for the heck of it, but it's not that big of a deal. I don't know, maybe at some point, but I don't know. So let's go ahead and bring this up. Oh yeah, by the way, thank you Antonio and Ethan for being here. Apologies I haven't said anything yet. But yeah, thanks for being here. I name changed to Logan589XP. You know, this, you know something that I have thought of? I have thought of, you know, what would I do if I changed my name, right? Because I've had this name, Logan589XP, for 9 years, right? Because when this channel started, it was Nintendo Addict 8. That was my online name from like 2013 to like the first half of 2016. It wasn't until the summer of 2016 that I changed it to the name it is now, and the logo that it is now, like with like, you know, like this logo, the logo that you're seeing right here, has been basically the logo for the last 9 years, outside of some minor changes. Now, of course, a few months ago, I updated it, the first radical change in forever, where I made the XP a darker shade of red, and I made the gold outline a slightly different shade of yellow, to make it a little more different, and also to make it so, like, you know, each section has its own kind of distinct color, and I think it looks a lot better. It's a minor change, all things considered, but I think it was definitely an overdue change that I should have done years and years ago. And that's probably the last version of the logo I'm going to do until I completely swap it out and completely ditch the Yokai Watch era font. Because at some point, that's going to happen. I don't know when it's going to happen, but at some point, this logo and this icon is going to get a complete change to something completely different. The name will probably stick, because honestly, at this point, I think Logan589XP is just too established. I've used it for too long, and I've opened way too many streams and discussions and videos with, hello everyone, this is Logan5. I've done that way too many times to change it at this point. So it's probably here for good, at least as far as this channel is concerned, or at least my general online gamer tag is concerned. But anyways, you gotta put the fans on the Game Master 9000. I believe it was the Game Master 3000 is how I said it. Which I still have all those old videos, by the way. In fact, back in 2015, I actually uploaded a bunch of my old like pre-2015 like YouTube videos, but they weren't really YouTube. They're basically home videos that I made, you know, because I wanted to put them on YouTube back in the day, but my parents wouldn't let me. So I have an old Galaxy 2 review when I was like 10. I have, yeah, the Game Master 3000, which is something that only me and Ethan know about, because it's basically back in middle school, there was like this project where we had to do like a commercial, and that was my commercial, and he was in that class when we did that, and I didn't know that for years. Like, I only found out years later that, oh, he was in that class, because we didn't meet until high school. And I found out that, oh, he was in that class and he saw that commercial, which is a really kind of interesting coincidence. But anyways, I actually took a bunch of those old, like, and also I did this, like, Smosh parody. You know the old, like, Smosh, like, if blank were real videos from back in the day? Like, me and my brother did, like, a really bad parody of it called If Fox Shows Were Real. And that was also one of what I called the unuploaded classics in 2015, where I re-uploaded a bunch of those old like 2010, 2011, 2012 videos. And I put them up as that. Now they're not up anymore. I think they're not even unlisted. I think they're one of the few videos that's just straight up private for the most part. But obviously I still have all those videos. But anyways, I'm getting kind of rambly here. We might rewatch that, though. The Game Master 3000 one, I think that's one I don't really have an issue showing. Some of the other ones, I don't know about that, but I think I'd be okay with showing that one. There's nothing really in that I think is too bad. Anyways. So let me go ahead and bring up the very first video I was ever in, from May of 2015. And let's go ahead and bring that up. Let's see. I forget where I had it saved. Thought I had it saved in here. Or did I put it on a different drive? The other day I saw them. I don't know why I can't find them now. No, it's not in that one. Wait, hold on. Videos. Pre-YouTube video. No. These are different. These are like the, you know, that's like the old stuff. Where's like the, yeah, here we go. Found it. Yeah, so the video is called Me Screwing Around at a Friend's House. Yeah, this is from, again, like, you know, whenever that last test fire happened, the one where it didn't even work, so they had to extend it an extra hour, so it did work. Here we go. Yeah. Alrighty, here it is. The very first video. Oh boy.
Yeah, if you haven't seen already, we're playing Call of Duty. We're waiting for Splatoon. Yeah. We're just gonna be playing this. That. I mean, there's soon as they get into the match, they're like, yeah, it's like, sounds like doable.
Man, my voice sounds so different. Like, it sounds both different and not different at the same time. So yeah, it's just us playing, like, Black Ops 2 on the Wii U. I'm not sure whose foot that is. It's probably mine. Oh yeah, so you see that webcam right here? This is the webcam I was talking about, the old Microsoft LifeCam that we got in like 2009, and that was my main webcam until like a few years ago. That's it. Obviously, we don't use it in this video. This video is just recorded off my iPhone 6. But, yeah, so, you get the point. This is the very first video. You can see a couple other things. You can see, yeah, this is, yeah, you can see a bunch of random cables. You can see those speakers right there, those Dell speakers? I still have those speakers. In fact, those are the speakers I'm using right now. We've had them for forever, and they still work, and they still sound good, so I've kept on using them. This TV we still have. I haven't used it as a main display in a long time, though. This computer right here, so this is the Dell Pentium D Dimension, like E510, I think is what the name of it is. This was, it wasn't, strictly speaking, our original computer, but it may as well have been. There were two Dells that were basically the same thing, just one had a Pentium 4, one had a Pentium D, one had less RAM than the other. We ended up upgrading them at one point, but for all practical purposes, this is basically the computer I grew up on, essentially. And this was my main computer up until like 2016 when I finally built the computer I have now. Well, if you want to call it the computer I have now. It's the whole, you know, ship of Theseus thing of like, how many parts can you replace until it's not really the original computer anymore. In terms of what my computer is right now compared to where it was in 2016, like how much of it is still there, well, the motherboard's different, the cooler is different, the graphics card's different, the capture card's different, yeah, the RAM's different, the hard drives are mostly different. I think there's maybe one or two hard drives that I still have from back then. But the main thing that's still around is, and the case is completely different. I got rid of my old case in like 2018 when I upgraded to the case I have now. But what I do have, the most notable piece from that original 2016 build that I still have is my original SSD, which is like a Crucial MX whatever, MX 500 I think. It's 275 gigs. I still use it as my boot drive to this day. It's still my boot drive all these years later. I haven't felt like replacing it. I store all my important stuff on other drives anyway, so it's been fine. Right now it's at like 46% health-wise and crystal disk info, so it's obviously been through a lot, but it still works. It still works. So we're going to keep using it until it dies, basically, at this point. But yeah, so the very first video, that I was in. Not the very first video on the channel, but the very first video I was in. So that's that. Let's go through a couple other old videos. Not all of them, but just like a couple other. And when I say old videos, I mean like the pre-me videos, like the videos that were on his channel. Because I do have a couple others. Let's see. I don't think that one's. This one's called "Oh Boy," a vlog, and it's like 40 seconds. I don't know. We're gonna skip that one.
Hey guys.
Oh, we have this one. This is like us playing like this old. Hey, Valentine Buster, welcome to the stream. And yeah, look at that, a face. I know, right? Normally I don't do this, obviously, but I figured, you know what? It's the 10-year anniversary stream, so we may as well break out the webcam for once. So yeah, hi, thanks for being here. So yeah, we're looking through some old videos right now. We're looking at my pre-me YouTube videos. Like, these are videos that I was in, but not videos that were on my channel. We'll get to that. But I'm looking at like the videos that were on my friend's channel at the time that are no longer public, but I still have the files for. And this is a video that we did. This is the first gaming video that me or him like ever did. And this was him, I believe, playing the Splatoon 1 single player. As you can see.
I suck at Splatoon, so let's go to the campaign mode and go to one of the final levels.
So that's his voice, not me. As you can probably tell. Man, so much has changed in 10 years. Yeah, you can see like my sensor bar, my like Wii U sensor bar is like taped to the top of this TV. Like I said earlier, we still have this TV. I don't use this TV for anything. We still have it though, and it still works fine. I'm thinking of putting it somewhere else at some point. But yeah, so. Oh yeah, another thing too is you see this this adapter right here. This is the May Flash adapter, which is the one that like everyone bought back in 2015, 2014 because the official adapter was unobtainium. We still have that adapter and it still works, although it's definitely been through some stuff. In fact, our official adapter that I got when Ultimate came out also has been through some stuff because we accidentally kind of wrecked it because it got like rolled up underneath like something at one point. It kind of frayed and then we had to repair it. But anyways, point is that's the May Flash adapter.
Was my thought process.
So yeah, we're just playing. Say he's just playing. So I'm the one recording. I'm recording this on my iPhone 6, and he's just playing the campaign and doing random commentary or whatever. There's not much to really say about it, honestly.
So what are there, squidlings and octolings or what?
Wait, did they say squidlings? What? Did they say squidlings or octolings? I don't think I've ever heard anyone say squidlings. I don't remember him saying that.
Oh, this is a part where if NPCs. So what are there, squidlings and octolings?
Yes, he said squidlings. I mean, to be fair, this was 2015. This was like the very first game. This is like, what, early June or whatever, I think is when this video came out. So this is like right after the first game came out. So, fair enough. But, yeah, I mean, obviously you wouldn't be caught dead saying squidlings now. So, yeah, you get the idea. So, yeah, that's a video of that. There's another one. Oh, now this one's kind of interesting because, hey, look. Miiverse, when it actually was a thing, officially. You can get it unofficially with Pretendo now, but officially, hey look, there's Smash, there's Splatoon, there's Paper Mario, the original Paper Mario, there's like Mario Party 10, there's, oh yeah, this was a Minecraft knockoff that was out at the time. This is before Minecraft was on the eShop. This is before Minecraft came out on Wii U, which happened later in 2015. This is back when, like, on the 3DS and Wii U, there were a bunch of, like, Minecraft knockoffs, and that I don't even remember the name. But that was a Minecraft knockoff from before Minecraft was on the Wii U officially. Yeah, speaking of 10 years, I haven't seen a laptop Windows 7 in a while behind you. Yeah, so this laptop right here, this is actually my dad's old laptop. This was his laptop from, like, 2009, when Windows 7 first came out, up until 2023. He completely ran it into the ground. It was running like Windows, like whatever the newest version of Windows 10 was at the time, like Windows 10, like, yeah, 22H2. Well, oh yeah, which is still the newest version today, right? And it was getting slow, and it was time to replace it. So we got a new laptop for him. That's a modern laptop, and it's got like a Zen 3 chip in it. It's a modern proper machine that's way better than this from a speed perspective. And as such, he stopped using this. So I went ahead and I reformatted it, and now it's kind of like my Windows 7 machine, right? This is my Windows 7 machine, essentially, if I want to fiddle around with Windows 7 or, run period-appropriate programs. Like, I got, like, Office 2010 on here. I can also... This thing also has a DVD burner, so I can use it for that. I mean, I have a Blu-ray burner on my main computer, but, this is my Windows 7 machine, basically. It's not used for anything serious. It's just kind of a machine I fiddle with. So I figured, you know what? May as well have it on with that classic wallpaper just to have something in the background there. But anyways, yeah, so... Yeah, Miiverse. Remember when Miiverse was a thing? So this video is... So the last couple of videos you guys saw were in my room, aka this room that we're filming in right now. But this is actually in his room at the time. This is actually in his room, and yes, I took my TV to his house, which is why it's the same TV. This is more Splatoon stuff. You can see some Miiverse posts. We're posting something to Miiverse. I don't remember us doing this.
This is my artistic ability at its best.
So yeah, he drew something and posted it to Miiverse, I guess. I don't really remember that, but okay. Oh yeah, that was the very first Splatfest. Let's go back real quick. The Cats versus Dogs Splatfest, that was the very first Splatfest ever. And as you can see, that was from the 20th to the 21st. I swear I remember it happening on the July 4th, though. Maybe they did it, like, again on July 4th. I swear it was on July 4th. But I guess not. I mean, you can see it, right? Maybe they reran it. Maybe it got delayed. I don't remember. But at the time, at least, it was definitely in June. Yeah, this was the very first Splatfest. Yeah, that's a pretty solid choice. Like, I really liked the Splatfests in Splatoon 1. So-so on the ones in Splatoon 2. And then for Splatoon 3, I kind of just stopped caring. I mean, I still played the Splatfest, but I stopped caring about, like, the choices they gave, for the most part. I feel like Splatoon 1 had the strongest options for the Splatfest, in my opinion, and obviously Cats versus Dogs. That's a classic one right there, right? I mean, that's classic, But anyways, although Splatoon 1 did have some weird ones. I know in Japan they had a couple of weird ones, because this was back in the day when, like, Japan got separate Splatfests than we did sometimes. Like, they had one at one point that was like coffee versus tea or something, which we never got over here. But then we got ones that they never got. Like, there was some, like, tie-in ones. Like, I remember there was, like, a Transformers one at one point, and they even did a SpongeBob versus Patrick one, which, looking back on it, feels really weird that ever happened. Like, Nintendo doesn't do crossover stuff like that. They don't do crossovers with other brands, especially back then. So that was very strange back then, even, never mind now. I mean, obviously, they're more open to it now than they were back then. But even now, they normally stick in their own bubble. I mean, obviously, they'll do crossovers between their own franchises sometimes, but they never do, like, here's Mario and another big outside brand or whatever. They don't really do that for the most part. With the obvious exception being, of course, in the Wii U era, we had the famous Mercedes-Benz DLC with that famous commercial where they were on, like, Mushroomy Kingdom from Brawl, basically, with the ultra-realistic Mario or whatever. So we had that, but that's a rare exception. It's a rare exception. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, there's Mario and Sonic, but that's not really what I meant when I said crossover. When I said crossover, I meant more so, like, a promotional thing. The Mario and Sonic games aren't really promotional games, they're just regular games, if that makes any sense. But, although we haven't had a new one in a little while, but anyways. See how we just, play some Splatoon online. Go back. Cutsy team done. Okay, so you get the point. We play Splatoon. You get the idea. We're going to get to the real videos in a second here, like the videos that I did. There's one more video I want to go through, though. I don't remember if this. I feel like this video was on my channel for some reason, but I think I might be thinking about part 2. So this is, yes, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. So remember when Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was like the talk of the town? Like it was like the big meme that everyone just absolutely roasted back in like 2014, 2015. It was like the game to pick on, right? For how bad it was, not poorly programmed it was, or whatever. So we played the demo, essentially. Oh yeah, big red button. Didn't they shut down? Isn't this like the only game they ever made? I don't know. It's been forever, right? It's been like a decade. But yeah, I remember when Rise of Lyric was like the big thing. Yes, we just played through it and we like made fun of it or whatever. I mean, honestly, the demo, from what I remember, and I only played the demo once for this video. I'm not even sure if it's me playing it. It might be JT playing it. Yeah, I don't remember the demo being that bad. But yeah, so we just played through it, and I believe I did a part 2 on my channel later, because this is part 1. Okay, so there's a couple other videos, but those are the main videos from like the pre-my channel era. So now let's go ahead and let's go here. Let's go through the playlist. We'll go to the 2015 archive here. We're not going to watch every video, to be clear. Obviously, that would take forever, and also not all of them are worth watching. But these are all of the videos in the 2015 playlist that are unlisted. So as you can see right now, I'm on a secondary browser, and I am not signed in right now. So what you see is what everyone else would be seeing. And I have, in most of my like really old videos from like 2015, 2016, are not public anymore, and they haven't been public for a long time, but you can still watch them in the playlist. They're unlisted, they're not private, they're unlisted for a reason. With a couple of exceptions. There are like a handful of old videos that are just straight up private, like I don't want them available at all. But the vast majority of my old videos that are not public are just unlisted. So if you want to watch these old videos, you can just go to the archive at the bottom of the page and just look through them if you really want to. But yeah, so this right here is the very first video I ever made. The very first one. From 10 years ago, as you can see, as you just saw there a second ago, July 7th, 2015, yesterday, 10 years ago. Again, I was going to do this video, I was going to do this stream yesterday, but I figured, ah, well, I don't know, but this is how it ended up working out. So this is the very first video. I haven't seen it in quite some time, so not since it came out. I've seen it multiple times since it came out, but it has been many years since I've actually seen the whole thing. So let's go ahead and I'm just gonna let the video play before I comment on it. So here we go.
Update here, and this is going to be my introductory video, basically just talking about what my channel is going to be about, and just kind of showing you my gaming setup. Now, not all my gaming setup is in this room, but you know, just kind of like show you the basics. And well, this channel is obviously Nintendo Active. That's what I'm going to be called, and basically this is going to be about, well, Nintendo stuff, as you can clearly see by my Smash Bros. Desktop background. And of course, since I am a Nintendo fan, after all, I do have a new 3DS XL, red. I'm going to be getting a refurb because Nintendo screwed up mine, because mine was a defect for some reason. And of course I have the Wii U, which everyone seems to be hating on right now, but you know what? That doesn't really matter. The console's still great. And I also have a GameCube. And I also have an original Wii that is broken, but I'm going to get fixed. Here's my 5 Amiibo, and I got some games back there. I also got a regular 3DS DSi. I know, that's my cat, Bella, so in case you want to know. This is my computer. It is, well, has an Intel Pentium D, and it does have Windows 8.1 on here. So I'm up to date, and it does have about 3.5 gigabytes of RAM, 500 gigabyte hard drive, and I did reserve Windows 10, which is coming out very soon, which I'm going to be liking, because there's a lot of annoying ads on my computer that keep installing every 5 minutes. So yeah, I definitely cannot wait for that. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to show you my setup. There's the consoles, and here's all my controllers, and I have like 8 Wii remotes, a bunch of these controllers. You know, you get the point. I have all the kinds of stuff. So you know, just kind of want to show you all what my gaming setup is, and this is what I'm going to be doing. And I'm going to be doing Smash Bros videos, Mario Kart videos, Nintendo videos in general. I'll be talking about stuff like the NX maybe. Probably won't do a lot of discussion videos, but I might do one or two. And I also do have a Twitch, so, you know, that's a thing, but I probably won't be using it that much. And last but not least, for a while, I'm going to be recording off of my phone, which is an iPhone 6, so I am recording at 60 frames, so that should look nice. But, you know, when Smash gets its YouTube update, I'll be using that, and also, when I get an Xbox One, I can use the DVR feature to record not only Xbox One gameplay, but Wii U gameplay using HDMI, so that'll be nice. So, I just wanted to kind of tell you what my channel's about, and I hope that you'll enjoy. Oh, and by the way, if you see any annoying trolling people in the chat, just ignore them. Like, seriously, we all hate them. So why don't we just ignore them and have a good time? This is Nintendo Act 8, signing out.
Alrighty there. So yeah, the volume was a bit low on that one. I turned it up like halfway through, so we're gonna rewatch it again, this time with commentary. But yeah, so that was the very first video. And yeah, it's basically me just showing off all of the stuff I have. Like, hey, look, here's all my games, here's all my remotes, here's the consoles, here's kind of the stuff I'm gonna be doing. Some of which materialized, some of which didn't. So let's go ahead and so that we got the volume turned up this time. And yeah, let's go ahead and so yeah, so first things first, I know I've mentioned, this is by no means like a hidden thing, I've mentioned this multiple times, but yes, those of you that do not know, my original online name, again, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but I'll just reiterate it again, was Nintendo Addict 8. That was from like 2013 to like the first half of 2016, that was my online name. That's what the channel was called, that's what my Xbox gamer tag was, that's what my Twitter used, that was my online name. Until like halfway through 2016 when I switched it to the name I have now. So yeah.
Nintendo Act 8 here, and this is
man, my voice. Yeah, this is Nintendo Addict 8 here. The voice. 15-year-old me. Probably not the worst sounding voice on planet Earth, but definitely, oh man. We have come a long way.
My gaming setup is in this room, but you know. Kind of like show you the basics, and
so yeah, this is from before Windows 10 came out, as you can tell. I do have the little Windows 10 upgrade thing down there. What's with the Half-Life logos in the bottom bar? So my dad back in the day, so my dad was actually a bit of a PC gamer in like the 90s, so he has like old copies of like Tomb Raider 1 through 3 and like all of the OG Half-Lifes, like, you know, original Half-Life, Blue Force, Blue Shift, Opposition Force, the original Team Fortress, not Team Fortress 2, the original, which is now called Team Fortress Classic, and then the original, like, Counter-Strike, you know, classic, you know, Counter-Strike, you know, 1 point whatever. I don't know if what was on the disc was literally 1.6, which is the iconic one everyone knows. But yeah, so that's what all of those are. These are all like the original PC, like from the disc versions of those games. Now I have all those games on Steam now because they're like dirt cheap. Like everyone has like the whole Valve library because it goes on sale for like $10 like every year. That has like all the Valve games ever released. So I have all of these on Steam, and of course those ones are fully up to date, and they still get patched. Funny enough, like I know that Valve still puts out updates for like the OG Half-Lifes, for like the portals and stuff, for like compatibility fixes. Like I know when the Steam Deck came out, they put out like, you know, enhancements for Steam Deck for like those old games and stuff. So they still patch them, but anyways, yeah, so that's why all those Half-Lifes are there. Those are the OG disc versions that my dad had. Unfortunately, I lost a couple of those discs as time went on. Like I still have the Counter-Strike discs, and I think I have the Team Fortress Classic disc, but I think I've lost, like, the other discs, unfortunately. Not that really matters, because, again, if I really wanted to find those ISOs, I could find them easily online. And, of course, I already have all of them on Steam anyway, and those versions are going to be better to play anyway, but, yeah, so that's what that is. Oh, yeah, I remember the old Chrome icon? I mean, it's not too different from what it is now, but it is an older icon. Yeah, Microsoft, no, that's not Security Essentials. Security Essentials is what Windows 7 used. that would be Windows Defender, which is basically Security Essentials, the interface, just under a different name. But anyways, oh yeah, you can see a Project M. This was back when Project M was still alive and kicking, and of course, unfortunately, it is not alive and kicking, or at least the original Project M is not. Of course, Project Plus is still carrying the torch, and it's still around, and it's still being updated, and it's still being played, but this is, back when Project M proper was still around. I believe the newest version at the time was 3. No. 3.0. 3.0 was the newest version, because 3.5 came out like right before Smash Wii U did, and then 3.6 came out in, I believe, April of 2015, and then of course the project shut down in like December or November of 2015. So yeah, this would have been version. Well, yeah, no. It would have been 3. No, actually, wait, no, it would have been 3.6. What am I talking about? No, it would have been 3.6. I think. Anyways, whatever.
Well, this channel is obviously Nintendo active. That's what I'm kind of.
So, yeah, this is back in the day when I used to have all these like wallpapers. I don't use these kind of wallpapers anymore. In fact, the wallpaper I use right now is like the Windows Insider like wallpaper from like 2021 when Windows 11 first came out. That's basically like a modern version of that one Windows XP wallpaper, not Bliss, like a different Windows XP wallpaper that's like blue and it's got like a wavy Windows logo. That's pretty much like I use like the modern version of that, and that's been my wallpaper for like the last 5 years or like 4 or 5 years. But yeah, this is back in the day when I used to use like these like Smash wallpapers. I used to use these a lot in like 2015, 2016. Obviously, this one's pretty busy. This one's pretty busy. See, I wouldn't want a wallpaper that busy now. Now I'd want something a lot more minimal, for sure. But that's what I did back then.
And basically, this is going to be about, well, Nintendo stuff, as you can clearly see by my Smash Bros. Desktop background.
Yeah, no, really?
Of course, since I am a Nintendo fan,
So let's, oh yeah, so yeah, this right here, so...
a new 3DS XL. Red. I'm gonna be
So for some reason, I don't really know why, but this became a bit of like a running joke between with my brother. Like years after this video came out, he would say like 3DS red. Like he would bring up like, I remember how like in the first video you said 3DS red or whatever, and that became like some running joke for some reason. I don't know. He hasn't done it in a long time, but yeah. Yeah, new 3DS red. And I ended up swapping it multiple times because it had issues or whatever. It's a whole story. I'm not going to get into it.
Because Nintendo screwed up mine because mine was a defect for some reason. Which everyone,
so yeah, the whole...
everyone seems to be hating on right now, but you know what? That doesn't really matter. The console's still great. And I also have a GameCube. And I also have an original Wii that...
So yeah, this is... I referenced the whole, this was back when everyone hated the Wii U. And obviously, like, the Wii U is looked back upon a lot more fondly now compared to what it was back then. But yeah, I feel like back then I was definitely more... I definitely was more like... I don't know, what's the right word? Back then, I was more annoyed at people not liking, like, the Wii U and stuff like that than I think I would be now. Just kind of how time changes, I guess. Obviously, people look back on the Wii U a lot more fondly now, but obviously at the time, because this was back in the day when Nintendo was like not in the conversation, right? This is back when Nintendo was like their own bubble, right? Like there was PlayStation and Xbox and PC, and that was like the main gaming sphere. And then way off in the corner was like Nintendo. They were their own isolated thing, which, funny enough, at the time, and in some respects, looking back on it, I kind of miss. In a weird way, it's complicated. Maybe we could talk about it some other time, but that's a whole other conversation for another day. But anyways, so yeah, that's my original Wii, which I still have. And the GameCube you saw was my original GameCube, which I still have, of course. But like I say in the video, this Wii doesn't read discs, and it still doesn't, because back in 2012 when we went on a trip, I accidentally dropped the Wii when it had a disc in it, and it screwed up the disc drive. But in a way that was a pro, because that was one of the ways I was able to convince my parents to get us a Wii U for Christmas that year, 2012. the year it came out. So I've had a Wii U for like its entire life cycle. Because hey, the Wii U is not only the new console, it's going to have the new games and stuff, but also it plays Wii games. We can't play Wii games anymore because the Wii doesn't read discs anymore. So that was like one of the, so in a weird way, it was kind of a pro that it broke, but obviously it was unfortunate. Although Ethan did give me his Wii years and years ago, and that works just fine, and I still have that as well. So I have both my OG like 2007 Wii that doesn't read discs still, and then I have his Wii that I got from him in like 2018. So, but yeah, so that's what happened to my original Wii. The console itself still works, right? But the disc drive doesn't work anymore. Or to be more specific, the disc drive will not read the discs anymore, no matter what you do. I mean, I could replace it, but what's the point? I have the other Wii now that works just fine. And obviously I'm not playing the Wii on a regular basis anymore. So, yeah. But I still have my original Wii. I still have that, but yeah.
It's broken, but I'm gonna get fixed.
Oh yeah, that old printer. We don't have that printer anymore.
Here's my 5.
So those amiibo, I still have all those amiibo, of course. In fact, these amiibo are still the only amiibo I have, funny enough. So we have Kirby and Link from the Smash Wii U launch, which I still have. We got them at launch along with Smash Wii U. Then I have this Toon Link amiibo that I got in, I believe, January of 2015. And then we have this Silver Mario amiibo that was a GameStop exclusive, and I got that in I believe March of 2015. I believe it came out alongside like Mario Party 10. I didn't get Mario Party 10, but I did get that amiibo. And then this Inkling Boy amiibo I got, of course, when Splatoon 1 came out. Now, I remember at the time I wanted to get the girl amiibo, but I just didn't for some reason. Like when we got to like GameStop and the guy at the counter was like, oh, hey, which amiibo do you want? For some reason, I was like, oh, that one. Even though I wanted the other one. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But I do distinctly remember I wanted to get the other one because, of course, the girl amiibo is the iconic one, right? Like, that's like the face of the franchise. But whatever. Point is, I have all these amiibos still, although Link's head disappeared a long time ago. He is currently decapitated. The amiibo still works just fine. But yeah, his head got chopped off many years ago, and I don't even remember how it happened. And we lost it, so yeah, he's currently, in fact, let me go ahead and grab it. Because I have it right here. Here he is. Yeah, decapitated. Yeah, that happened a long time ago. So yeah, I didn't get any more amiibo after that point. I just, because the amiibo craze, right? Amiibo was a big deal when it first came out, right? Like, if you guys remember, like, those first, like, 6 waves, when, like, they were unobtainium, and they were, like, this, it was like the Holy Grail. It was, like, this whole thing. But by the time we got to, like, the second half of 2015, I kind of just stopped caring. I just kind of stopped caring about amiibo in general, and I was like, yeah, I'd like to get this amiibo or that amiibo, and that hasn't changed. Like, I'd like to have a Cloud amiibo, and a Joker amiibo, and a Pichu amiibo, and this amiibo and that amiibo, but am I going to spend the money to get them? Nah. Like, I don't feel like spending $15-20 on a piece of plastic that just sits there and doesn't do much. Like, what I care about is the functionality more so than the piece of plastic itself. Like, I'm not the kind of person that, collects, like, figures and stuff like that. Like, I'm not one of those people by any means that, like, sits there and spend, because I know, like, there's, like, the meme of, like, the person that buys, like, the $100, like, anime figurines and stuff. That's definitely not me, because to me that would be a total waste of money. Like, why would I spend all that money? I mean, that's obviously an extreme example. That's way more than, like, an amiibo would be. But, like why would I spend all that money on a piece of plastic that sits on my desk or sits on a shelf? It doesn't do anything. That's like a waste to me. Like, I totally get why people do it. It's just not what I would do. And even amiibos, which have innate functionality built into them, even that's not really enough to get me to buy one. Maybe one of these days I'll get a couple more of them. But yeah. Although my brother does have a newer one. He has a Sephiroth amiibo he got a few years ago. So he has a newer amiibo. But me, all these amiibo on screen you see right now are all the amiibo I've ever had. Again, maybe one of these days that'll change. But at least for now, that's how it is. Obviously, all these games I still have. Obviously. Like, why would I get rid of any of them? Of course. Wii, GameCube, DS, 3DS.
DSi.
So now these I do not have anymore. Also, I don't have any of my 3DSs anymore. I don't have any of my 3DSs anymore. I got rid of them years ago. I got rid of them when the Switch came out. To pay for the Switch, I traded them into GameStop. Both. So this red 3DS, this red OG 3DS, is my original 3DS that I got for Christmas. Not for Christmas. I got this for my birthday in 2012. So January 29th, 2012 is when I got that. So a little less than a year after the system came out. My brother got the classic blue 3DS, like the original blue, because there were multiple blue 3DSs, but like you know that classic launch blue, he had that one. That was his 3DS, which we also traded in when I traded in mine. So we traded in both his OG 3DS and my OG 3DS in 2017, so we could pay, so we had more money for the Switch. This DSi though is my original DSi, and I still have that, and it still works. Obviously, I haven't used it in a long time, and the R button on it has been messed up for a long time. But it does still work. I still have some old flip notes on it that are pretty cringe, being honest. Like, there's very few things that will, like, genuinely get me to cringe. That is one of them. Like, there's an old flip note that I made when I was, like, 10 or whatever. And oh god, the voiceover is so bad. Maybe one of these days I'll, like, show it just for the hell of it. But, like, oh god, the audio is so, just, like, oh man. It's so brutal. But anyways.
No, that's my cat.
And then, yeah, that's my cat, Bella, who we still have. She's still around, thankfully. We actually got her in, for Christmas of 2014. She was with the previous owner for a few years. And, yeah, we've had her ever since. And she's still in great health and everything. In fact, she basically has not aged at all. Like, she looks pretty much the same now that she did in this video, for the most part, you know? Like, I mean, obviously, there's minor changes, but she looks pretty much the same, and everything's great. In fact, there she is right now, curled up on my bed. So yeah, she's still alive and kicking.
Bella, so in case you want to know. This is my computer.
See, I already talked about the computer. I'm not going to really go into it again. So you might be wondering, why do I have tape over the power button? The reason I have tape over the power button is because, for whatever reason at the time, the computer would, like, shock me when I tried to press the button. Like, I get, electrostatic shock from it. Half the time I tried to press it, I don't know why that happened. It eventually went away, and it stopped happening. I don't know why it happened, but the one way to prevent that was by putting tape over the button. Hasn't been a problem in a long time, because I still have this computer. And that hasn't been a problem in a long time. But at the time, that was an issue for some reason, so that's why there's tape over it.
Well, as an Intel Pentium D, and it does have Windows 8.1 on here. So I am up to date, and it does have about 3.5 gigabytes of RAM.
Which it's actually, no, it has 4 gigs of RAM. Now, I don't know if that was... No, because we got a RAM upgrade after this. In, like, later of 2015, we got a RAM upgrade for it. Because here's the funny thing, right? What I wanted to do with this computer is I wanted to basically make this a gaming machine. Like, I wanted to put, like, a real graphics card in it. Like, I wanted to put, like, a 750 Ti in this thing. Yes, a Pentium D computer with 4 gigs of RAM. I wanted to put a 750 Ti in it. Now, of course, now that's ridiculous. But I didn't know at the time. Now, that never actually happened, to be clear. It never got to that point, because what we were going to do is I was going to upgrade the CPU from a Pentium D to whatever the best CPU I could put on the socket was. And this is socket 775, I believe, is what it was called. The socket that the Pentium D and Pentium 4 use. Also what the Core 2 Duo and Core 2 Quad used. It's like the classic Q6600. That was a big thing many years ago on, like, the retro scene or whatever on YouTube. For, like, the old computers that are still worth something or whatever, back when that was a big thing, like 2016, 2017. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to upgrade this to, like, a Core 2 Quad, and then put a 750 Ti in it. So I wasn't crazy enough back then to put a 750 Ti in a Pentium D. Let's make that clear. Even back then, when I was still new to all that stuff. when I was new to PC gaming, when I was new to PC hardware, when I didn't really quite grasp that stuff nearly like the way I do today, when I was first getting into it. Even back then, I knew, no, this thing needs to be quad core, at least. Even if it's an old quad core, it needs to be quad core. Remember, this is back in the day when quad cores reigned the world, right? You know, this is back in the era of, you know, Intel can't count past 4, right? You know, that, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8 year span, when like from like 2006 to like 2016, 17, when it was just quad core, quad core, quad core. I mean, it was better quad core, but you know, it was just quad core, right? So a Core 2 quad wasn't terrible at that. Like at the time, like that could still do something. Like that could still play games, right? That could still play games even in 2015. So my idea was, you know, we'll get that, we'll put like a 750 Ti in it, and I can play, and we can make it like a little gaming machine or whatever. What I did not know at the time, is that, while my motherboard is socket, or the motherboard for that computer was socket 775, and therefore did support, in theory, the Core 2 Quad, Core 2 Extreme, the actual motherboard itself didn't go further than the Pentium D. And I didn't know that until I bought the CPU, which I still have, by the way. A pin broke off of it many years ago, so it wouldn't work anymore, even if I did have a motherboard for it. Let me see if I can find it. I have a drawer right here. It's just full of random nonsense. I think it's in here somewhere. Let me see if I can find it, because I still have it. Aha, here it is. Is this it? Yes, it is. Okay. Let me go ahead and switch over to the webcam view real quick. Okay, so this right here is the Core 2 Extreme that I bought in 2015 to put into that Pentium D computer. Unfortunately, like one of the little things broke off many years ago, so this chip is cooked no matter what anyway, even if I could find something to put it in. But yeah, so I was going to put this in the Pentium D computer, and then I found out after I bought it, it's not compatible, because I tried putting it in and it didn't work, and I was on the newest BIOS, and I found out, oh, it's not compatible. I found the official sheet or whatever for compatible CPUs for that board, and I was like, oh, it doesn't work. So we just spent 20 bucks. This was 20 bucks, by the way. This is like 20, 25 bucks. So it wasn't much. It was cheap. It wasn't a big deal. But this was like, you know, 15, 20, 25 bucks, whatever, in 2015. I wonder what they're worth now. I actually have no idea. But yeah, so yeah, that was kind of a sunk cost right there. But anyways, back over here. So what was I saying again? Oh yeah, we were talking about, I mentioned the power button thing. We got sidetracked, I think.
5 GB hard drive, and
So yeah, point is that whole idea of we're gonna upgrade the computer and make it like a gaming machine, that never happened. Once we found out that I was stuck on a Pentium D, it's like, okay, no, we have to actually build a new computer. And then later on in 2016, I built my very first computer, which is the computer again, it's the whole Ship of Theseus thing, where it's not really the same computer, but to me, it's always been the same computer. I still think of it as the same computer I built in 2016, even though most of the parts are not the same. I still think of it as the same computer. So I'm just going to say it's the same computer. So when I first built my computer in 2016 with a Core i5 6600K, a GTX 1070, 16 gigs of RAM, a Gigabyte Z170X Gaming 5, and that, again, that crucial SSD that I still have to this day. That's the one component from 2016 that I basically still actually use. Everything else changed a long time ago, of course. But anyways.
I did reserve Windows 10, which is coming out very soon.
Oh yeah, so I did mention Windows 10. Okay.
Well, I'm doing ads on my computer that keep installing every 5 minutes, so...
There's ads that keep installing every 5 minutes. I don't remember that. I'm not really sure what I mean when I'm saying that.
I cannot wait for that.
Oh yeah, I just realized I have, oh, you can't see it right there, but I have like the Halo like custom edition or whatever, because that would run on the computer, because it's like a 2001 game, so of course it runs.
I wanted to show you my setup.
That's like the old PC port of like yeah, Halo C or whatever. So yeah, this whole thing. Whoops. So yeah, the whole controller thing. So these controllers, these ones, so this was my main controller. This was my brother's main controller. This, of course, is the Skyward Sword controller from the bundle back in the day. And then, of course, these are all just regular, classic white Wii remotes. So this remote doesn't work anymore, this remote doesn't really work anymore, this remote doesn't really work anymore. But all of the white Wii remotes, those ones still pretty much work. I also have a couple of Wii Motion Pluses laying around, and of course, I still have all these classic controllers and classic controller pros, and they all still work, of course. These GameCube controllers, though, these don't work anymore, I believe. They used to work for a long time, but then they eventually kicked the bucket. And we got some nunchuck. Oh yeah, do I still have the black nunchuck? I'm not actually sure if I do.
You get the
If I do, I don't think it works anymore, though.
I have all the kinds of stuff. This is what I'm gonna be doing.
See, I mentioned, oh, I'm going to do Mario Kart, I'm going to do Smash, I'm going to use, like, the DVR function on the Xbox, because the original Xbox one had, like, the cable-in thing from back when the whole TV thing was a thing. I was going to use that. I don't think that part ever materialized, really, but I did use the Xbox DVR function on Twitch to, like, record gameplay for videos before I had a real capture card.
And
It was, like, limited to, like, 720p 30, though, so it wasn't great.
Smash Bros. Videos, Mario Kart videos, Nintendo videos in general. I'll be talking about stuff like the NX, maybe?
Oh, yes, the NX, baby. Back when the NX was the talk of the town. Like, especially in 2016, right? Like, 2015, like, the second half of 2015, I feel like was still mostly centered on the Wii U and 3DS. But once we got to, like, 2016, all anyone cared about was, when's the NX? When's the NX? When's the NX? And there was all the rumors and leaks, and of course there was that famous leak. I believe Etika got the guy that made it made it, like, gave him, like, the prototype, like the little, like, you know that one controller, that one fake NX leak that was like the oval controller and it was all glass and it had like the two little thumbsticks that, like, I think Etika got at one point. Like, remember when that was like a leak? We don't get stuff like that anymore. You know, like, we don't get fake leaks anymore. Have you noticed that? We don't get fake, like, Nintendo leaks, especially. Like, that's just not a thing anymore. Like, no one goes to the effort of making, like, fake mock-ups or fake leaks or fake like, remember when the whole artsy Omni thing happened, and that was like the biggest thing ever, the whole is Rayman real? We don't get that anymore. And honestly, I think he's part of the reason why, because I remember, man, like I was very, like, back and forth on whether or not that was real at the time, because it looked so legit. It looked so legit. It was the talk of the town. And then, of course, a few days later, he put out his video saying, yep, I did it, and here's how I did it. And I think that was the moment that was like, oh, you really can fake anything. It can look real as hell, with basically no real flaws to show otherwise. And it can still be fake. And I think that was kind of the beginning of the end for, like, these like, big fake leaks. Because when was the last time we had a big fake leak? For, like, at least a Nintendo thing. I can't speak for, like, Xbox or PlayStation, but at least for Nintendo, I think the last time we had, like, a big fake leak that was, like, the talk of the town, it was, like, the Grinch leak. Right, remember the Grinch leak? We had, like, the poster, right, with all the characters on it, and it had, like, Isaac, and it had, like, Shadow or whatever, and then it also had, like, Incineroar and whatever, which, of course, that part ended up, of course, being real. But, like, you know, it had all those characters, and everyone was like, you know, there's no way this is real, but maybe it is real, you know. That was the last time we had, like, a big fake leak that people talked about and gave any kind of real attention. I can't think of a single big leak that's happened since then. Like, now all we get for leaks is, hey, some guy on Twitter says there might be a Direct. That's, like, all we get. That's all leaks are now. Even for, like, you know, Xbox Play, just, like, gaming leaks in general. I feel like nowadays are basically just, hey, this guy on Twitter says this is happening. We don't get, you know, these elaborate fakes. We don't get, like, these attempts to try and, like, fool people. Like, we don't get that anymore. That doesn't, you know, the artsy Omni, the Grinch leak. What was another one? I know another one. When Splatoon 1 was coming out, there was that fake screenshot of, like, hey, look, we're gonna have Sunshine DLC. Remember that? Remember when that was a thing? Like, we don't get that either. Like, we just don't get that stuff anymore. We don't get, you know, those, like, fake elaborate leaks. It just doesn't happen anymore. It's like people have just decided it's not worth trying to do them anymore. And I mean, I guess in a way that's a good thing, but it's just not as fun, right? It's not as fun, right? You know? I don't know. I kind of miss the days when we had, though, there was a big, like, fake leaks. People were like, is it real? Is it not real? We don't get that anymore. That kind of died with the Switch era. Again, the last time we really had that was like the Grinch leak, and that was, you know, November of 2018. You know, like October, November 2018. That was, you know, forever ago at this point. So, yeah. Just wanted to say that real quick.
Probably won't do a lot of discussion videos, but I might do one or two.
But yeah, the NX. I think I think my very first discussion video ever, not in the format I do now, that started later on, but the very first discussion video that I called a discussion video was actually me talking about the Zelda Wii U and the NX. And it was like not too much longer after. It was like during like the early days of like, you know, summer 2015. We might look at it actually just because I haven't seen that one in a very, very long time.
That's a thing, but I probably won't be using it that much. And last but not least, for a while, I'm going to be recording off of my phone.
See, I mentioned that. Because, yeah, back in the day, yeah, back in the early days, I would record off my phone. Obviously, I haven't done that in a very... I mean, at least for, like, regular videos. Like, obviously, like, if you're doing an unboxing video, you gotta record that off your phone. But, like, for normal videos, I haven't, you know, done recording off my phone in a very, very, very long time, obviously.
I'm recording at 60 frames, so...
I'm recording at 60 frames. Well, I mean, I believe myself, because I'm sure I did have it set at 60. But obviously, when I uploaded it to YouTube, it wasn't 60. It was 30. So I'm recording at 60 FPS. Well, the video is not 60. And I don't have the original file anymore. Obviously, that's long gone. But I'm sure that it was also 30. Like, not the original footage. I'm sure that was 60. But, like, the final, like, render file. Like, I probably made this in, like, iMovie. Or Windows Movie Maker. One of those two. I don't know which one. Because I used to use Movie Maker. You can even see it right here, like the Movie Maker icon. That used to be my main like video editing for like the first 2 years of the channel. It wasn't until the end of 2017 that I moved over to Vegas with a Humble Bundle, and I've been on Vegas ever since. But yeah, for the first 2 years, yeah, I was on like Movie Maker, and especially like really early on, I would even edit some videos on my phone, including an iconic video that we're gonna see later. That is still a video I really like, even though it's obviously very like cheesy or whatever. That was 100% an iMovie thing. Like it just straight up is like an iMovie like template or whatever.
I got an Xbox One, I can use the DVD.
See, I didn't have an Xbox One at the time. Okay, we've spent a lot of time on this video. We've spent a lot of time on just this one video. We still have tons of videos to get through. You get the point. If you want to watch this video, again, it's in the community section. You can obviously just find it in the playlist. I've been tempted to make the video public again, just for the heck of it, but I don't know. We're going to keep it unlisted for now, but obviously if you want to watch it, you can still watch it. It's not hard to do, like a lot of these old videos. So yeah, that's the first video. Okay, so yeah, here's the second video I ever did. So yeah, this is from the Mario Kart TV thing, you know, back in the day where you could upload like gameplay through Mario Kart TV. Yeah, it's just some recording. Not much to say about it. But it's the first gameplay video I've ever done on the channel, so it's got that. Oh yeah, makeshift tripod test. See, this was me playing Ghosts on the Wii U, as you can see. I believe this was also with JT. I feel like I could have angled that better. Dang it. So yeah, I don't know. Again, there's not much to really say about it. You know, we play Ghosts or whatever.
Hey guys, I'm JT McFlip.
Oh, so this is the video we saw earlier. But this one's in 60 FPS. Like, actually 60 FPS. Look, see? It's 60 FPS. It even says 60 FPS, so clearly I figured out what went wrong with the first video. Okay, this one. This video right here, Wombo Combo Wednesdays. I love this video, unironically. It's very... It's... like, I love this video. Even all these years later. This was for a series that took forever to get off the ground. As you can probably guess, it was supposed to be like a Smash series. I didn't actually do it until I got a capture card years later, but this was like the trailer I made for it, and I love this trailer. I don't care. I love this trailer still. I don't care how cheesy or whatever it is. I still love it. And as you can see, this is the very first video where... And now you can see a lot of these old videos have the rainbow thumbnail, right? So of course, I got this from Vanoss, right? Back when... I mean, Vanoss is still around, obviously. obviously, and he still uses the rainbow thumbnail as far as I know. But I haven't watched him in a very long time. But back in the day, right? I used to watch Vanoss a lot, so that's where I got the rainbow thumbnail from, and that was the thumbnail I used for like the first few months of the channel, like most of 2015, are these like rainbow thumbnails. Anyways, let's go ahead and watch, this trailer. Now, this trailer is like an actual trailer. This isn't just me filming something with my phone. I mean, there's parts of it that have that, but like this is like, oh yeah, you can see this. A Sacred Froki, one hell of a video. And there's a comment from me from 9 years ago. Yeah, well, the YouTube features here. There's JT, that's his channel, and then there's another comment there as well. Alrighty then, so let's go ahead and watch this. I still love this trailer, even though it's like it's literally just like iMovie, and it's kind of like weird and cheesy and cringe or whatever. I don't care, I still love it. So I'm just gonna shut up and let the thing play, and then we'll comment over it. I'm gonna turn up the volume a bit. So if it's a bit too loud, I'll only turn that down on the other side as well. Okay, here you go. You ready? Oh man, the music. I don't even know what video that is, by the way. This video, Jigglypuff? I don't even know whose video that is. I don't remember. Oh, man. So, yeah. I don't know, I still... it's cringe, it's cheesy, it's whatever. It is. But I still love it. Oh, man. You know what's funny? I don't even remember this. Music by Nintendo. No, that was not music by Nintendo. That was just like built into iMovie or whatever. It's epic music. Do 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 do. Yeah. Oh man. I love this trailer. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah. I don't even. So obviously, this is all just taken off my phone, right? This is not screen capture. Oh man. Yeah, this is all. Yeah, so this is the one. So like, obviously, the series was called Wombo Combo Wednesdays. So of course, I had to include the actual wombo combo. I had to include the actual clip in here. So that's what this is, obviously. You may have seen great combos in Smash. And then this is just separate gameplay, of course. I don't even know what this is from. I can see some text up there. But starting today, you will see the most insane combos in Smash history. And I think that's more, like, yeah, more Melee gameplay from wherever. I don't even know what this is from. This is just random Melee gameplay I searched on YouTube or whatever, probably. Or Dylan will wreck me, and I occasionally win. Yeah, that was something. Yeah, so Dylan is a friend of mine who I still talk to. In fact, he has a YouTube channel called Green Engineer. But yeah, yeah, because he was going to be a part of the series and whatnot. And yeah, yeah. Back in the day, that's pretty much how it went. Whenever we played Smash, it was basically that. You know, this is pretty much how it went, at least back in the day. We got this fan-made Sakurai thing. And I try not to get puffed among other challenges. Because that was a thing with me and him, where he would always, like, land, like, the fame, he would always land it every time, or whatever, and I never could, or whatever. Now, my guess is this Smash 4 gameplay is probably me and him. This is probably like a replay of me and him you're probably looking at. I don't know for sure. Because it doesn't have the tag. There's no tags on it. It's just P1 and P2. Oh, and no. This is from a video. Because you saw that, like, weird Jigglypuff edit. I have no idea whose video this is. I have no clue who this is from. At all. I have no idea whose video this is from. Yeah, you can see this text up there. Yeah, I have no idea. When the YouTube upload feature is added, because this is before the YouTube feature was added. Because again, I didn't have a capture card until like 2017, so the only way I could capture gameplay was from like whatever the console or the game offered. So Mario Kart had a feature, Smash had a YouTube feature at the time, which doesn't work anymore because it died alongside when Miiverse shut down in 2017. That YouTube feature stopped working, so you can't use it anymore. But that YouTube upload feature where you could upload your replays to YouTube, which at the time was a big deal for me, because again I didn't have a capture card. Even though again I think they were only like 720p 30, but hey, it was something. It was something. Yeah, this is before this was added. That feature was added. When was it added? I want to say it was added. It was added in August when they released like the Crom and K Rool and like a couple other Mii costumes. Like how there was the Mii costume massacre, as I called it, in 2021, where we had like when we had like the Kazuya Direct, right? So before Sora, like so the second to last one, and we had like all of the we had Dante, we had Shot. It was like what I called the Mii costume massacre. Well, like the Smash 4 equivalent of that was basically the one that happened in August of 2015, where we had Crom and K. Rool and like Lloyd from Tales of Symphonia, like all these like big requested characters. Like they were all like Mii costumes, and that was like the Smash 4 equivalent of that. Anyways, when that update came out, which also added Peach's Castle and Hyrule Castle from 64, that update is the one. That's the update that added the YouTube feature. This famous Reggie shot that we all know. Get ready to see me get wrecked on. I have no idea why that Shulk thing was on the screen. Again, this is just taken from like some random YouTube video I filmed with my phone or whatever. So yeah. I still love this thing. I'm sorry, it never gets old. I really like the music, actually. But yeah, so yeah, trying to make this was 15-year-old me trying to make a hype, whatever. So yeah, I still love that thing. I still love it. Oh man. So yeah, some more tripod stuff. Wait, is this the gameplay we already did? Oh, this is a re-upload of this one, but in 60 FPS. Okay. But this video is only 720p for some reason. Okay, whatever. Black Ops 3. There's some Black Ops 3 reaction for zombies. Advanced Warfare.
Hey guys.
Hey guys.
Nintendo ID, and we're playing some Advanced Warfare.
Yeah, playing. See, this is back in the day when I was. This is back in the day when Yeah, so yeah, when I was like big into like this stuff. Yeah, so it was me playing with my Xbox guy at the time, like back in the day. Like he was like my Xbox guy, Halo Commando. His name was Liam. So we were just playing some Advanced Warfare or whatever. On the 360. Smash Bros 3D. Yeah, this is my first ever news video. Because I did news videos back in the day. In like 2015 and to a lesser extent 2016, I did a bunch of like news videos. Like anytime there was any like Nintendo news, I did a video on it. And this was the very first one I did. And you want to know what's funny about this video? So yeah, it's me just being like, hey, look, Smash 3DS is coming out in Hong Kong and Taiwan. That's basically the gist of the video. You want to know what's funny about this video? This video is on archive.org. I found this out like a few years ago. I was just on archive.org trying to get something, and just for the hell of it, I typed in my name, like, Logan589XP, I typed that into archive.org, and this video came up. That wasn't me. Someone out there decided, yes, this video needs to be on archive.org. I am not joking. I believe it happened in, like, 2017. Let me go ahead and see if I can find it, actually, just for the heck of it, because it's kind of funny. Wait, hold on a sec. Why isn't that on? How do I find it again? Did I search it? I think, no, I had that. Wait, search video. Was that what I did? It's probably videos. Okay, let's try searching video. Here it is, okay? I swear to God. So here we are, the Internet Archive, archive.org. Great place, obviously. With the internet is so much better for having being able to look up old websites is so cool. And of course, finding ISOs and stuff. Yeah, so archive.org is awesome. I probably should donate to them one of these days, actually, honestly. But anyway, so yeah, Smash Bros. 3DS is coming to Hong Kong and Taiwan by Logan589XP. Published July 9th, 60 views, and it was uploaded to archive.org in 2017. And I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Someone else did. In Collections, the Video Blender, a capsule of memes and videos 2010s, uploaded by DKL3. I mean, cool, I guess? It's like so strange. Like, why did someone, like, of all the videos that I made up to that point, this was the video? Because again, this was uploaded in 2017. So someone in 2017 looked back at the last 2 years and was like, yes, this video from like really early on, that's basically just a nothing, that's in the grand scheme of things now, a nothing video. There's no reason to watch this video again. These old news videos are obsolete by their very nature, which is kind of unfortunate, but yeah, so someone put this on archive.org. Now, I'm sure I'm not going to do this, obviously, but if I really wanted to, I could probably be like, hey, I don't want this up. And I could probably report it, and I could be like, this is my video, and I could share them that, hey, this is me. If I really wanted to take this down, I probably could. I'm not gonna, obviously, because, like, come on. But it's just like, this video is on archive.org now. It's the only video of mine that's on here. So, yeah, that's the thing. So yeah, another a reaction to like a Black Ops 3 thing. More Advanced Warfare. Oh, there you go. My very first discussion video. That was not at all the discussion format I have now. So yeah, this is, Zelda Wii U and NX release dates discussion. Historians will be looking back on that. Yeah, I'm sure. So yeah, 1080p. I can, like, barely hear this.
In 2016. But first, I'm really liking the support all you are giving me, because, I mean, Black Ops 3 video here, guys, 119 views at the time.
I can, like, barely hear myself. Now, granted, I have a fan turned on.
Advanced Warfare video is kind of only has 1 view, but that's okay. I can understand why.
What video came out 3 hours earlier?
Did you understand that? But I just kind of wanted to upload that. But that's not the subject of this video. No, we're going to be talking about why the NX is going to come out in 2017, and why
the NX is going to come out in 2017. That's the... Okay. Now, of course, it did come out in 2017, but,
The Wii U will come out for the Wii U in 2015.
But this is before that was confirmed. This is before it was confirmed to be 2017. We didn't have any release time frame at this point, right? This is 2015. This is 2015. The NX was announced in March of 2015 alongside, like, the DNA. And I remember when that was a thing? Like, when Iwata announced in, like, one of his last kind of, like, big moves of the company before he died. He was like, hey, we're going to start putting games on mobile. We're going to do it with DNA. And that was, like, a big thing of, is Nintendo leaving the console business because of the Wii U flopping and everything? And, of course, that ended up not being the case at all. But that was a talking point, I know, at least... somewhat. I mean, at least some people were saying that back then. Of course, most people were like, no, of course they're not going to go anywhere, but still, anyway. But the point is, the NX was announced when that happened as a way of telling, like, you know, people, hey, don't worry, we're not leaving the console business. Here's our next hardware platform, the NX, which back in the day, they did that thing they did in, like, 2004 with the DS, where they were all like, hey, it's going to be a third pillar, man. It's going to be a third pillar. It's not going to replace the GBA. They did that again, but with the NX. It's not going to replace the Wii U or the 3DS. It's going to coexist with it. And, of course, everyone saw through that. No one believed them. No one. No, like, oh, this is clearly the Wii U successor, because the Wii U's not doing well. Like, everyone knew that at the time. And I'll probably bring it up in this video.
It must be solid that we're going to get it on the Wii U in 2016, but some people are still doubtful if that's true or not. Well, Miyamoto did say that we are going to get it next year. It is the current timeline is. And also, that's when
We're gonna get what next year? Is this talking about Zelda?
You know, that should be kind of obvious. But the NX is still up in the air.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so when I said, I mentioned that Miyamoto said it that that Zelda Wii U was going to come out in 2016, which of course it didn't. but then again, it was supposed to come out in 2015, right? Like it was supposed to be 2015, then it became 2016, then it became 2017. It got delayed like twice.
Was going to come out in June or July 2016, and it will be manufactured by AMD, and then production would start in October.
That didn't end up being true. That was false. Now, this is not relevant to this video in particular, but again, flashback to summer 2016, and I remember on Twitter, there was the happy Nintendo fan. This is going to be a console that's AMD based. It's going to be on par with the PS4 and Xbox One. And then there was the Emily Rogers, back when Emily Rogers was like a big name within Nintendo space. It's going to be an NVIDIA like hybrid thing. And of course, we all know who won that one, or who was correct in that one. But yeah, so obviously it did not end up being AMD based. It was not a regular console.
This year, and then mass production would begin in like May or April of next year. I'm sorry, but we all know how that turned out with the Saturn. Sega.
Oh wow, we all know how that turned out with the Saturn. Oh yeah, so that's a reference to how Sega famously in 1995, for the very first E3 in 1995, the very first E3 in 1995, when Sony revealed the PlayStation for the US. It was already out in Japan the year earlier, December 1994. But yeah, Sony like was showing off the PlayStation for the West, for like the US and stuff. And then Sega, because the PlayStation was getting a lot of press or whatever, and it was getting like a lot of hype, Sega, who of course was having their next gen console with the Saturn, was like, you know what? It's available right now. And that totally backfired on them because there wasn't enough stock and there was like no games ready. I mean, the Saturn never really got that many games. The Saturn was kind of their failed generation, of course. But yeah, so that was what that was a reference to. It's like the Saturn and how Sega like was like, hey, we're gonna launch the Saturn right now because of like the PlayStation or whatever, and it totally backfired on them and all that stuff. That's what that was a reference to.
I didn't want. Well, granted, Sega was trying to get ahead of the original PlayStation. It's not going to be a PlayStation.
What the heck is happening to the image? Why is everything getting so dark?
Coming out anytime.
Why does it look like this? Like, I don't get it.
It's like, really? So you're saying that Nintendo is going to announce the thing at E3 2016? Like, it's going to come out, like, right now, or it's going to come out in 1 week, or it's going to come out in 1 week. No, they're not going to do that. It's going to be holiday season. And I guarantee you it will not be 2016, because Zelda Wii U is going to come out probably in November of 2016. November or December, but I'm going to put my money on November.
On that.
So why would they release Zelda Wii U and then already have their next-gen console out? If it's a next-gen console, we don't even know if it's going to be a console. You know, Reggie did kind of practically almost say that yes, it's going to be our next console, because he said, we've recently talked about our next console that we'll be talking about in 2016, so I guess, yeah, that pretty much confirms it. Oh well then, fair enough. But still, why would it come out in 2017? Simple reason.
Why is my voice so low?
They've done this before. Specifically with...
And again, this whole thing of the image getting darker for no reason.
Skyward Sword was announced in 2010. And it came out in 2011 on the Wii. The Wii U came out in 2012.
Okay, so that was my logic at the time.
What happened again? So the Wii U got its first gameplay trailer at E3 2014, and it was supposed to come out this year, but it got delayed. Like Twilight Princess, when it got delayed, people thought it was going to come out for the Wii only, but it still came out for the GameCube. And Zelda Wii U will come out in November.
What was that long pause?
And that's that. If it comes up for the NX, then yep, you do. I'll buy it for the NX as well. At this point, I think so. The Wii U will be a Wii U only title, like it was originally supposed to. But if they make a Wii U and an NX game, yay! That's just more people that get to play the game, and it's gonna be great.
Okay, so I think what I was saying there is I still thought at that time, and again, this is June 2015. So at this time, I said it will still come out on the Wii U. It will launch as a Wii U exclusive, but it might get a NX version when the NX releases. And again, the whole point I'm making is the NX will be in 2017. Now, of course, that didn't happen. They pushed back the Wii U version so it would align with the Switch version.
No matter what platform.
Or the NX version. You know what I mean.
Next up, that is, what will Nintendo's next handheld be?
What will Nintendo's next handheld be? Oh, if only we knew. If only we knew. Were there rumors at the time? I don't know. It's been 10 years. I don't remember. I don't think the hybrid talks started happening until summer 2016 when Emily Rogers was like, hey, it's going to be this, it's going to have an NVIDIA chip, it's going to be a hybrid. I think that was the first time, at least I remember it being talked about in that sense. I think before that point, everyone just assumed it would be a regular console. Like it wouldn't be a hybrid or a handheld or anything.
This is something I think that no one's really talked about because everyone's convinced that the NX is a console. Now, obviously, it's pretty obvious though, because right here,
What?
we have the.
Oh yeah, so there's the red 3DS again.
Which came out came out in February, so only like 4 or 5 months ago.
Oh yeah, just for the heck of it. So I still have this keyboard. This mouse I still have, but it doesn't work anymore, and I still have this mouse pad. I'm just saying for the heck of it. I don't know. Obviously, I don't use any of those on the regular anymore. Obviously, I have newer stuff, but.
In a week, in 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks from now, The Binding of Isaac Rebirth is finally coming out on both the Wii U and the new 3DS. But only on the
Sorry, wait, what's coming out on the Wii? What?
5 months ago. And there's only one exclusive for it, and that's Xenoblade Chronicles 3D. But in 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks from now, The Binding of Isaac Rebirth is finally coming out on...
Sorry, the what? Hold on, the what is coming out?
But in 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks from now, The Binding of Isaac Rebirth is finally coming out.
Oh, The Binding of Isaac. Okay, I was like, what? I heard the Rebirth part, but I'm like, what the heck is the rest of
The
it?
new 3DS. But only on the new 3DS, so it'll be the second new 3DS exclusive game. Granted, it's only 2, but there's been a lot.
Oh yeah, because we had Minecraft, that was a new 3DS game, and then
So
Fire Emblem Warriors was a new 3DS game.
that we'll get some.
And I think that's basically about it.
Pretty sure the 3DS will not die.
And those obviously happened like way later
Whereas
than
the
this.
3DS, the 3DS as a whole, not just the new 3DS. The 3DS line as a whole is not gonna be dead for at least another 2 or 3 years.
The 3DS line is not going to be dead for at least another 2 or 3 years. That was pretty much accurate. The 3DS did not officially die until like, I mean, as far as like them selling the console, I don't think it actually died until like 2020. But the last first party game that came out was in like early 2019. And the last big third party game that came out was Persona Q2 in Japan in December 2018, but for us it was like June 2019 or May 2019. That was pretty much the last big 3DS game that came out, and no one really played it because it was a 3DS game in 2019. Even though it has some really good music. Like I think the Q2 soundtrack is kind of underrated. There's a lot of good music in that, but that's beside the point.
As for the Wii U, the one that everyone thinks is gonna just get destroyed the second the NX comes out.
Which was accurate. I mean, this has been the case for most of the Nintendo consoles, even when they do well. When the new Nintendo console comes out, the old one is just dead immediately. It doesn't get any more real support. That's how it normally works, right? The GameCube comes out, no more N64 games. The Wii comes out, no more GameCube games. The Wii U comes out, no more Wii games. The Switch comes out, no more Wii U games. Now, the Switch is breaking that record because we're getting Tomodachi Life and we're getting Rhythm Heaven, games that people have already forgotten were announced because they happened right before the Switch 2 Direct. But those games are still coming, and they'll probably get Switch 2 versions, I'm sure. But as of right now, they're just Switch 1 games. Of course, they're still going to run on the Switch 2, but they're only Switch 1 games as for now. And Gen 10 is more than likely going to have a Switch 1 version, even though it really shouldn't. But it's, according to the Game Freak leaks, it's probably still going to have a Switch 1 version. So, but I think the key difference with that is that because of the Switch being a handheld, I think it follows more like the Switch at its core being a handheld. Really, like the actual system itself is a tablet. The dock just makes it output to a TV, at least as far as the original Switch is concerned. Now, obviously on the Switch 2, it's got the fan for the enhanced cooling, so that's different. But for the original Switch, the dock is basically just an HDMI out. That's all it really is. And also it supplies like more power to the device. But all of the actual specs are in the tablet. That is the console, right? So I think they treat it more... So basically, Nintendo is treating the Switch like they treated the 3DS, where it'll still get some smaller games here and there. It'll still get a Pokemon game or two. But outside of, like... So it'll get, like, maybe, like, a year or two of more games, and then we'll cut it off. And it won't get any of the big ones, right? No more, like, big flagship games, right? No Mario Kart, no DK, no 3D Mario when that inevitably happens. You're not getting any of those games. But you'll get, obviously you'll get, Prime 4. Obviously that was announced for the Switch forever ago. You'll get that. You'll get ZA. You'll get Tomodachi Life. You'll get Rhythm Heaven. You'll get Gen 10 when that happens. And then maybe you'll get, like, one or two other things here and there. Maybe you'll get some more ports, even though there's not that many more ports to do. I mean, we got Xenoblade X. I mean, what else is really left, right? I mean, I guess they could do... I mean, I guess Yoshi's Woolly World, they could do that, I guess. Most of the big games have been ported that make sense for them to port. But, anyways.
Let's remember that Iwata did state that we're going to continue to make software for both the 3DS and the Wii U, which suggests that the NX will be a hybrid console because...
Ooh. Okay, so I guess there were rumors at the time. Because there's no way I came up with that. There's no way I came up with that on my own. I'm sure there was some rumor, and that's why I'm bringing it up. Okay, so never mind. Even in 2015, there were talks of it being a hybrid. Okay.
These just say the Wii U, then they pretty much confirmed it's a console. And maybe it is a console, but it'll have, like, I don't know, kind of, the game. When I first got the game, when I first saw the Wii U, back in, like, 2011 when it first got announced, I thought, ooh, does that mean I could put, like, my Super Mario Galaxy 2 disc inside my Wii U? And, like, play with the Wii remote on the gamepad? And I'm like, okay, and I thought it was awesome. And then, of course, I got it, and I'm like, nope, you can't do that. Probably think that's stupid, but that's what I thought before I really knew about the Wii U itself. Of course, I knew about the Wii U before a lot of people did, because, Nintendo still has terrible marketing, but at this point it doesn't really matter, because I think everyone already knows what the system is, because everyone compares the Wii U to the PS1, Xbox One all the freaking time. But,
okay, so I think we get the point. Obviously, this video could keep going, but again, we got a bunch of other stuff to get through. You can go ahead and watch the rest of that if you really want to see what else I say, but you get the idea. So, yeah, that was the very first discussion video I ever did. Let's see. Oh, Valentine, I'm going to head out early. Love the stream. No, happy 10 years. Yeah, well, thanks for showing up, though. I was really hoping you would show up for this, and yeah, I'm very thankful for you to be here, and yeah, I'll be looking forward to seeing you in the next stream. So, yeah, thanks for being here. So yeah, let's see. Okay, so this next one is the first ever live stream I ever did. And obviously, as you can tell, this was a heck of a stream to start with. The very first stream I ever did was in the wake, right after Iwata died. And if you were around back then, you will know that when Iwata died, it was massive. Big, like there was massive outpouring, not just from the Nintendo community, but from the gaming community at large, from big corporate bigwigs like Phil Spencer in 2015. Yeah, this is long before the days of Microsoft is multi-platform, and this is long before like the Xbox and Microsoft of 2025. This is 10 years earlier when they were still very much separate from PlayStation. They were very much competing with PlayStation and Xbox, basically pretended the other ones didn't exist. There was no real crossover. This was back in those days, right? Phil Spencer, at a time when you know, every console was very much segmented and there wasn't nearly as much crossover, put out a tweet talking about Iwata. Treyarch put out a tweet talking about Iwata. Treyarch put out a tweet talking about Iwata. And again, like Sean Layden and all the other, like all the big wigs in the industry, they put out tweets. Obviously, there's a massive outpouring from the Nintendo community, as you would expect. Yeah, people went to the Nintendo store and put down like flowers and stuff. Like it was a big, and there's tons of tributes, right? There's all these tributes on YouTube. I remember there was a really good one that was like bubble based or whatever, like that from like years ago. I don't know. Point is, it was a big deal, right? And that's the kind of thing that like we will never see again from Nintendo, because at least anytime soon, because I mean, no one cares about Furukawa, right? Like he's been president since like what, 2018? No one cares about him. I don't care about him. Like he has absolutely nothing going for him. He has not made a single show in anything public in his entire tenure, right? Doug Bowser is no one's favorite. I don't hate Doug Bowser, but I don't really care about him either. But at least I will give Doug Bowser this. He at least shows up for like big game launches. He'll go to the Nintendo New York store and he'll like, you know, hand out the first copy. He'll do interviews. He's even made appearances in directs before. Like only a handful of times, but he has done it. He is at least somewhat in the public eye. Not nearly as much as Reggie, and of course he's nowhere near as likable as Reggie, but he at least he's done something. Furukawa has not done that. He has made no effort whatsoever to be a public face, when that's what people want. People want a public, charismatic face. And granted, if Furukawa was not that, then fair enough. But like, say what you will about Phil Spencer. Say what you will about Phil Spencer. Obviously, he's been kind of raked over the coals these last few years with the direction of Xbox and all that stuff. But people like Phil Spencer. I like Phil Spencer. I don't love him, but I like Phil Spencer. I like seeing him on screen. I like watching interviews. You know, he feels like someone that like he has charisma. I guess, you know, it's not Reggie charisma, but he has charisma. He's pretty much the only one of the big three that's really around that like commands any kind of presence for like people actually care. You know, like Sony doesn't have that right now, right? You know. Like, I mean, Jim Ryan's gone. Then people hated Jim Ryan. But, you know, Jim Ryan's gone. You know, there's not really any big public face for them. There's not really any big public face for Nintendo. Again, people don't care about Doug Bowser, and especially Furukawa. Like, you know, they could, like, if I'm being completely honest, they could die tomorrow and no one would really care. You know, like that massive outpouring that happened after Iwata died, or the massive outpouring that happened when Reggie retired, would not happen at all with these two new guys. And that is a problem, because we're supposed to care and we don't. We just don't care about these guys. And that's something that made Nintendo, is that we cared about these people that we would see on screen and stuff, you know? And we don't care about these guys. We just don't. We just don't, you know? I mean, of all the issues Nintendo has, that's pretty low on the list, I'll admit. But it's still an issue I've had for basically ever since the Switch era started. Like ever since like Reggie retired, basically, they have not had like a charismatic front man that like we care about, for lack of a better term. That's not really a thing that we have anymore. And the only real person that's being like that in the industry, at least on like a, you know, the big three level, is really just Phil Spencer. He's the closest thing we have to that. Even he's not as prominent as he used to be. Like, I mean, in the recent Xbox presentation, right, the way we reacted to, he showed up at, like, the end, but for most of it, it was Sarah Bond and Matt Booty, I believe. Now, I get why, because Sarah Bond is the president of Xbox, and Matt Booty is, like, the head of, like, Xbox Game Studios, whereas Phil Spencer is now CEO of Microsoft Gaming, so I get why he's not as prominent anymore, but, like, well, at least he still shows up. Anyways, I'm getting off track. I'm getting off track here. See, obviously we're not gonna watch all this, but yeah. Oh, this is the Hangouts. Okay, I didn't. Oh yeah, this is yeah. These early streams were like Remember Google Hangouts? Does it still exist? I have no idea.
Okay, now it started.
Oh, look at that! Look at that audio. Oh, hold on. Okay, so we got so we got screen capture from, I believe, Bandai Cam, I think at the time. Let me turn down the volume. That volume is way too loud. Oh yeah. Oh, actually, no. Oh, that's not. That was just see, that's just that's just Hangouts. Okay. Oh yeah. So there's me. There's me from 10 years ago. So that's a thing. There's my iPhone 6 in my old case with acne and everything. So yeah, I basically we guess we talk about hold on. So yeah, this was this is the thumbnail editor I used back in the day. So like for the first like year or so, I used this this Pixlr program, and this is what I used to make my thumbnails. Nowadays I make them in PowerPoint. I've been making them in PowerPoint for like the last 8 or 9 years, and I still have pretty much all the thumbnails I've made since I've made transitioned to PowerPoint. I've still kept all of them. But what the heck is this?
He's gonna have a video up like.
This is not me. This must be a J. See, you saw JT was on there, so I guess he was in this and he was playing some game when we were talking. So yeah, I don't know, whatever. That's the very first stream I ever did. We're not gonna really look through it, but yeah. So it was talking about Awada. Oh, this one's vertical. Okay.
I'm sure you all know why I'm making this video. Now I did just do a live stream where I kind of talked about this, but I want to have its own separate video. And of course, there's the unfortunate news that Satoru Iwata, the CEO and president of Nintendo, has unfortunately passed away. And of course, we're all really upset about this, and I really honestly am. As we just lost someone that was responsible for making great devices like the 3DS and the failing, unfortunately, Wii U.
Oh yeah, there's the I forgot there's the VCR. Forgot about that. I still have that VCR, by the way, and it still works.
That's why the Wii turned out as good as it did, because of its great marketing strategies. He's one of the reasons that Smash Bros.
I have some weird. That's weird. I have a bowl just sitting over there.
Earthbound and Kirby came into existence.
Is that a Earthbound? I believe he had a hand in Earthbound. I forget if he was a programmer. I know he had a hand in Earthbound. Obviously, he wasn't the creator of that. That was, of course, Shigesato Itoi, but I do believe he had a hand in that. Kirby? Oh, yeah, because that's the thing, right? So before he was CEO of Nintendo, he was the president of HAL, right? He was the president of HAL for, like, a good, like, decade or so. And he was president, I believe, from, like, the late 80s to, like, 2002 or so, when he, of course, became Nintendo CEO. So he was there, of course, when Sakurai, at the ripe old age of 19, created Kirby and everything. So yeah, he did have a hand in that.
There's so many things he did.
Although I don't know what his contributions to that really are. I don't remember, at least. But he was president of the company, at least, when that happened.
He is also the reason that Nintendo did start doing E3 press conferences, to be fair, but that's...
Is that really true? I think they already were doing that anyway. I mean, they had Space World, which was like their like standalone E3 type thing. That was a big deal back in the day, and I kind of wish they'd bring it back. Like, here's the thing, right? Nintendo Directs are cool and all. State of Plays are cool and all. All that stuff is neat. But I do miss the days of a genuine, honest-to-God, like, put someone on a stage and talk about the games. Like, why can't we have that again? We haven't had that in years. Like, the last, like, 4 or 5 years have all been, like, these pre-recorded videos. Like, even when, like I wish we could go back to doing press conferences. Like, you don't need E3 to do a press conference. You can put someone on a stage and have them talk about stuff. You don't need a press conference to do that. Now, I know, technically speaking, that's what the Xbox Game Showcases are still, but it's not really the same, because it's all pre-recorded and edited, right? When I say, like, a proper, like, press conference, I mean a live stream where there is no fancy editing, where there's like transitions. I mean, obviously they transition to the gameplay. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, like a classic press conference, I want that back. And we haven't had one of those in years. Obviously Nintendo stopped doing them a long time ago, but like Xbox and PlayStation haven't done them in a long time either. Like a classic press conference, we don't get those anymore.
Not the point.
Because there's so many classic press conferences in gaming history, right? And we don't really get those anymore.
Not why we're doing this video. We're doing this to commend Satoru Iwata for all
You hear a
the
dog
things
barking.
at Nintendo. Without Iwata, we wouldn't have the Wii. We wouldn't have Earthbound. We wouldn't have Mother 3. We wouldn't
I don't know how true that is either. I don't know how true that is either. Again, it's been a long time, so I don't remember. I don't remember. But there's probably some truth in that. I just don't remember.
Probably
From other
Smash
things.
Bros. Even though it's Sakurai's creation, he needed help with the programming, so that's why I want to help him.
No, I do remember that. I do remember that. He was one of like the main programmers of the first Smash game. I do remember that. I mean, of course I do, because it's a Smash fact. So of course I remember that. Also, I'm probably gonna bring it up, but the whole, the famous story of how he single-handedly, it probably wasn't that simple, but like how he single-handedly, quote unquote, again, it probably isn't that simple, fit like Kanto into Gold and Silver. Like that. I'm sure I'll bring that up.
It really is just
Probably.
so much going on. The internet is blowing up about this. Even news sites, like real news sites like CBS and stuff, they're reporting on this.
I don't know why this is vertical. I don't know. I never did vertical videos. I don't know why it's vertical.
And believe it or not, the first thing I found out about it, because Sakurai had a tweet, I translated it, and it had Iwata died. That's what basically was in the tweet. And the first place we found this out about was from Nintendo Japan, but why am I talking about this? Let's talk about Iwata. Iwata.
Why is my foot?
I hope you
Why is my
are
foot
doing-
on there?
Well, you are doing well up there, and I hope.
Oh yeah. I remember that. Yeah, I think this was this Sakurai's tweet that he's talking about? Yeah, I remember that tweet. Like, yeah, the message he had. Yeah.
Everyone in Nintendo.
Or was that
I'm
Reggie?
saying this correctly. I really am sorry.
Or was that Reggie's
The
statement?
point is,
This is before Reggie had a Twitter account. He didn't get a Twitter account until after he left Nintendo. But he might have posted something to like the official Nintendo of America account or something. Because I distinctly remember that I believe it was Nintendo of America and Nintendo of Japan, like all of the big Nintendo accounts. That you know how like they did that thing where like they lower the flags to like half mast or whatever. They did that at like Nintendo of America, Nintendo of Europe, Nintendo of Japan, or sorry, NCL is what I should say. I know some people will be picky about that. I just call it Nintendo of Japan because that's just way easier. Because all the other ones are Nintendo of something, right? Nintendo of America, Nintendo of Europe. So Nintendo of Japan is just easier. I know it's really just NCL or Nintendo Co. Limited or whatever, but
thank you.
I remember they put out a tweet that was like, about like how they lowered the flags or whatever.
For everything you've done. Without you, we would not have a lot, and the internet would not be the same without you with your jokes.
Now, again, it's been a long time. Jokes. I can't remember any Iwata jokes off the top of my head. I'm sure they exist. I just don't remember because it's been obviously forever.
Of course.
I can't think of any jokes. Like Reggie had jokes. Reggie had catchphrases, but I can't think of any for Iwata though.
To you. And we have one final game to show you today.
Oh yeah, the impression. I will say this. One thing I've never forgotten is how he would always, whenever he talked about Smash, it was Super Smash Brothers for Nintendo 3DS and Wii U. He said it like that. I still remember that all these years later. Like the way he would say things. That was one of the things that he had going for him. Was like his quote unquote bad English was really charming, right? Like people loved the way he spoke. It's very iconic. No other person really in Nintendo talked like that, right? They either spoke regular English fluently, or they just spoke Japanese with a translator, like Miyamoto and Aonuma and all the other guys. They don't speak English. They just have a translator whenever there's like an interview with like an American outlet or whatever. But with Iwata, he had his like slow kind of English. It was very charming though.
And the bananas, and oh my god, and you were probably responsible for the reason we had the Nintendo Puppets thing.
Oh yeah, that was like kind of like his final. So yeah, the E3 2015. E3 2015 was at the time a very infamous E3 because there was a lot of hype. This really could be a whole video in and of itself. so I'm not going to go too deep into it. But basically, like the digital event for 2015 started with like the Muppets segment with Reggie, Miyamoto, and Iwata, and there was the thing of Nintendo 62, Nintendo 63, Nintendo, that whole thing, and that was a very iconic way to start it off. The actual event itself didn't really deliver, but the first like those first few minutes with the puppets were pretty iconic. That was a pretty good way to start it off. But again, the E3 2015 could really be a whole video in and of itself. Just not even just Nintendo, even like Sony. Like Sony's E3 2015 was amazing, right? We had Shadow of the Colossus. Was it Shadow of the Colossus? No. Not Shadow of the Colossus. We had, what was the game from the same team? The Last Guardian was re-revealed for the first time in forever. We had FF7 Remake, and we had Shenmue 3. Like, even just that alone, like, is a big deal. Like, like Nintendo was the weakest that year, if I'm being honest. Like, at least as far as, like, the actual event itself was concerned, they were the weakest, right? Like, now we had the World Championships, we had the Smash Direct, like, all the stuff before the actual event was good, and then the actual event happened, and yeah. Yeah, it did not go over well. In fact, Iwata apologized for it in probably his last public comment ever. Like, he was like, I apologize to everyone that was disappointed by our recent E3 showcase. We've, strive to, whatever. So, whatever. The point is, he apologized for it. That would never happen nowadays. Like, I'm not one of those people that would be like, oh, Nintendo would never do that nowadays. But that would never happen nowadays. It wouldn't. Could you imagine Nintendo apologizing for a lackluster showcase nowadays? Heck, could you imagine any company doing that, for that matter? I don't think any company has done that, like, in a very long time. But especially Nintendo. Like I said, that really just kind of goes to show how things really were different back then. Again, that really could be, again, this, how much Nintendo has changed in the last 10 years, for better or for worse, really could be a whole discussion video in and of itself. Maybe we'll do it at some point, but anyways.
Also, the robot chicken thing from last year.
Oh yeah, the robot chicken thing. Come on, Reggie, give us Mother 3. That iconic moment.
Responsible for so many great things that I cannot possibly list in this video.
I didn't mention Gold and Silver.
I just wanted to say
that's like one of the most well-known things. It's one of the most well-known stories, at least. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but I know that was one of the stories, though, of the whole, Game Freak were struggling to fit Kanto into Gold and Silver, and then Iwata came in and he single-handedly managed to fit it on. Again, it's probably not that simple, but like that general story of he's the reason why Kanto is in Gold and Silver, that's a big deal to me. Not because of Gold and Silver, but because of Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Now, I didn't play Gold and Silver. My first Pokemon games were on the DS with Diamond and Pearl. So I played all of the DS games, basically. And Heart Gold was my favorite by a landslide. That game would not be as special if it didn't have Kanto in it. So, props for that.
Iwata, we are so grateful for what you've done. So all I have to say is, thank you, Iwata, and I hope you have a good afterlife.
Oh, there's that boom, not boom. There's like a CD player down there. I still have that actually. So, anyways, so yeah, we're gonna go and we're gonna fast forward here because again, we still got quite a bit of stuff to get through here. So we're not gonna go through we're not gonna go through all of this. But yeah, that was my little Iwata tribute. Yeah, back in the day, and yeah, again, a lot of people have a lot of opinion. I definitely think in the last few years, there's definitely been a rise of, Nintendo was way better under Iwata, or even just straight up Nintendo died with Iwata. I disagree that Nintendo died with Iwata, but I can see why people would say that. Because they definitely have changed. I will not disagree with that at all. They've absolutely changed. I think in some ways for the better, but in some ways it definitely has been worse. And again, I think one of those things is, charismatic people on the screen. That's not one that people would probably point to as much, but that's definitely something I think is very much lacking, is they don't have like charismatic people on screen, charismatic people being out there and getting fans excited. That's not really a thing that exists with like the big higher ups, at least. Again, no one cares about Doug Bowser, no one cares about Furukawa. The only people still care about are like the people that have been there forever. So, people still care about Miyamoto, people still care about Aonuma. people still very much care about Sakurai, although Sakurai's never been a Nintendo employee, strictly speaking. And obviously he still does, you know, he's done, obviously he's plenty of Smash Directs. I'm hoping he does a Direct for Air Riders. Like next time we see Air Riders, I hope we get like a full like Smash style like Direct for Air Riders with Sakurai on it, because that definitely is what they should do, but we'll see. But anyways, so let's move on here. Because yeah, we got some slow motion fire, that doesn't really mean anything. Some FNAF 4 thing. I never played the FNAF games. Never have, never probably will. Just, I don't really care. But this was back when FNAF was a big deal. Some vlog video. Yokai Watch joining the channel. That's kind of a big moment.
Hey, it's Nintendo Update here. Whoa, what the heck is up with that? Okay, there we go. So yeah, it's Nintendo Update here, and I know I just made an update video talking about some stuff I'm going to be doing on the channel, but there was something very important I forgot to mention in that video. And by the title of this video, you should already know. Let's go. Okay, yeah, well, that is, of course, Yokai Watch.
Ah, yes, Yokai Watch. The series that dominated the channel for a good, like, year or so. Honestly, at some points, it was basically on par, if not bigger than Nintendo for me when it came to the channel. Like, it was a big, big, big thing for me. Now, of course, that didn't last forever. I would say, so second half of 2015, and then, like, the first half of 2016 was kind of like my peak Yokai Watch Day era. I was making tons of videos. I was talking about it all the time online when I was watching the series, even in Japanese. I famously did not like the dub. I did not like any of the changes they made. I very much was a sub, sub person for the anime back in the day. So yeah. Yes, this is, I guess, the moment when I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make videos about Yokai Watch or whatever. And what's funny about Yokai Watch is that I remember, like, because, like, the opinion people had of Yokai Watch at that time was like, oh, this is just some dumb Pokemon ripoff. And that was my opinion, too, when I first saw it. But then I actually watched it and played it, and it was like, oh, this is really not that much like Pokemon after all. And I totally fell down the rabbit hole on it. And again, it was a big, big thing for me for, like, a good, like, year or so. But then eventually I fell off of it, and I haven't paid attention to the series in a very, very long time. And heck, so is level 5. Level 5, right? You know, the Yokai Watch 4 never came to the West, and they stopped making new games. I know, Hino, the CEO, talked about there's going to be a new game at some point, but yeah. Honestly, I don't regret the Yokai Watch era, without any question. I had a lot of fun during those days. I met a lot of cool people, but I'm perfectly content leaving that franchise in the past and never, ever returning to it. It had its time in the sun. I had my fun with it. But it's over. At least for me. But yeah, so Yoga joins the channel. I have Power Outage. See, this is back in the day when, like, when I would make videos on, like, just about anything. Like, hey, look, there's a power outage. So I made a video on it.
This is a quick video. Oh, yeah, here's my bar. And
so yeah, that's what him back in the day. But yeah, so power outage. Now you can see JT as a comment. We're having a power outage because there's no power. Yeah, do I think it's how power outages work? Yeah. So yeah. All right then. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break here. We've been streaming now for a good 2 hours. We're gonna take a little bit of a break here. I'll be back in a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back. We are back. I love that impression. Oh, you can see it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird. I did not know that. You're correct, sir. Okay, enough with that reference. Yeah, whatever. Power outage. Another Ghosts Wii U video. Hey, look, you can see his face. God damn it, Logan! I told you not to upload this. Got the Splatfest. We got Splatfest here. I believe this is this for the first one? Oh no, it's not. This is for a different one. Oh yeah, this video. The iPod Touch 6 finally is here, but how did I not know about this? Yeah, because back in the day I used to be like really into like Apple stuff. Like I fought like back in like 2012, 2013. I was like really big into following that stuff. Fell off over time, and nowadays I really don't pay attention to it much. I mean, I still have an iPhone, right? You know, I got an iPhone, 15 Pro Max right here after waiting forever to get an upgrade from my iPhone 8 Plus. But anyway, but like I stopped like paying attention to that stuff, a long time ago. Like at least like in terms of like generally paying attention to it. But anyways, yeah, I was talking about the iPod Touch 6. And this kind of came out of nowhere. Okay, so here's someone that's kind of notable. GameStop visit Smash Bros demo. So I've mentioned in the past how there was a Mario Kart 8 demo that came out at GameStop not long before the game came out. And that I don't have any footage of that, but I remember that was a very big deal for me at the time. It's one thing I always will remember and cherish. I've told the story about it before. I'm not going to do it again, but yeah. So yeah, here's GameStop. This is our GameStop that was in kind of like the big shopping center around here. And this GameStop does not exist anymore, unfortunately. It shut down in like 2018, 2019. But yeah, so... You can see Black Ops 3 coming out 2015. Fast forward to the demo. So of course at this point, like obviously Smash Wii U was long out, and we already had the game and everything. But I was like, you know what? Sure. I mean, I missed that slash. It's so iconic. So yeah, we're just playing the demo unit or whatever. So yeah, here's 2015 GameStop vintage footage. So that's a thing. So yeah, the base PS4, base Xbox One, no Slim, no S, just the original classic systems right there. And then again, the Wii U demo. It's the white Wii U that like nobody had. No one had the white Wii U. Everyone I knew, which was like 2 or 3 people, we all had the black one. Those few of us that had a Wii U had the black one because it was obviously the better one. Yeah, so Splatoon, because obviously that was new at the time. Anyway, so here's the Rise of Lyric Part 2 thing I mentioned. I mentioned this like earlier when we were looking at the Rise of Lyric thing. Yeah, you can see in the thumbnail I have like a gun pushed up against Sonic's back because of the whole like, the Rise of Lyric demo sucked, or Rise of Lyric sucked thing from back in the day. Oh yeah, so here, yeah. Oh yeah, this was like my first attempt at trying to do the Wombo Combo Wednesdays thing. As you can see, it says old series because I went back and I changed the title later. Like, this is not the 2017 one that's like actually a proper series and is actually like on Smash Wii U and is like properly captured from a capture card or whatever. So yeah, just some footage of that. Yeah. So here's another one of those. Yeah. Hey look. So I did the Hong Kong video. Well, here's the one for South Korea. Oh, here's one that's different. Here's one that's different. That's not Nintendo related at all. Corpse Party Blood Drive. Remember, this was kind of a big deal for me at the time because I remember Corpse Party was a franchise I was kind of into back in the day. Although I never played it, I just watched people play it because I didn't have a PSP or anything. Like I watched PewDiePie's playthrough of like the first game and Book of Shadows or whatever. And I never have watched PewDiePie really. I never watched him back in the day. But I did watch that series of him. And I remember watching videos of it and liking the soundtrack a lot. The soundtrack is still good. I still listen to it every once in a while. But anyways, yeah, so this was like the sequel, like the third game in the series, or at least the third game in the series that I cared about. There were other games, but like in terms of like the series I cared about, this was the third game and it was only in Japan at the time. So it was like, hey, look, Xseed is finally putting it out in the West or whatever, and I'm gonna get a PlayStation TV, which is like the Vita, but like it's on your TV or whatever, and I'm gonna get that to play. And I did end up getting it at one point, but I never ended up actually getting this game or any game for it really, aside from FF7.
Before, like Corpse Party.
So yeah, this is one of those rare kind of like non-Nintendo videos on the channel from early on. So yeah, Corpse Party Blood Drive coming out in Europe. Yeah, there's the PlayStation TV. I think I'm gonna mention how. Yeah, I'm gonna get one of these. I wasn't interested in a Vita, but like, hey, I'll get a PlayStation TV. They're like $100. We'll get that to play it. Maybe I'll get some other games at that point. And I did end up getting one later, like I said. And I actually do have an unboxing video where I do unbox it actually. But yeah, so yeah, Corpse Party Blood Drive. And talk about the PlayStation TV and whatnot. So here's another Wombo Combo Wednesdays one, except this one is the Wii U version. Like, again, the old series. So this is from before the YouTube update, which is why it's done this way. Obviously, after that point, I wouldn't do it this way. Splatoon Battle Dojo. Oh yeah, this mode. Remember this mode? This was like the local multiplayer mode of Splatoon 1. Yeah. Man, anyone remember this mode, man? Yeah, you like pop a balloon. Like, it wasn't really a proper local multiplayer thing. It was like you shoot balloons or whatever. It was kind of weird.
Here's Nintendo update.
Oh man, look at that. So yeah, here's BandaiCam.com in like the veranda font. Oh man. Whoops, nope. Let's not blow that up. We do not need to make that any bigger. So yeah, something about Splatoon and Mario Maker. So yeah, this is kind of, see, again, I mentioned again before, I used to do news videos back in the day. Splatoon demo thing. Hey, look, there's the website from back in the day. Oh, really? Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll was on the Wii U at that point? I mean, I know Crunchyroll came to the Wii U eventually, but I didn't know it was the thing at the time. So yeah, Xenoblade 3D, got the Ryu update. Now here's a video that's kind of notable. Yeah, this King K. Rool leak, confirmed fake by Grant Kirkhope himself. That was kind of a big deal. This video actually got a lot of views. This was probably I think this was the first video I ever did that got a lot of views, actually. I got 815 views.
Hey, Nintendo update here.
Man, these old webcams with the braces and stuff, man. Oh man, oh man. Oh yeah, Etika. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Etika. So yeah, talking about, like, yeah, again, a fake leak. Like, I talked about this earlier, like how we don't get fake leaks anymore, really. It's not like, or at least fake leaks that are like proper leaks. We don't really get that anymore. And yeah, that was like some. I think this was fake at the time, obviously, but I just used that for the thumbnail, or whatever. So yeah. Oh yeah, old. Oh yeah, this is an old Reddit thing that has like a Brawl theme on it. Minecraft Pocket Edition. Bandai Kim unregistered. Binding of Isaac.
Hey guys, what is up?
This is another.
My name is JT McFleet.
That's another one with JT in it. The big Splatoon update, Splatoon 2.0. That added, was it private battles? Was that added in this update? Yeah, and squad battles. So yeah, this was a big update. This was a big update. Google Plus is no longer required for YouTube. Hong Kong and Taiwan do get the DLC. Oh yeah, is this the Die House thing that didn't actually end up meaning anything? I remember that was kind of a thing at one time. Yeah, like Nintendo in Germany did like some stream, and it was like called Die House Party, and I thought, oh, maybe they're gonna reveal something there, and then it turned out to be like nothing. Yeah, old Twitch. I mean, it doesn't look that different.
I thought, what?
Anyway, oh, so here's something that's very notable. Oh man, oh, this is very notable right here. First NX game announced by Square Enix. Yeah, actually, it's funny, I mentioned this to Ethan like literally the other day. How like the very first Switch 1 game ever announced was Dragon Quest XI. Right, it was already announced for PS4 and the 3DS. The 3DS version never came out here; it was only in Japan. But of course, we got the PS4 version. And of course, it came out on Xbox and other stuff later. But but the original release of Dragon Quest XI, not S, the original version, was PS4, 3DS, and then they announced it for the, at the time, NX in, yeah, around this time. And this was just a really impromptu video or whatever. I was just like in my bed or whatever. That's why it was like in my bed at night. So like that's why it's it's just like a black screen where I just talk about it. But yeah. Okay, look at this thumbnail. New Sakurai DLC is Sakurai's trolling at its finest. With like this like image I found that's like Sakurai if it was like Rhythm Heaven, and it's got like the little troll face on it. This is gonna be this. Oh yeah, this is gonna. So I was mentioning how like there was I was mentioning how there was like back in the day, like the Mii costume massacre equivalent for Smash 4 was this. This is the video talking about it.
It's Nintendo Act.
Oh man, those webcams.
Gaming news, and today, Twitter,
So yeah, the whole Crom and K Rule and all that stuff. Yeah, that's pretty much what that's talking about. Look, all these big characters people wanted are Mii costumes. Yeah. Oh yeah, here's another fake leak. Oh man, look at that banner. Look at that banner. Oh man, it doesn't even feel. It's not even a proper banner. Your source for all things Nintendo. It's got Nintendo Direct live reactions, which didn't actually happen, by the way. That didn't actually happen until like. That didn't actually happen until like 2016 when I built my like proper computer. I didn't happen until then. And we got Smash Wii U logo, Call of Duty logo, Splatoon, Yokai Watch, Wii U, and then of course my OG Nintendo Addict logo. That was the OG logo for the channel.
this Nintendo Act.
Oh god, it's so zoomed up. What am I doing? The early days, man, the early days. But yeah, again, going back to this whole thing of like, we don't get fake leaks anymore that look really legitimate but are still fake. Right? Yeah, there was the Dr. Mario one, and there was Great Bay, and it was like a screenshot. For Great Bay was like a screenshot from a theoretical Smash Direct that, of course, never ended up happening. What the heck is this? What's this poster in the background? It's like a bunch of like old ancient memes on it. I still have that GTA poster. It's like, the GTA 5 poster that comes with the game. Like, I still have that. In fact, I still have that up in my room right now, although it is more torn. Yeah, these I think, is that Smash? I think it's a Smash Wii U, a Smash Wii U leak, quote unquote. But then there's one for Smash 3DS, and that one felt more legitimate, I want to say. Where is it? Yeah, this one right here. And it's got like the Smash, like the Smash 4 like direct, like, hey look, it's got like the little subtitle text and everything. Like it's taken from like a fake thing. Oh yeah, all those old board games back there that are not there anymore. Nowadays that top shelf is full of like boxes. But like boxes of like, console boxes, PC boxes, cooler boxes, just any kind of box for anything I feel like keeping is all up there now. Oh man, these face cams. Yeah, Great Bay from Smash Melee. It's kind of done in like the April 2014 direct style, I would say. Especially. See, again, obviously all that was fake. In fact, I remember going on. So we were going to Hawaii, and I remember not too long after this. And I remember getting on the plane thinking, man, I wonder if those leaks are real. And then the second we got off the plane in Hawaii and we got internet access on our phones, the first thing I did is I went on Twitter. And the first thing I saw was the leaks are fake. Like, they were confirmed fake. Like, that's the first thing. I still remember that. For both this and the Dr. Mario one. More Mii Fighter costume stuff. Oh, man. These videos make... There's a reason why these videos are unlisted, right? There's a reason these videos are unlisted. So talking about some more costume stuff. Oh, so here we go. Here's the first, like, the upload feature. Version 1.1.0. Now remember, the Smash Wii U numbering system is completely different than Ultimate. With Ultimate, it was, 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 for, like, every major release. But for Wii U and 3DS, it was 1.05, 1.06, 1.07, right? Like that was the numbering scheme. No matter what the update added, basically. Like Mewtwo was added in version 1.0.6. and the Bayonetta patch was 1.1.6, just like as a random example. Yes, this is from the upload feature, 720p 30, but isn't this a hell of a lot better than those crappy, like, filming with my phone? Yeah, it's so much better. Even though you can't really do live commentary or anything with that, it's really just if you want to use background footage for videos, but yeah. Big video update. And when is this? July 31st.
Nintendo update here, and
This
I uploaded
this is in Hawaii, I think.
a video yesterday, but yesterday wasn't exactly a great day for me. Windows 10 problems.
Oh yeah. This is Hawaii because the update didn't come out until I was in Hawaii. Like, of course, I brought my Wii U and 3DS with me to Hawaii, so I couldn't play this update until it because it didn't come out until we were there. So yeah, this is that dark background is Hawaii. You can't see like anything aside from a couple of houses though. So yeah, talking about, oh yeah, one charger. These videos, man. Talking about, yeah, one charger. Again, I would make videos on anything back then.
Here's Nintendo update.
I think this is recorded on like a MacBook, whatever MacBook they had at the time. It wasn't my MacBook, but it was like the MacBook they had. EA Gamescom conference. I was like filming off of the TV at like the place we were staying, like our relative's house in Hawaii. We were watching the Gamescom stream. I don't remember if anything notable happened in this event. I don't remember. I think it was a proper press conference, though, so they probably showed something notable in here. I just don't remember. Yeah, here's the Die House party thing that ended up being a big nothing burger. Nothing happened in this. Puzzles and Dragon Z. New website and Daily Motion.
Nintendo update and
Oh, man. Alright, hold on a second. Alrighty, I'm back. I need to turn on this fan. I turned off the fan for a while, but it's getting warm in here, so I need to turn it on.
I'm gonna make this.
No, I believe I re-uploaded this video. No. This is the video I re-uploaded. Yeah, this is me talking about, hey, I got a Daily Motion account to upload like Yokai Watch stuff too, because it would get blocked on YouTube because of TV Tokyo and Amex or whatever. That's what that video is about. So yeah, here's the first video. Now, this video is also on Daily Motion, and that is still public, I believe. So I had / have a Daily Motion account that I only used back in the day for these specific purposes, for like uploading like Yokai Watch openings and stuff that would get blocked on YouTube. I haven't used it in a really long time, but it's still there. Although with Daily Motion's whole thing of like they'll delete your account after a certain amount of time if you're not doing anything on it, I have to kind of make sure I sign in every once in a while to make sure it doesn't get deleted. But yeah, I don't do anything with that account anymore. It's just kind of an old thing. Yes, but this video is on that account. It says my first Daily Motion video for a reason. Like, this video is on that account. Last update. Yeah, oh yeah, unuploaded classics, that whole thing. I mentioned that earlier. Computer crashed.
Hey everyone, well guess what?
Is this the video, or was it one from later on? No, it's not this one. I know at one point I posted a video about, hey, my computer is not working right, and then Jay posted a comment. I think his first ever comment on one of my videos. And I think this was like 2016, and that was and I think he helped me out with that, which was cool. Yeah, those old DVDs. Yeah, computer issue, something. Yokai Watch main theme. Yeah. Has a lot of views, of course. Project M 3.6. Oh, yeah, so I was mentioning way earlier, like, oh, yeah, I got Project M on there, and I think the newest version is 3.5 or 3.6, whatever. So now, 3.6 came out when this happened. Oh, yeah, XSplit. This is XSplit. Remember XSplit? They're still around, but everyone just uses OBS nowadays. This is before OBS became, like, the standard that it is today, so, like, XSplit was kind of a big thing. So yeah, Windows 10, like the original version of Windows 10 right there, and it's really low resolution, 480p, which is why you can't read anything. Summer Splatoon demo. Okay. Well, let's keep on going here. We get the idea. There's a lot of videos. Yeah, these. Oh yeah, these videos. Are these public anymore? No. I like this music. Yeah, these are from the old Zelda 64 trailers. Apple event confirmed. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, Windows 10. It's actually in HD this time. Yeah, TV Tokyo. Oh yeah, new 3DS finally comes to America. That was a big thing. It's happening. With the slow scrolling. Oh man. Oh yeah. Because yeah, famously, we did not, here in the US, we did not get the regular new 3DS. We just got the XL. Europe got the regular one. Japan got the regular one. Australia got the regular one. We didn't. But then we finally got it.
His Nintendo lag. Yes, and why the heck?
Yeah, the Happy Home Designer bundle. With the colored buttons. The faceplates. Pikmin 4 announced. and Super Mario Galaxy 3 for NX. Okay, obviously that was a total load of nonsense, but the Pikmin 4 thing, look, I misspelled it. Pikmin, not Pikmin. Even though in the title it says Pikmin. Oh yeah, this is the famous quote, right? This is the famous quote, right? This is the infamous one. Pikmin 4 is very close to completion, says Miyamoto. The quote that would drag him for years and years and years. And then the game finally comes out in 2023. Oh man. Yeah, that game clearly went through a couple of reboots before it came out. Yeah, that probably there was something about Galaxy 3. I have no idea how credible. Obviously that was a load of nonsense, but like I don't remember that one all that much. Oh yeah, Nintendo Direct.
Nintendo update here, and yes, that's right.
Hey, look, I actually don't just film with my bad webcam. I actually have gameplay and do commentary over it. I think this might be the first time I ever did that. So yeah, this was back in the day when, right, after Iwata died, there was this big thing of like, is Nintendo Direct dead? Right? Because he was the host of like all the directs. I mean, Reggie was there too, and Shibata in Europe was also there. But like Iwata was in like all of them. Like he was like the main kind of guy for those directs. So we were like, hey, are directs done? Are they over? And then of course they ended up coming back in November. But there was a period of time, after Iwata died, before the November direct, and we were like, are directs dead? So yeah, this was talking about that.
Play in the background. Yeah. Hey, moving on. So anyways, apparently, you know how there hasn't been a Nintendo Direct for a long time, it feels?
Okay, that feels very weird to say in retrospect, a long time, because that would have been normal, right? There's one in the first half of the year, there's one in June, there's one in the second half of the year. Now this is before the current pattern of there's one in September. This is before that was established. This is back when they could be in October or November or whatever. It wasn't until 2016 that the September Direct, as we know it, became established as like a planted in the ground, never ever changing type thing for the most part.
Feels like
So yeah, I was talking about that. This is talking about me getting a Japanese 3DS. Is this talking about Japanese 3DS or what? I genuinely don't. Because I had a Japanese 3DS at one point, a white one. It was actually really nice. But like, how could I play them if I? But this is before I knew how to homebrew, I think. Or did I know how to homebrew at this point? I'm not sure. Because of course you can use homebrew to get around the region locking. I don't know. Yeah, Apple September event discussion, and at the time my icon was Jibunyan. Yokai Watch 2 Gonzo unboxing. This is the very first unboxing video I ever did. There's the little medal that came with it. And I do have homebrew.
Gee,
I do have homebrew.
Yeah, let's go on. Load up.
Oh yeah, Ironfall Invasion. I remember that was like the Gears of War type game that was on like a new 3DS game at the time.
Showing up.
Yeah, it's a homebrew launcher. You can barely see it, but I can assure you it's homebrew launcher.
I'll take it out and put it back in. I'll get this.
Yeah, there's
to
homebrew
work.
launcher. Yeah, me trying to get it to
Got the
detect or
volume
whatever. Yeah, because of course region locking. So yeah. Oh, here's the big one. This right here is a big one. I know I've said that a couple of times, but no. I mean it. Like, you see the view count, right? Like, this is a big one. Big one. This is my most viewed video of all time. And it's not even close. 1.3 million views. And people still watch it, even though it's been unlisted for like 5 years. It's been unlisted for a long time, and it still gets views. I know it does, because if I go in the analytics, it will tell me it's getting like a couple hundred views like a month, like a week or whatever. Like, it's still getting views, even though it's unlisted, because people have it like saved in playlists and stuff. Yeah, the Japanese first movie opening. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this was a big one. Yeah, Bandai Cam. Yeah. Yeah, this one did super well. As you can see, I updated it multiple times. The newest update being from July of 2020. This video is now past, 1 million views, and maybe it may not be one of my real videos, but I'm still thrilled to see this historic video pass a huge milestone. Thanks to everyone out there for still watching this video all these years later. January 2020 update. Hi everyone, it's been quite some time since I last posted an update on this video, as I'm sure you're all aware of the new Kappa. Oh yeah, Kappa. Oh yeah, remember when that was a thing like 5 years ago? Yeah, 2020. Yeah, the whole Kappa thing. Everyone was losing their mind over. Yeah, the new Kappa rules are in effect, which means now you have to declare if they're for kids or not or whatever. So I talk about that and how like, yeah, Yokai Watch is a kid-centric franchise, but I don't put it under that because that's not really the audience I'm going for or whatever. So I'll talk about this whole thing about, hey, I have oh yeah, because notice how the comments are turned off. That's not because I turned them off. It's because of the Kappa thing. But yeah, so this is the historic video right here. Like, it really is a historic video. Like, the channel, unironically, would not be what it is today without this video. Even though this isn't even a real video. This isn't like a proper video. This is just me re-uploading something, essentially. But it's still a big milestone, right? 1.3 million views. Now, of course, do I count that really? Not really. In terms of like a real video that's actually of my own creation, is not just a compilation or re-uploading of clips. I think it's like maybe a couple thousand views. I want to say like one of the unboxings has the record. I want to say like the 3DS, like the new 3DS unboxing from 2016 has that record. I'd have to check. But yeah, historic video right here, even though it's unlisted now.
Hey, sorry for the quick.
Oh yeah, Star Fox Zero delayed. That's weird. There's a comment that's not showing up for some reason. Oh yeah, the 8-bit thing. That's the thing I got blocked. Oh yeah, this intro. This was my intro, like, during this time frame. Now, I have an intro later on that's like a proper intro. And it was really the only actual intro I ever really had. Because this was back in the day when like every YouTuber had like an intro, like an opening. I mean, some still do, but I feel like the trend of like having an opening or an intro has like kind of died out, unfortunately. But yeah, this is back when everyone had one. Oh yes, more Yokai Watch stuff. Oh, here we go. This opening right here. This is like the opening. Like for like my old Nintendo Addict 8 era, this was the opening I used up until I changed the name. That was my opening that I used for like most of my videos for like from this point onward. When was this? September of 2015. So this would have been, so from September 2015 up until like June of 2016, this was the intro. I still really like that track. That, you know, you want to know where I got that from? I got that from a China Uncensored video. If anyone remembers them, I think they're still around. I haven't watched them in quite some time now, but yeah, they're a video talking about critiquing China and like and the CCP and everything. That was their outro music. So I just downloaded like one of their videos and I just ripped it from their video, and that's how I got it. I wish I could find like a clean version of that's like the full length or whatever. I'm sure I could find it if I really wanted to, but I don't know what it's called. I don't know what the track is called. It's not in the YTAL though, or at least I don't think it's in the YTAL. I think I would have found it by now if it was in the YTAL. I think it's from like another like audio library, but anyway. So yeah, that's the intro I used for the longest time, or not the longest time. I used for like a good like 8 or 9 months. Got another unboxing here for one of the other Yokai Watch games. Oh yeah, Is It Worth It? Wii U, 113 views.
Anyway.
I don't remember what I say in this. We're not, again, there's so many things we have to get through here, and this is already long enough. But yeah, so I made a Is It Worth It video. I'm not sure what I say for that. Oh, look, Steam notification.
And quick,
Talking about Yokai Watch being released in New Zealand, Yokai Watch being delayed in Canada, Level 5 Abbey, which did not stick around very long at all. Well, Level 5 Abbey never really materialized into what it was probably supposed to be. Like, Level 5 Abbey was like, you know, it was supposed to be their big Western division, and like, it kind of flopped, and then eventually it got shut down in like 2019, 2020, which is why we never got Yokai Watch 4. Here's something that's not Nintendo or Yokai Watch. Battlefield 4 crashes.
The weirdest glitch ever I've experienced. The game crashed, but look at this.
This is on the 360 version, just to be clear. This is the 360 version.
Some stuff is still bouncing around, even though it doesn't move. Okay, that's really weird. So, yeah.
Yeah, because you can see the UI is like kind of jiggling around, but the actual game is
Didn't
static.
expect that to happen, but of course BF4 was broken to begin with, so why am I...
Well, the original version was kind of infamous. Battlefield 4 is actually a really good game. Like, Battlefield 4 is easily my favorite of the Battlefield games. It's a game I still go back to, and I still play. Obviously not on the 360, but, I still play it to this day. It's still a really solid game. It's probably, like, if you were to say, like, what's my favorite, like, shooter, I think Battlefield 4 would probably be in the contention for that. It's still a really good game to this day. None of the ones that have come after that have really come close. I like Hardline, and that was my first Battlefield. Battlefield 1, I like, but definitely not as much as 4 Hardline. 5 is... I know 5 is kind of an infamous title for people. I thought 5 was okay, especially by the end. But definitely not as good as 1, or again, 4 or Hardline. Again, basically, the longer it kind of went on, like, the less I liked each game, basically. And then, of course, now we have 2042, which is the newest game. Which has been the newest game for the last few years, which has also been kind of an infamous game for people. And it definitely did not launch in a great state, I will say that. But I think it's a lot better now than it was back then. It's still not quite new Battlefield 4, but it's... I've put a good amount of time in the 2042. I'd say, all things considered, I do like 2042. Okay, I like 2042 more than I like 5, but less than 1. So I guess, of all the Battlefield games I've played, so at the top is Battlefield 4, then Hardline, then 1, then 2042, then 5. There's my ranking, I guess. Take that for what you will. Okay, here's the Core 2 Extreme. I mentioned this earlier in the stream, how like I was going to upgrade the computer and everything, and that was going to be my plan for getting a, quote, gaming PC, and that didn't materialize. Yeah, so... Like I said earlier, this didn't end up being compatible in the end, because my motherboard wasn't compatible with it. I showed it off earlier, because I still have it, even though it doesn't work anymore. Here it is.
On live stream, the same format I was going to live stream it on. What a coincidence. He's going to be live streaming all the episodes starting...
Wait, what? Wait, what are we talking about here?
He's called Jesus Man. No, I'm not kidding. He's literally called Jesus Man on live stream. The same format I was gonna live stream it on. What a coincidence. He's gonna
I think I'm talking about yokai, like streaming Yokai Watch episodes. Is my
be
guess.
live streaming all the episodes starting tomorrow. So yeah, I'm still gonna live stream. I've already seen it, so there's no point really live streaming it. I'm just live streaming it for anyone that wants to watch it again. Like, I'm sure we all want to see the episode again. So yeah. But anyway,
I don't even know what episode I'm talking about. Not that I would remember many of them at this point, because I haven't watched them in forever. But anyways, yeah, Core 2 Extreme, I got that. Oh yeah, the supply drops. One of the early forms of loot boxes, back when loot boxes were like the big thing people talked about before they fell out of favor.
Nintendo.
Smash Bros. 1.1.2 patch now live.
And there's a new Smash Bros. Patch out, so go download that. I'm gonna install it on the Wii U in a second. And there's Mario Maker trolling me. Someday.
Yep. Oh, because I didn't have Mario Maker at launch. I think that's what I was talking about.
But yeah, let's go ahead and update.
So yeah. There's the intro again. Again, talking about Yokai Watch stuff. Talking about, yeah, level 5. Yeah, level 5 is, they're deciding on a Yokai Watch 2 release and whether or not it's going to be like is it going to be the third? Because there was the third version, right? You know how Pokemon used to do third versions? Well, Yokai Watch did that too. That was the whole thing again. More news videos. You get the idea. Yokai Watch, Nintendo stuff. Back to the Future Part 4 is possible. I assume I did this on the day. Yeah. October 21st, 2015! Of course, I did this on the day. Talking about probably some rumor or something. I have no idea. Is this 1080p now? Yeah, it's 1080p now. It's not 36.6 by 768 or whatever anymore. It's actually 1080p. Is the video itself actually 1080p? Okay, yeah, it's 1080p. So yeah, talking about some, I guess, Back to the Future rumor from the time. Yokai Watch demo. Played that. Nintendo Direct coming soon. Miitomo. Oh yeah, remember Miitomo? EVGA power supply unboxing. And yes, my intention was to put it in this thing. I don't think that ever actually happened because it didn't, like, fit properly, because of course it didn't. But again, I didn't know any better. This is the early days for me. I didn't know, like, all the compatibility stuff back then. So yeah, I unboxed a power supply. I still have this power supply, by the way. I don't use it myself, but this is actually the power supply that's in my brother's computer. So it's still kicking it 10 years later. We're going to replace it, though, because he is in need of a graphics card upgrade. He's currently on a 1070 Ti still. Because we got like a whole bunch of new stuff for him late last year. We got him like he was on a Ryzen 5 1600. We got him a 9700X. You know, he went from a B450 board to like a B650 board or whatever. You know, he upgraded a whole bunch of stuff. He's got 32 gigs of RAM now. He was a big upgrade on the CPU front, new motherboard, all that stuff. But he still is on his 1070 Ti. We need to upgrade that, and once we do that, we're gonna have to get rid of the power supply finally. But hey, it had a good run, 10 years. It was my original power supply in the 2016 computer, and then I replaced it in 2018 with the power supply I have now, which is 850 watts, also from EVGA. But yeah, this power supply, yeah, I fully intended to put in that Pentium D computer. Yeah, obviously that did not pan out. But again, that whole entire idea, it didn't really pan out. Hey, look, there's the OG logo, or not the OG logo, but here's like the other logo, which I have in the thumbnail of this stream. That was the other Nintendo Act 8 logo I had before we did the Yokai Watch medals. Another update video with some footage of 8-player Smash. One day until Black Ops 3. Oh yeah, this title. This title, man. I've decided, and you're probably not gonna like it. Yeah, this was me talking about how I'm gonna pre-order. Yeah, ignore all the clothes and whatever down there. So yeah, this was back when I was. So this was back when I was deciding whether or not I was gonna pre-order Yokai Watch or Black Ops 3 because they came out on the same day and I couldn't get both of them. But I didn't have an Xbox One yet. And I didn't want the gimped 360 version, so I pre-ordered the hardened edition of Black Ops 3, before I even had an Xbox One, because I was convinced I was going to get one for Christmas, and I did, but yeah. But then here's the unboxing video for it. It's not all that well. All these early unboxing videos are not very good, which is why they're all unlisted. Like when I did the unboxing videos in like 2018, 2019 for like the MCU Blu-rays, those ones were way better. Yeah, these ones are. Yeah, not very good. These early unboxings are not great, but then again, a lot of these early videos are not great, which is why they're unlisted. Nintendo Direct confirmed. Yeah, the first Nintendo Direct since Iwata died. Obviously, that was a big deal. And then here's another milestone moment. This is a big one. The very first radio style. Basically, my precursor to the Nincast. So this is a big moment right here. Now,
Nintendo Act 8 radio style.
This is Nintendo Act 8 radio style. And then I have the Game Explain discussion theme. I don't know if they still use it, because I haven't watched a Game Explain discussion in years. So I'm not really sure. But I think they probably still use it, because I know they reference it every once in a while. But yeah, that's an iconic theme, though. But anyway, I just stole their theme. Oh yeah, so this was the very first one. This is the very first one of what's essentially the discussion videos as they exist today. This is the very first one. And this was, yeah, November 11th, 2015. This is the predictions video, before the Direct actually happened. The very first Nintendo Direct predictions video. Here it is. The day before it happened. So, yeah, radio style. It couldn't be any more blatant. I mean, not that I've really hit it or anything. I've even mentioned it on, like, I've mentioned it a bunch of times before. But, yeah, so for those of you that don't know where the radio style name comes from, so Jay, Multimedia Jay, he had a series for a long time called Multimedia Jay Radio Style that I really liked, I was a big fan of, and that was the inspiration for this series, for the discussion series in general, right? Radio Style, the Nincast, the current, non-titled discussion videos I do that don't have any, like, specific branding, like that was the inspiration for it, was Multimedia Jay Radio Style. So I just decided, hey, let me just literally rip off the name. But that didn't last very long, not because anyone complained, but because I just didn't like doing that. But I needed a name for it, and I couldn't think of anything else. I was like, oh, I'll just copy it. And he never complained about it or anything, and never had an issue with it. Yeah. Nintendo Act 8 Radio Style. Then I changed it to Nintendo Addict 8 Radio, because he wasn't using the radio name at the time, and he used the radio name at one point, but he wasn't using it anymore. So I was like, I feel more comfortable using that name, even though it was still pretty blatant what I was doing. But then, of course, eventually, in early 2016, I ditched the radio style stuff for just the Nincast. My fully original name, right, that I used for a very long time up until last year when I finally killed it off in favor of just having a discussion video that's not tied to any specific brand. So now it's just a discussion video. And it can be about whatever I want it to be, and the name doesn't matter anymore. I mean, to be fair, the Nincast branding hasn't actually mattered in a really long time. It hasn't mattered in a really long time. It's really just a brand name. That's all it really was. It was just a brand name, basically. But still. Because obviously I talked about Marvel, I talked about Sony and Microsoft, I talked about other stuff on the Nincast plenty. But it started as a Nintendo-focused thing, so that's why I called it that. But anyway. So yeah. The Game Explain theme.
One day away from the Nintendo Direct. And may I just say, finally.
Oh man. That
yeah,
might.
I downloaded the Nintendo Badge Center thing that came out.
So yeah, I'm not gonna listen to all that, but I'm curious. I am kind of curious, like, what I predicted. Like, what do I predict for Smash, especially? Because of course we were waiting on the ballot, right? The ballot was like in the air at that point. I wonder what I predicted for that. Okay. Oh, update.
So, yeah, there's some new stuff that just got leaked.
The mic sounds so bad.
Or revealed, whatever. That relates to tomorrow's Nintendo Direct. Now, literally minutes after I finished recording the last one, which is at this current time being uploaded to YouTube, which is my Nintendo Direct discussion, two potentially huge things just
maybe got announced. One of them is the fact that, you know how we've been saying Minecraft Wii U will come to the Wii U because story mode's coming to the Wii U. Oh yeah, it's another thing.
Which it did. Not in this direct. It wasn't announced in this direct, but it was announced like a month later.
Minecraft story mode's probably gonna be in the Nintendo Direct, and they're probably gonna have a release date. But you know what else they're gonna have? Minecraft Wii U itself. Yeah, I'm talking about Minecraft.
So basically, I assume this update is basically just talking about Minecraft.
Welcome to a special edition of Nintendo Act 8 Radio Style.
The little intro I did, because Jay had an intro. He had a whole, like, intro, so I had to do the intro, too. And when I first started the Nincast, I did a, "This is the Nincast." And I even just used, like, all the Y-Town music and everything. It was very blatant. It was very blatant. If you knew he existed. And, I mean, Jay was, and still is, a fairly small channel, to be fair. But still, but then again, I'm smaller than him. He's got about 3.8K. I got 1.8K, and of course he was way bigger than I was back in the day. Anyways, guess we got the battle theme.
Final Fantasy VII Remake is going to be on the Xbox One, or at least we're pretty damn sure it will.
I talk about, FF7 Remake is going to be on the Xbox One. You wanna know how long it took FF7 Remake to come to Xbox? This year. This year is how long it took. Now, to be fair, this is back when FF7 Remake was first announced. This was back when it was first announced. And therefore, and of course the game didn't come out for like 5 years. But like, it's kind of funny how I say that. It's like, it's only now coming out.
Why is because on the... Okay, I'm sure everyone was so overblown by hype when that happened back at E3, but note that it said first on PlayStation 4.
So again, we're not going to listen to all of that, but yeah, so obviously we're talking about the Direct, and we're especially Cloud is obviously the focus, as you can tell from the thumbnail. But yeah, I mean, that was a big moment. I mean, I know that's obvious, and I'm sure I could talk more about this whenever I get around to doing my Smash 4 retrospective, whatever thing I want to do at some point. But like, that was a big moment. Not just because of Cloud itself, but also because this was the first direct after Iwata, so capping off the first direct after Iwata with an announcement as monumental as this was a massive, massive deal, right? And I still remember where I was when Cloud was announced. Maybe I mentioned it in this video, I don't know, but I remember that yeah, I was in the computer kind of lab of my high school when it happened, and they had no speakers. And I didn't have any headphones, so I watched like this last part of the direct, like with no audio. So when the stars come down, so when the theme starts playing, you know, the opening theme, I didn't hear any of that. All I saw was stars on the screen, and my first thought was Pikmin or Metroid was my thought as to what it was. And then, of course, the second I see the Smash logo pop up, immediately I go, like I literally like hit my knee against like the top of like I was like it was like the second I saw the Smash logo pop up, and then of course X, and then the Final Fantasy logo shows up, and it's like, holy crap. You know, do. Again, I didn't hear any of the audio when I first saw it. I saw it mute. But yeah, man, that was, is that the biggest reveal from Smash 4? It might be the biggest reveal from Smash 4. I mean, that was a massive, massive deal, right? I mean, Cloud in Smash, that was massive. But again, we can talk more about that some other time.
This is the first episode of the Nintendo Act 8 Radio, because it sounds better than radio style.
Because it sounds better than radio style. And also because I didn't want to deliberately rip off Jay as badly as I was already, even though I'm still ripping him off pretty hard with that name. Man. I guess we got whatever. You had the idea, so.
It's tough.
Oh man, he's old. See, so the oldest discussion video I have public on the channel is is Season 2 of the Nincast. Those ones I'm okay being up still. Even though some of them are not great, and some of the audio is pretty scuffed in some of them. But you know what? Those ones are good enough that I'm okay leaving them public. But these ones, as well as Season 1 of the Nincast proper, I consider Nintendo Addict 8 radio style to be Season 0, essentially. Yeah, all these ones definitely, yeah. I think they should definitely stay unlisted. Again, if you want to watch them for some reason, you can. Again, they're in the 2015 playlist, but, like, unlisted. But they're definitely never going to be public again.
Time for another episode of
Nintendo Addict 8 Radio! Again, very blatant with the rip-off nature here.
Okay, hey.
No music? I didn't play any music? Eventually I start using the Whitetail tracks that he would use. I guess we haven't reached that point yet.
This is Nintendo Act 8.
The Whitetail has a lot of really good music. I actually have a ton of Whitetail music on my computer. A lot of it music he's used, but also a lot of music that other people have used, like Oversimplified and a bunch of other people. There's a lot of good stuff in the Whitetail. Although I haven't gone in and like looked for anything new in a bit. I kind of feel like I have all the stuff I really want from the Whitetail, but every once in a while I'll go in there and see if there's anything new I'm interested in.
It's like
So yeah, we're talking about Mother 3 on the Virtual Console, only in Japan. Dear Miiverse, stop caring. Oh yeah, I remember this period of my life when I was all like, if you don't like something, just stop caring about it or whatever. It was some weird thing I did back in the day, I don't know. I'm guessing this has something to do with moderation. Yeah, some moderation thing about Miiverse. I don't even know what it was about. But, yeah. I got the main theme. Let's turn that down. Yeah, talking about level 5 games on Wii U and NX. Now, there actually was a level 5 game on the Wii U. There actually was a level 5 game on the Wii U. There was a Just Dance spin-off that only came out on the Wii U and only in Japan that was Yokai Watch-based. Which I'm guessing I mentioned in this video. I'm not sure, though. But then, of course, we did end up getting level 5 games on the NX. Even though we didn't get a lot of them. At least at first. But I already talked about the whole localization team being shut down.
Hello, everyone.
When do I start using the music?
Nintendo Act 8, and
Look at this thumbnail. Look at this thumbnail. Oh, man. We've come a long way. Heck, this thumbnail was okay. This first one, this one was okay. This one, less so. This one was okay. This one was okay. And then this one's like, look at this. Look at these clashing fonts and everything. And it doesn't even take up the whole screen. It's like 16 by 10. It's not even the full thing. RIP Project M. See, this is when Project M was shut down. Yeah, this was unfortunate. I was never, like, the biggest fan of Project M. I didn't play it that much, but Project M was cool, right? It was cool. It basically obsoleted Brawl Vanilla, at least at the time, for me. There was some cool music in it, cool stages. Yeah, it was cool. Like, even, like, obviously Project M mainly existed for the competitive stuff, but even just as a casual Smash person that doesn't play competitively or anything, it was still really cool. So it was a shame that it eventually ended. And of course, it's been an endless source of controversy. Like, did Nintendo really shut it down? And there's been a bunch of back and forth with that. Yeah, you can see apparently I even linked to a mirror. Is it still there? Yeah, it is. It's still there. So yeah, if you still want like you don't want Project Plus, but you just want like actual proper Project M, like you can still get it. It's still here. So yeah, talk about that. Oh yeah, the Game Awards 2015 live stream. This was my very first reaction stream, I believe. And this one was very, very poor quality, as you can see. This is a Google Hangouts thing, but again, this was with my old bad webcam. Oh, here's a comment I did a few years ago. The early days when I thought pointing an old webcam at the TV to stream was a good idea. No wonder it got disliked. Yeah, you can't see the dislikes because we're signed out right now, so you can't see it. Even though I have the plugin turned on, but for some reason there are dislikes on that. It's just not showing them for some reason, even though I have the YouTube dislike plugin turned on. And this video is from long before the dislike thing went away, so I don't know why it's not there. But anyway, yeah. But I think it has like 5 or 6 dislikes, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. Looking back, I'm pretty sure even at the time I could have just streamed using my phone, since my PC at the time was 10 years old, did not remotely have the power to run something like OBS, and that would have looked 5 times better than this abomination. But hey, we all got to start somewhere. I mean, yeah, as you've seen, a lot of these early videos, not great. There's a reason why they're unlisted. But hey, we all start somewhere. So yeah, you can see, ooh, look, it's 2015 Jeff Keighley.
You're here, and guess what? I'm an idiot. I forgot. Oh yeah.
Now, there was nothing announced in this event that was notable from what I remember. This is the event where Reggie had like a tribute to Iwata, but I don't think there was any game announcements of any kind, at least I can remember. But yeah, so we streamed that in absolute potato quality. Like, absolute potato. Like, the video itself is 720p, but the actual feed is more like 240p because of the old webcam. Oh, man. Did I stream, like, literally the whole thing? Where's the part where Reggie shows up? Oh, there's Reggie. He's making his speech about Iwata.
Welcome to another episode of Nintendo Act 8 Radio. Oh, this is Nintendo Act 8, and I was gonna make this video yesterday.
Well, what was that difference in audio? It's like we had the intro, and then like everything after that is like way lower.
But there's even more to talk about because I just finished watching the PlayStation Experience live, and yeah, there's quite a lot to talk about.
Oh yeah, so the PlayStation. So remember PlayStation Experience? That was basically Sony's like not E3 event they did in like December back in the day, and what we got in this event that I'm sure I talk about in this video is we had the first gameplay trailer of FF7 Remake from CyberConnect 2 back when they were working on the game, and then we had the reveal of Ni no Kuni 2. I believe that was in this presentation as well. Whoa, what the heck? What's with the pixelization effect? I think about 70% of the Smash fanbase wants to try Cloud. Agreed, I want to see more Cloud gameplay, and hopefully it'll be released after True Direct. I think I mean The Direct. I'm not sure why I say True Direct. More Yokai Watch music. Yeah, big Nintendo announcement on Monday with this, like, font. Oh, man. Super, because, yeah, the final presentation that they announced in, like, the November Direct. So, yeah, here's the Minecraft Wii U announcement. Yeah, this PlayStation Experience 2015. Oh, yeah, and here's the, See, I made that same comment that I made for the Game Awards one. I put it on here, too. Tyler Thunder. I did not know that he was around this far back. I thought he was 2016 with the Sonic stream. Wow. I did not know he went that far back. I mean, I knew he went back a good ways. Man, huh. I forgot. I did not. That's pretty neat, actually. He still shows up every once in a while. He's probably the longest running viewer I can remember that still occasionally shows up. So, big shout out to Tyler Thunder. I haven't seen him in a little bit, but I know he showed up in a stream, I want to say earlier this year. So he still watches everyone. I know he's still paying attention, at least to some extent. So that's really cool that he's still sticking around all these years later. So shout out to him. Yeah, great video. I don't know why so much dislikes. I think all the dislikes is because I used the webcam to record it, so the quality isn't that good. Are you excited for Yakuza 0? Never played that game before, so no. The main game I'm excited for is Ni no Kuni 2. Never played the first one because I never had a PS3, but I did watch Stampy play it. Again, this was 10 years ago. This was back when he was a big deal. Stampy play, and I really like it, so I'm probably going to get a PS4 to play when it comes out. I was hoping to get Dark Cloud 3. Yeah, I know a lot wanted Dark Cloud 3. I wouldn't be surprised if we get that at some point. We still haven't had that happen, by the way. There has not been a new Dark Cloud game or even a remaster from Level 5 at all yet. Though, personally, I was hoping for a Yokai Watch game on PS4. Now, that did happen eventually. Yokai Watch 4 came out on the PS4 in Japan at one point. So that did happen eventually. Knew they wouldn't get announced at US conference. Since first game just came out, so Japan gets to use something 2 years before. Obviously, maybe they're working on Dark Cloud 3 and are waiting for E3 2016. But that's when the new Crash Bandicoot is supposed to be announced. Now, Crash Bandicoot did not get a new game in 2016, but we did get the announcement in 2016 for the Insane Trilogy, so we got that. At least I think that was in 2016 is when that happened. So. Yeah, some people are thinking now it's E3 2016. I have a feeling E3 2016 is going to be even bigger than E3 2015, even though E3 2015 had Shenmue 3 and the Final Fantasy VII Remake and much more. Yeah. No. I mean, E3 2016 was a fine E3, I suppose, but it definitely was not as good as 2015's. 2015 definitely had a lot more, like, big announcements in it. The most notable thing that happened during 2016, for me at least, was, obviously that was the year where it was all about Breath of the Wild, but that was about it. I can't remember. I think Death Stranding was at the Sony event, and I don't remember what was at the Xbox event. Yeah, more RPGs, like, so yeah. Yeah, again, potato quality. Absolute potato quality. Where's the FF7 reaction? I want to see the FF7 reaction. In potato quality. Saw Street Fighter 6. Oh, wait. Is that it? Because King of Fighters. Like, I recognize that logo. That's King of Fighters. No? Where is it? I never watched the PlayStation Experience after this, so I don't like this particular event, so I don't remember when it happens in the stream. Does it happen near the end? I guess Ratchet and Clank. Big Ratchet and Clank demo. Where is it? I still don't see it. Maybe it happened earlier on in the show. Because I'm still not seeing it. There's Ni no Kuni. There's Ni no Kuni too. Is it the last thing? Is it the one last thing? No, it's not. Okay, so it happens earlier on in the stream. Okay. Because I want to see what my reaction was to it, because I haven't seen it since this happened, so I'm kind of curious.
Everyone's like, all these great developers working with VR. Also happy to know that our Sony worldwide. Yeah, they showed it. Oh, FF7. They showed FF7.
Okay, there's a little clip of it. That's from before they showed the trailer, though.
Please show FF7 remake footage. I really want.
Okay, there's Uncharted.
Yeah, they're gonna show it again.
Oh yeah, I forgot they did. This was really cool. This was really cool. I love that Sony did this. They showed all the reactions to FF7, like all the fan reactions. I forget if Max's was in here. I hope Max's was in here because his is like the best one, right? The most iconic.
Stupid. On Xbox, you set the book of disc and you get it for free.
I can see the Xbox notifications because I'm watching this on the 360.
We have hundreds of playable kiosks for the world's top developers. Hours of live stream content you'll be able to see, and we'll have the most. Of course, I don't have a PS2, so it doesn't really affect me. I'm just waiting for them to show me a reason to get a PS4.
Oh, I just realized he's wearing a Crash shirt. This is Sean Layden.
Speaking of announcements, probably gonna show that. No announcement has had more amazing fan reaction.
Okay, here we go.
Than the reveal of this trailer. Let's take a look. They're gonna show that FF7 trailer again. Yep, they're gonna show it again.
See all the reactions. Oh yeah, the famous game trailers one.
Look. They're literally showing everyone react to it. They're gonna show more. Please show more. Please show
I don't see
more.
Maximilian in there, but the game trailers one is in there. That's probably the second most iconic one.
On PlayStation live stream.
Oh yeah, that's another famous one. I forget what this guy's name is, but that's another famous reaction.
Yeah, it's got a logo now, kind of.
I mean, it had a logo before, kind
You probably can't see it in the live stream because my camera's terrible.
Don't worry, there's some more. And are you ready for a little bit of it? Let's see it.
Yeah! New trailer. Oh, no, the FF7 remake, and it looks good already.
This trailer is a classic. It's not as iconic as the reveal trailer. That one is like the original FF7 remake trailer, the one that's, that's got the, do 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 do, we may bring joy, we may bring fear, but no matter, like, that trailer is iconic as hell. It's like unironically top 3 most important trailers I've ever experienced in my lifetime. Unironically, like that moment of FF7 being revealed was massive, and the trailer is so good, right? It doesn't show us much. It's really just it's a bunch of like teaser stuff, but it's so good at building up suspense. It's just so iconic, and that soundtrack is so good. It's taken from, I believe, Advent Children and the Distant Worlds concerts, but it's really good. Super iconic moment. I would say probably the last big, holy crap moment from an E3 event we ever had, I think, was that one. I don't think we never got anything that topped that. There was never a single game announcement that topped the FF7 announcement in 2015. From that point onward. And we probably will never get it again, at least in, traditional press conference form, because traditional press conferences are unfortunately dead. But, yeah. Yeah, that iconic shot from the first trailer. So yeah, this demo was made by CyberConnect 2, not Square Enix themselves.
The theme. The remix of the theme. Whoa, they're showing actual gameplay here, and it looks freaking amazing.
And of course, the game doesn't look like that at all because the game got rebooted halfway through.
See, this is why I would buy a PS4. I would buy a PS4 for this game, but it's gonna come to Xbox One most likely just later. So
but it's gonna come to Xbox One most likely.
Either way, this looks like
about that.
Yeah, and of course Halo 5. Oh! My God. That looks amazing.
Too bad you can't tell because of how bad the quality of the stream is.
Someone's watching my live stream. I'm sorry for the terrible quality, but I guarantee you it looks amazing.
I literally acknowledge it. I know the quality sucks.
They're shooting at Cloud right now.
I know the quality of my stream sucks.
And there's a giant spider robot.
Yeah, this trailer was definitely not as good as the initial reveal trailer, but this is still a pretty good trailer.
And they made Barrett less. Barrett looks a bit different. Release date? Release date? Please tell me there's a release date. Did you say only on PlayStation?
But yeah, so that was a pretty good. I mean, you can go watch it obviously, in proper quality. That's still a pretty good trailer. It's not as iconic as the first reveal trailer. Nothing will top that. But yeah. Oh, I literally cut it out. I'm an idiot. I literally made a clip of it. This is a comment. Play Ni no Kuni, the first one. It super hits the heart. Great game. Hype for both of these. Please don't F up FF7, but they will. Now, obviously, people have opinions on the direction of the FF7 remake trilogy. Now, I have not played Rebirth yet. I've had it ever since it came out, but I have not played it. I know. There's a couple. I mean, I'm working right now on Persona 3 Reload because I put that off for a while because I wasn't in a Persona mood. I was back in a Persona mood after Revival got announced last month. So I've been working my way through that. And then once I've been with that, then I'm going to play Rebirth. Because I do really want to play Rebirth. I want to get back into all that. Because there's a lot of videos I haven't watched because I don't want to get, like, spoiled on stuff. Like, there's a bunch of Maximilian videos I want to watch for FF7, but I haven't watched them past a certain point because it's going to have spoiler stuff in it. Like, the spoiler mode discussions he does with Easy Allies are really good. I want to watch the one for Rebirth he did. But anyway, so apparently I made a compilation thing here. So yeah, I made clips of this. So I didn't even have to go searching for it. I was an idiot. I wasn't looking at the playlist.
Yes and yes. We have a date for the Smash Direct.
We have a date for the Smash Direct. The way I say that.
Oh, come on. 2 p.m.?
Okay, you want to know what's really funny about that? I would kill for 2 p.m. now. Because every time they do a direct nowadays, it's always at like 6 in the morning. Which means I have to stay up all night for it. Which I will do, because I'm not going to miss it, but I don't want to have to do... Like, that used to not bother me, but the more time has gone on, especially the last year or so, it's like really bothering me that I have to stay up all night for these dang directs. Like, why can't they just have one at 2 p.m.? Now, the reason why I'm complaining about 2 p.m. is because I would be in school at 2 p.m., and I actually watched this direct in school on a Chromebook with no audio when it first happened. But yeah, that's the reason why I'm like, really, it's 2 p.m. because I would be stuck in school when it happened. At the very end of school, like right before we got out, I would have been at school. So that's why I'm saying that. But now that I don't have to worry about school anymore, I would kill for 2 p.m. because I don't like having to stay up till 6 in the morning. I will, but I don't like that I have to. Like, and they used to do them at, sometimes they'd be at 6, sometimes they'd be at 2, but now they're just all at 6. They never do a direct at 2 in the afternoon anymore. You have to stay up all night to watch them now. At least for us here on like the West Coast, that's what you have to do. You either have to wake up really early or you have to stay up all night. And for me, I prefer to just stay up all night. And again, I'll do it because I'm not gonna miss at least if it's like a proper direct. Like of course I'm not gonna miss it, but like I don't like that I have to do that. So I would kill for 2 p.m. But we haven't gotten a 2 p.m. direct of any kind in like forever.
Really? Please don't be in the middle of class. Please, please.
Please don't be in the middle of class. See, I even...
Please, please. Why did I do this stuff at 2 p.m.? Oh, well.
Why do they do stuff at 2 p.m.? If only he knew how it would be 10 years later.
Figure that out. I need to figure out what class I have so I can see if I can sneak my way around it or not.
See, I just watched it on like my Chromebook. But I didn't have any audio, so when it did the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, shoot, and then it cuts to the scene of Fire Emblem Fates, the cutscene. I remember, and look, I actually like Corrin. I like Corrin. I think Corrin's a fine character. I mean, I wouldn't be losing sleep if he got cut, or she got cut rather, because I always play as the female one. But like, I don't think anyone would be losing their minds if Corrin got cut next time around, but I like Corrin, but when we saw, like, remember, this is the big final event. This is the big final Smash Direct, and it's got the epic 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to then the classic ching, and then you see the Fire Emblem Fates cutscene, and no joke, my heart, like, sank when I saw that. Even though I think Corrin's a fine character, all things considered, but at the time, now, of course, I knew there's no way this is the last character. Because, again, the ballot. We didn't know what the ballot character was yet. And Cloud wasn't the ballot character. So, we still didn't know what the ballot character was. So, of course, I knew that there's another character after this. And remember, this is before... And remember, this is back in the day when we didn't have, like, the slots. Like, right, with the Fighters Passes in Ultimate. We had 5 slots for Volume 1, 6 slots for Volume 2. This is before they did that. This is before we had a pass. They just released DLC whenever they wanted, and there was no time frame, there was no strict, it has one character and none of that existed. There was no framework for anything. So, the possibility of there being more than one character was a lot higher back then because of that. At least in, like, the DLC era. But, Yeah, so of course I knew it wasn't going to just be corn, and it wasn't, but the point is, yeah. I ended up watching this in class on a Chromebook.
Okay, this is
without any audio.
But I can probably pull it off. If I pull it off once, I can pull it off again. And
That was a reference to Cloud, how I watched Cloud, not on a Chromebook, but I watched it on one of the school computers as well, again with no audio.
okay. So,
Oh, what the? Look at this stretched logo.
hey, this is Nintendo Act Date. This looks
Oh god, the reverb.
actually.
And it's so glitchy. I'm looking at. Oh, is this the patent? Is this the infamous, like the thing I was mentioning earlier? Is this like the one? Like this is like the one that was got like the fake leak? Oh god, what happened to this video? How did I ever put this out? It's a mess. The audio's totally messed up. You can't read anything.
This is the episode of Nintendo Act 8 Radio.
There's the Ytal music. So that's the first episode where I used the Ytal music that he used back in the day for these. So yeah, talking about plans for Smash. Ironically, this is the only one, like, even though this whole series is a blatant ripoff of Jay's series, this is the only video from that time where I just straight up copy, like, the format. Nintendo Act 8 Radio Style presents Plans for Smash Day, December 14th, 2015, and it's in, like, the same font. It's, like, the only time I just straight up copied it. Now, I would eventually go on to basically copy it in a more proper way, starting with Season 4, although with a different font. but during this time, this was the closest I got to just blatantly ripping it off. Like, actually, like, properly. About the COD exclusivity deal. Again, trying to, like, recreate the look to the best of my ability at the time. Nintendo Radio Style presents about the COD exclusivity deal. This was back when that was a big deal, right? Like, how they got the DLC first. That was a big deal back in the day. Final last-gen advanced, oh, hey, look, there's HG Hydra. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but I used to talk with him a lot back in the day. Hope you get the Xbox One, dude. If we do, we should play Shadows of Evil together. See, I think he had an Xbox One at that point. I didn't. So, yeah. Yeah, Nintendo Act 8 Radio. That's one of the stock backgrounds, by the way. That's one of the stock, yeah, that's one of the stock, like, PowerPoint, like, things that's been around for, like, 20 plus years. Yeah, Nintendo Act 8 Radio presents Smash Bros. Finals Direct Discussion. Yeah, it's like no Sora, no Shantae, no Inklings, no K. Rool, no Shovel Knight. Now, of course, we got 3 of these in Ultimate. We got Inkling in the base game, we got K. Rool in the base game, and we got Sora as the final closer, who was the true winner of the ballot, as we, of course, found out. Shovel Knight was an assist trophy, and then Shantae was a Mii costume in Ultimate.
The wait is over. Time to finally discuss the Super Smash Bros. Final presentation.
This audio.
On Nintendo Act 8 Radio.
Radio! Oh, man. And I know exactly what I was trying to do there, because there was an episode of Radio Style where he said, radio, on YouTube. That was what I was trying to do. I was trying to copy that. Oh, man. And I just used the FF7 music again for some reason, even though it's not about... Forgot about this remix. I forgot about this remake. This came out, yeah, when, like, Cloud came out. This is, like, kind of the big fan-made remix from that time.
The wait is over.
And we are not gonna listen to it. Xbox One, 1 terabyte Fallout bundle. I don't have this anymore. I got rid of it in 2018 when I got an Xbox One S, and then I eventually got an Xbox One X, and then I eventually got a Series S, and then now I have a Series X. So, base Xbox One in 2015, and then Xbox One S in 2018, and then, or 2017, 2018, one of the two. And then Xbox One X I got in 2020, right before the Series X came out. And then I got a Series X in 2022, and I still have that. And then I have a PS5 and everything. All that stuff. I have all the consoles, right? PS5, Series X, Switch, Switch 2. Although the Switch 2 is not in my room right now. But yeah, anyways.
For an unbox.
I do still have this box, though. I still have this box. It's still up in my collection of boxes. Like, I still have, like, all of my, like, all my important boxes. Like, I have my Wii U box, my Switch 2 box, my Series X box. Oh, just weird. My Series X box. Not, you know what I'm trying to say, but the naming on that is kind of funky, the way you say it. Series Xbox, but you know what I mean. My PS5 box, I got a bunch of controller boxes up there. I got, again, a bunch of, like, motherboard boxes and cooler boxes and graphics card boxes and all kinds of boxes up there. Maybe I'll show them one of these days. Yeah, I still have this box, though, even though I don't have the console anymore. Oh, man, this thumbnail. Yeah, this was definitely when I was leaning into, like, trying to, like, copy, like, the thumbnail style more blatantly. Like, earlier on, I didn't really do that, and this time I'm just like, we're gonna use the font, we're gonna try and do, like, a similar aesthetic to, like, what the images would look like or whatever. Except this doesn't have, like, the black and white blurred filter or whatever they used to use. So it doesn't quite look like it, but it's my attempt at the time with the tools I had or whatever to do it.
It is time for the
Oh, the reverb!
Nintendo Update Radio.
Radio! This is a remix. I don't remember who made it, but I remember this remix. So yeah, so we got Mario Maker, Splatoon 1, Majora's Mask, Yokai Watch 2, the new 3DS, because that came out in 2015. Yokai Watch 2 didn't come out in 2015, but that's when I got it. And then I got one focused on Yokai Watch. Oh god, oh man. The robot!
This is part 2 of the review of 2015 on Nintendo ID Radio.
Oh man. Yeah, I got more Yokai Watch music. Oh man. Oh man. Now, why did I do a robot version? Because Jay did a robot version at one point, or at least I'm pretty sure he did. I don't remember what episode it was from, and I've rewatched all those old radio styles 1,000 times, and I don't remember what episode had the robot in it. But I know there was like at least a couple episodes where he did like the robot voice, so I had to do it too, because reasons. And then here's the last video of 2015. Hashtag end region locking. Pretty self-explanatory. Oh man, hey, remember when the 3DS had themes? Remember when a Nintendo console had themes? And they had, like, music and stuff? I know that's kind of an old, tired cliche at this point to talk about how, remember when we had themes, but still. Still, though. I mean, come on, look how nice that looks. That's Splatoon 1 theme. Yeah, it doesn't work. And then I put in the, like, I think some other game. And then, of course, it works. I don't know, some weird silent video. So yeah, that's all of 2015. And of course, we didn't watch every single video. We didn't watch them all the way through. But there's a smattering of some of my early 2015 stuff. Yeah, so that's how this channel started. All those years ago. With bad audio quality, bad image quality, bad voice. But hey, I was 15, and obviously, you gotta grow into this stuff. In more ways than one. So that is 2015. Now we have 2016. Now, this stream is going to be like 10 hours long if I go through like literally everything. I think now I will say this: the longer we go on, the less there's going to be to cover. Like 2015 and 2016 are probably the biggest in terms of like videos. So the longer we go on, it's going to be less stuff we're going to have to cover. So this is not going to be a 10-hour stream. I swear. I swear it won't be a 10-hour stream. But anyway, so let's go ahead and go all the way back here. Quick video on Nintendo in before the video. Oh yeah, this old thing. Was it? I think this was a text-to-speech video. I think this was one of the few. This was like a time when I tried doing text-to-speech, I think. There's the intro. I like this music track still. Again, if I could find like a proper, like, full quality file of that, that'd be nice. But I don't know what the name of the track is. All I know is that China Uncensored used it back in the day, like 8-9 years ago. That's all I really know. And also, I think there was a tech quickie that used it at one point, but there was never any credit in the description for it other than Epidemic Sound. So I assume it's from Epidemic Sound, and I don't have that. So again, I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever be able to find a proper quality version of that. Yeah, I believe this video was like text-to-speech.
Hello everyone, this is Nintendo Dictate. I bet you are wondering why I am using a text-to-voice translator. I am doing this because my brother won't get off my XBOX1, so
Oh man, how did I ever go through with this? So, first things first, I know people like to meme on it, but the "it's my turn on the Xbox" thing was real. First-hand experience, as you can tell. On my XBOX1. Oh, god damn it. This text-to-speech is so bad.
I can't record my voice like I usually do. Sorry if the translator messes somewhat up. Anyways, first I want to say
With some Black Ops 3 gameplay, obviously.
This year is going to have some major improvements on the channel, or at least that's what I want, assuming I can build my PC this year. Anyways,
which I did in like the summer. Man, this text-to-speech.
So I believe that Nintendo is going to have a huge year, but that's only if a certain console comes out this year.
Which it didn't. Which it did not, of course. We all thought it was. For the longest time, we thought it was, oh, it's totally coming out this year. And nope.
And of course I am referring to the NX. There
Yeah,
have plenty of rumors and patient leaks about this device, but realistically we know nothing about it. I still believe that it is coming out until 2017, but it will be announced.
And of course, it did come out in 2017. But I was already talking about that in 2015, so again, that wasn't really new for me. Oh yeah, this was back in the day when I used to have like this thumbnail thing that I tried to do for a while, where I would have like a little thing in the corner for certain types of videos. Like I had a controller and a box and, you know, the microphone. Like I tried to do that for a little bit, and then I eventually ditched it because for whatever reason. Yeah, I remember I did that on like these early 2015, early 2016 videos.
Will be Nintendo's biggest thing this year by far. But there is also a bunch of other things and possibilities, such as Pocket Tournament, SMTXA.
Did I say Pocket Tournament? I think I meant Pokken Tournament. Or maybe that was just the translator. Or maybe, I don't know.
Zelda Wii U, along with the much requested Pokemon Z and maybe even a new Real Metroid.
the most requested Pokemon Z. This text-to-speech is killing me. Pokemon Z. Yeah, back in the day when Pokemon Z was like the whole thing, and then of course it never happened.
Which would be launch title for
and then they used the name for, of course, the upcoming ZA. And the way they revealed that they knew what they were doing, because they had that Pokemon Legends, and then Z. It's like they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing with that.
Also,
it's not Z, but I knew they were trying to do that.
Mobile game on iOS and Android. Miitomo, which should be launching alongside My Nintendo in March 2016 worldwide. So this year will obviously blow away last year's bad performance in the latter half.
This year will obviously blow away last year's bad performance. In retrospect, 2015 was definitely the better year. 2016 was very much the Wii U on its deathbed. It was very much us just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for the NX, and it just never happening for the longest time. I mean, there was other things, and we had Star Fox Zero, we had Color Splash, we had other games by Federation Force, but as you can probably guess, all of those games are controversial to some way or another. I mean, we had Twilight Princess HD. Okay, we had that, I guess, but I don't know. 2016 was very much a filler year where we were just waiting for the NX. 2015 was definitely much better, because 2015 had, you know, we still had, you know, Smash DLC was still a regular thing. We had Splatoon 1, you know, that was a much bigger year for sure. We had Xenoblade X. 2015 was definitely, I think 2014 was definitely the Wii U at its peak. But 2015 was a relatively good year, I'd say, all things considered, but 2016 was very much the Wii U on its deathbed.
Year. Ultra Smash, Amiibo Festival, and of course there's a chance that Yokai...
Oh yeah, Amiibo Festival, that came out in 2015.
But I'll discuss that in a future discussion. Personally, there is only two things I want from Nintendo this year. A new Paper Mario game on Wii U or NX, and...
A new Paper Mario on Wii U or NX. Well, I got that. It wasn't, what, we wanted, but we got one. Now, I will say this. So, I did actually play Color Splash. Not when it came out, but I did rent it from Gamefly at one point. And you know what? It's a way better game than Sticker Star. Like, people like to trash on Sticker Star, and for what it's worth, even when it came out, I didn't think Sticker Star was a great game. It was definitely a game, even when it came out. But Color Splash is definitely much better. It's not the Thousand Year Door. It's not the first game. It's not even Super. But it was a big improvement over Sticker Star for sure. Like, I think Color Splash is a good Mario game. Note what I said there. I said a good Mario game. Not Paper Mario. Mario game. And I haven't played Origami King, but I assume it's in the same boat.
More Smash DLC, which I believe will happen. Reminder, this is Sakurai we are talking about. He is a rolling genius. So
Wait, what? Did I say will or will not happen for Smash
Smash
DLC?
DLC, which I believe will happen.
Oh, more. I think we'll get more Smash DLC, which I believe will happen. And remember, this is after Corn and Bayonetta were announced. This is after the final Smash event. And I said that I think it will happen?
Reminder, this is Sakurai we are talking about. He is a rolling genius. So
Did I say a proven genius? Or, I heard the genius part. I don't know what that first word was.
this is odiously going to happen, especially after people are disappointed with the ballot results.
Yeah, about that. Oh, we're totally gonna get another character, especially because people at the time were not very happy with Bayonetta being the final character. I mean, people did request her, to be clear, but she wasn't any of like the big top picks. Now, of course, we know now who actually won, but we didn't know that at the time. Because again, the whole thing was realizable characters, right? That's what Sakurai said. Realizable characters. And Bayonetta was the highest on the totem pole that was realizable at the time.
Anyways, that's all I have to say for now, as I don't feel like typing anymore right now. This is
I really shouldn't. Oh man, this text-to-speech.
Nintendo Dictate signing out.
Yeah. Yep. I was gonna say, why does the video, like, keep going after that point? Like, that was the end of it, technically. That was a one-time thing, and it was. I never did that ever again. So enjoy the remaining gameplay. Oh, okay. And then we have some black... Oh, yeah, so, yeah, capture card. Nope, I didn't have one yet. I ended up getting my first capture card I got in 2017. So yeah, this was just with the Twitch like recording thing or whatever. So yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory there. So here's another milestone moment: the very first episode of the Nincast proper. Nintendo Act 8 Radio/Radio Style was basically Season 0, but this is the first where it's called the Nincast. Now it still doesn't have the format that it would have later on. But this is the first episode. Nintendo Addict 8 presents a brand new series. He's like PowerPoint, like slide. Yeah, this was the logo I had for the first couple episodes. This was kind of the logo I had at first.
From our first discussion of 2016 on the Nincast.
The Nincast. Again, it's so blatant. It's so blatant. And there's the Y-Town music. I mean, I like it, but like, it's so blatant that it's a ripoff. There's like no subtlety. Like at all, that it's a ripoff. Again, it was never a problem, but it's so blatant. It's so blatant that it was a ripoff. Yeah, I was talking about this very first episode of the Nincast was about, you know, why E3 should be public, because back in the day E3 was on, you had to be in the industry to go see it. Now I believe 2016 was the first E3 where Joe Schmoes could actually get a shot at going. It was either that or 2017. One of the last couple of E3s when they were still like a big thing, you know, 2017, maybe 2018. I forget which one it was. Anyway, so yeah, that's the first episode. I'm not gonna listen to it.
Everyone, just wanted to show you.
So yeah, here's the PowerPoint template thing. Dude, you're so close to 100. Oh, 100 subscribers. So I guess this is when I reached 100 subscribers. So yeah, I talk about the, oh yeah, this. So, oh yeah, oh man. So yeah, basically my idea, again, was that, like, you know, hey, discussion videos will have this, and gameplay videos will have this, and that whole thing, right? You know, there's a little thing for every type of video. And of course, take a wild guess what type of video this was supposed to be. But yeah, so this didn't last very long. Yeah, live stream. Yeah, just showing off all the different ones I have for that. I don't have these anymore, unfortunately. Like I said earlier, when I transitioned to doing PowerPoint for all my thumbnails, I still have most of that stuff. I still have most of the files for all that stuff, but I don't have these, like, really early ones, like where I did all of these. I don't have them anymore. At least I don't think I do. So here's another unboxing video, although this one I think is done better than the last couple. Yeah, this case I got. It was a nice little case. Ready for Yokai Watch on the new 3DS.
This is what you get when you don't update the game.
Oh yeah, this video.
I just fell out of ship and I'm just flying infinitely. Yeah, I'm playing this on the Xbox One, by the way. I got EA Access to it finally, but because it's still downloading, it hasn't downloaded the newest update, so it's still on its original October 2013 patch or whatever, and it's 2016, and it doesn't even, and I just fell through the water.
So yeah, this is another thing where I talk about, like, Battlefield 4 at launch wasn't it was a kind of buggy game for people. I didn't start playing Battlefield 4 until, like, 2015 when the game was pretty much fixed, but still. But yeah, this was me playing the launch day version, apparently. Although, in retrospect, I have no idea how I did that, because when you download a digital game from Xbox, it gives you the most recent version, so I don't know how I really did that. What's this? So here's an episode of the Nincast that has gameplay footage in it. That's a rarity for the series. This is back, again, this is back before the format was, like, fully established into kind of what it would become. Let's see, yeah, Star Wars Battlefront looks very boring. It was good on the DS. This just looks like running backwards and forward and dying and shooting. Glad I have a Wii U. To be fair, this was my first time playing the game, so the footage wasn't very good. I mentioned the whole colors thing. So yeah, this was one where I have some Battlefront gameplay.
We're gonna be discussing a prediction I made.
This video did really well. 1,000 views. 1,000 views for a discussion video. Now, granted, it had gameplay in it, which probably helps. It's not just a PNG on a screen like they normally are. So that probably helps. But then again, I know that people will show up. Because the Series S video that I did a few months ago did pretty well. It didn't do 1,000 views, but it did like 300 views. It did pretty well. I even got a lot of comments. I was very, very happy with how that video was received and how it did pretty well. Which is a rarity. The discussion videos never do as well as that Series S video does. And this is obviously back in the day, you know, this is like 1,000 views. So yeah, talking about the Direct and NX stuff. Another Nincast episode. Sacred Froki, woo, a damn good video. I assure you it's probably not damn good. So the current topic, the Sega leaks. And I show a screenshot from the 2014 Zelda trailer. Okay, so I did a transition thing apparently at one point. I don't remember that. Because nowadays, for the longest time, the Nincast and the discussion videos in general have just been, here's an image, and we just do audio. There's no editing. There's no editing for these videos. But back in the day, I tried to do editing. I had little transitions and stuff. That's neat. I don't think I would go through that effort now, to be honest. I don't think that's worth it. But
So, yeah.
that was cool that I did that. But what's that from, by the way? I want to say that's from the first Paper Mario on the N64. That little transition sound. I think it's from that.
The leaked trailer, very
This probably was fake. I don't remember this at all. But I'm sure it was fake.
smartboard.
Yeah, that's cool though. That I had a little thing where it's like here, like that was cool that I like did stuff like this back then. Okay, of all these old videos that haven't aged well, this one has something going for that even I don't do nowadays. Because I don't really feel like going through the effort of doing stuff like that. But to be fair, most discussion videos are about one topic. This one was obviously an exception where I crammed multiple topics into it, so that's why I felt the need to do that. Whereas nowadays, we do a 30, 45 hour-long video on one topic. So I don't need to have transitions or anything. But yeah, that was another transition.
Yes, I'm finally discussing it. Let's waste no time in getting to the topic.
Those PowerPoint, PowerPoint transitions and everything.
Yes, I'm finally gonna talk about this yokai watch.
Oh, that's funny. I don't even put the current topic thing on this. I'm guessing it's because this is the last topic? No? Okay, I guess I just forgot. Never mind. I just forgot to put that for this one. There's nothing on the screen. Oh, never mind. Now I put it on the screen halfway through. So yeah, that's that episode. Quick note, I forgot to turn up the bitrate and resolution when I recorded this video. Sorry about the quality, it will be fixed in future videos. I don't know why I did the static. My gut feeling is, oh, well, Jay had the static, but he did that for transitions. This is not a transition, this is just like a beginning of the video thing. Also, the static is way more annoying than the static sound that is in his videos. So I don't really know what the static was about. I'm guessing I did it because Jay did it. But it doesn't really fit with this. And the sound is really annoying. As you can see by this comment. Yeah, I should not have done that.
Bandai camping.
So yeah, talking about some NX rumor. Obviously. Again, this is back in the day when that's all anyone cared about. That's all anyone cared about was just NX, 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 NX. That was all that mattered. And I'm still on Windows 8.1 for some reason on this computer. Probably because it ran faster. Let's see what it says. Nintendo NX exclusive gaming franchises like Mario, Zelda, connect with other Nintendos around the world via the Nintendo Network. Well, the Switch did not use the Nintendo Network. It has NSO. Gameplay flows between Nintendo NX console and Nintendo NX device, or handheld device. Well, I mean, I guess in a way that kind of ended up being true, but of course it's a hybrid, so maybe that's what they mean by that. Surf the web, earn and share gaming achievements, triumphs, and defeats with your gaming friends and the Nintendo gaming community. Now, I assume, now that can mean one or two things. That can mean like Twitch streaming, like built-in Twitch streaming, or that can mean achievements, like achievements, trophies, that kind of stuff. Now, it could be either one of those, but it doesn't matter because neither of those things happened. I mean, we had the gameplay record, like the 30-second gameplay recording function, but that was it. There was no built-in like Twitch streaming or YouTube streaming type stuff, and there was no achievement system. We still don't have an achievement system on the Switch too. We still don't have it. Not that I'm too fussed about that personally. I think there's bigger fish to fry than having achievements on a system-wide level, but obviously it should be there at this point. Surf the web or make video calls on your TV. Neither of those things happen. The Switch famously does not have a built-in web browser. Well, it has a built-in web browser, but it's not publicly available. You have to use Homebrew to use it. And of course, there's no camera with the Switch 1. The Switch 2 has a camera add-on, of course, but the Switch 1 did not have that. So there was no built-in camera, there was no camera add-on, there was no webcam compatibility. None of that was a thing on the Switch 1, so that was a fail. Supports 4K 60 video streaming. Yeah, about that. About that. Yeah, nope. Not even close. The Switch maxed out at 1080p for everything. Whether it was gaming, streaming, nothing. You couldn't even watch YouTube at 4K on the Switch because it was a 1080p console. It was HDMI 1.4. We only just now, just now, have a Nintendo console that can do any amount of 4K whatsoever. And it's long overdue, but at least we have it now. We should have had a Switch Pro years ago, but at least we have the Switch 2 now. But yeah, 4K 60 video streaming. Now, I assume by that they mean, like, you know, watching Netflix, watching YouTube, not the Twitch streaming thing. Because Twitch still isn't 4K, and it wasn't 4K back then. Gameplay graphics at 900p 60. Because this was back in the day when there was the whole, you know, the Xbox One is 720p 900p, and the PS4 is 1080p. That was back during that era. So, that was kind of a contentious thing back then. Then what's in the box? What's in the box? Nintendo NX console. No, really? And then we have sensor bar. And then game controller, HDMI cable. So yeah, obviously this leak is a whole bunch of nonsense for the most part. But yeah. But yeah, so. I believe YouTube said they're going to update, because right now the YouTube app that was released for the Switch 1 does not work on the Switch 2, but they're going to be updating it to work on the Switch 2, and I assume when that happens, they're going to allow, you know, 4K video, finally. So again, it's nice that we'll have it now. But yeah, 2016, yeah, we're only just now getting 4K video on Switch, on a Nintendo system, or 4K anything. It's long overdue. So this is me running VLC on the Xbox One. That's all this is. Nothing more to say about it.
So,
apparently something about Time Warner Cable. This was actually right before Time Warner Cable shut down. Time Warner Cable, right? We had Time Warner Cable at the time. Of course, they merged with Charter in 2016, like a few months after this. And of course, they became Spectrum, which is what they are now. But, yeah, so something about Yokai Watch on that. Another episode of the Nincast.
If you don't know,
Paper Mario, Wii U, GameStop, and oh yeah, the price of localization. I remember this. This was a series I was gonna do, and I think only like half materialized. Because again, like I said before, if you were around back in the day, then you will know that I really did not like the dub of Yokai Watch. I didn't like how kidified it was, for lack. That's like the best term I could think of. I did not like how. Which feels funny in retrospect, considering it's a kids anime at its core, even if I didn't want to admit that at the time. I didn't like how, like, okay, you know what? No. I have a better word for it. I didn't like how they kids Yokai Watch, where they changed a bunch of names and they pretended the game wasn't Japanese. They changed the map and they said it's in the U.S. even though it's clearly in Japan. Like, I didn't like all of that. I didn't like the voices. I didn't like a lot of the stuff involving the dub and the localization. So this was kind of my response to that. That was what that kind of was about. Corrin and Bayonetta to be released on February 3rd. The end of the hype train.
brothers, for both Nintendo 3DS.
Oh, I'm mentioning the thing.
What Masahiro Sakurai suggested was the
Oh god, I'm trying to do a whole thing.
specific idea to make Smash Brothers for both Nintendo 3DS and Wii U.
Nintendo 3DS and Wii U. Again, I've never forgotten that. That's how he said it. I don't know why I'm bringing that up, though, in the video. But yeah, talking about how, yeah, the last couple characters there. Let's see. Mother 3 and NX rumors. Response to comment. I don't know what comment, of course. New logo. I'm guessing, like, new logo for the channel, not new logo for the series, of course, because the logo is still the same. Let's see. Review of 2015 Part 3. It's a bit late, don't you think? Okay. Oh, here's the PlayStation TV unboxing. I mentioned this. See, I got this for Corpse Party Blood Drive, and I never ended up getting it. And I was also supposed to get a couple other games. Like this is long before I got into Persona, but I knew about Persona at this time, right? Like, I was first introduced to Persona in 2013 through an old, Game Trailers had this series called, like, Pop Secret, I believe is what it was called. I really liked it back in the day. And, they did an episode on, like, the Yosuke's eye glitch in, like, the PS2 version, and that's when I first found out about Persona. And they mentioned in that video the famous, like, Persona 5 Chairs trailer and stuff. So I knew about Persona long before I got into it. I didn't get into it until 2019 when I finally got a PS4. I could play Persona 5. And I got into the series from there, and now it's, like, one of the big series for me that's not Nintendo. But, yeah.
I'll go ahead and put
But yeah, so I got this PlayStation TV. I didn't end up doing much with it. The only game I bought on it was FF7. That was basically it. I never got that very far in it, unfortunately. I still need to work on it. Like I mentioned earlier how I need to play Rebirth, but I still need to finish like OG FF7. I never finished it. I've started and stopped it a couple of times on different consoles, but I've never gotten around to actually finishing it. So yeah, there's that. Rant on censorship in Nintendo games.
Before the video starts, I need to make a big disclaimer. Number one, this entire video and this entire rant is all my opinion, and my opinion alone. So, you know, just making that clear right now, because I know many of you will have your own opinions, and that's great. In fact, I think I say this in the video, just kind of get it out there now. If any of you have anything to say on any of these two subjects I'm going to talk about, then I'd like to hear your opinion on it in the comments. You know, it doesn't have to be fancy or anything, you know, just make a comment, because, you know, I'd like to know. I would genuinely like to know, especially because that troll is now gone from the comments section. Or at least, to
Got
my
a couple of
knowledge,
comments in here, as you can see.
he's going to troll on this video, but the point is, I don't know, no one's been way...
Then we got footage of Rise of the Tomb Raider. So yeah, oh yeah, people complaining about Xbox games on PC. Yeah, this was back when, this was like the early stages of Microsoft moving away from Xbox being a box that matters, if that makes any sense. Right? I mean, I still like the Xbox. I mean, I have a Series X after all. But yeah, this is the beginning of like the Xbox doesn't, quote, matter anymore. This is like the beginning of that era. Obviously, it's accelerated a lot since then with the whole multi-platform push. But this is, you know, when they, you know, now you don't have to buy an Xbox to play Xbox games. You can play them on PC. This is the beginning of that, and it was obviously a big controversy at the time. Even I had kind of mixed opinions on whether or not I thought that was a good idea or not. But I talk about, yeah, this is back in the day. This is back in the day. It's the rant on censorship in Nintendo games thing. This is back in the day when, when treehouse localizations were very infamous. Sometimes it still flares up. I know that Fire Emblem Engage has a kind of controversial localization, but generally speaking, like, that stopped mattering once the Switch era started for the most part, until maybe, like, recently. But yeah, this was, like, a big thing back in, like, because there was the whole controversy about, like, you know, Xenoblade X and how it removed, like, the boob slider or whatever. Like, you know, stuff like that. Or how Fire Emblem Fates had, like, a mini game that they removed. Like, that was a big controversy at the time. So I'm sure that's what I talk about that.
Okay,
There's another Yokai Watch 2 thing. There's a Let's Play, a bad Let's Play, that never ended getting very far. Future Nintendo Direct predictions. No gameplay for this one. And then there's a part 2, Nintendo account. Oh, yeah, this is like a thing where I show off all the Yokai Watch stuff. I have... at the time. No, what's funny is that someone from my high school saw this video. Because they knew I had a YouTube channel, because I mentioned it to them at one point, and they said, oh yeah, I saw your most recent video where you showed off all your Yokai Watch stuff, because they knew I was in the Yokai Watch. So yeah, I just show that off. So yeah, see, Pokemon Direct announcement. Pokemon game leaked. I changed the thumbnail on that.
Hey, this is Nintendo.
Is this the one? Yeah, it is. Here it is. I mentioned earlier that, like, Jay commented. So yeah, this is one of, like, his early comments on my channel. Jay helped me out with that. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've had this problem a couple of times since then. The whole error code thing. I didn't really know what I was doing back then. But he helped me out with that, so that was really cool of him. See, we got that in there. Hey, look, the computer works. Yeah, he mentions, yeah, you can search up the service manual. Yeah, I have gone to like the actual manual just to have all the codes in the past. But yeah, I didn't have that at the time. But yeah, so yeah, shout out to Jay for helping me with that at the time.
Hey,
March Nintendo Direct announced. Oh yeah, I forgot about Puni. Vision. Okay. Oh, here's a video. Here's a video. My thoughts on and defending Paper Mario Color Splash, and I have the salt in the thumbnail. Oh boy. This video, I don't feel like I should have made. In retrospect, I know why I made it. But I would never make this kind of video nowadays, right? I would never make a video like this nowadays. Oh yeah, that's like the yeah, that. Like if you were streaming the Twitch on the Xbox One and there was like nothing happening, that's like the screen it would show. Yeah, it's like this is the Division beta, as you can see. So yeah, just talking about that. As you can see, there was one person who really was not thrilled with my take on it at the time. Plus, the Wii U is at step and no one's going to play it. Now, that is absolutely correct. Color Splash came out in, like, October of 2016. It was, like, the last game outside of Breath of the Wild. And, like, because of that, it really didn't get... Especially because of all the controversy and everything, yeah. But, yeah, I wish we could get a 1,000 Year Door sequel. But I'm not sure because Miyamoto is screwing up all his franchises. Yeah, this is back in the day when, like, Miyamoto was pretty controversial because of Star Fox Zero and stuff. At this point, people like are past that, but at the time, he was definitely at his most divisive. I think the reason why there wasn't a 1,000 Year Door sequel is because they're saving it for the NX. If only I knew we were gonna get a remake eventually in like 2024, which I still haven't played, by the way. I'll get around to playing it one of these days, but I'm waiting on a patch. I'm hoping it gets like a 60 FPS patch first. Because we're saving it for the NX because the Wii U is basically dead. See the reference Russo on the NX, or at least a 1,000 Year Door remake. Did I technically predict the 1,000 Year Door remake in 2016? No. I'm not going to go that far, but it's funny that I brought it up. Because one of the producers at E3 behind Color Splash said they would make a 1,000 Year Door remake if there was enough demand for it. And the rest is history. So yeah, there's 18 likes, but I can assure you, again, for some reason it's not showing the rest of the dislikes. Even though, again, I have the plugin turned on. I'm not signed in, to be fair, but still. Point is, there's a lot of dislikes. I think there's like 15 dislikes on this video. So that was definitely a controversial video for sure.
Stuff out of the way.
Oh, here's one. This one's, you can see the dislikes on this one. So this right here is the oldest video on the channel that's still public. Right? Everything up until this point has been unlisted. This is still public because this is a video that I think is totally fine. There's nothing really wrong with it. I think it's fine, so I've kept it up. It's also way better than the unboxings that came out before it. It wasn't perfect. I mean, as you can see, the lighting is not great in this first part, but... See, this is when I got my Japanese new 3DS. Or as it was called, the LL in Japan. Instead of the XL. See, this unboxing was way better than the ones that came before, and that's why I'm like, yeah, I'm going to keep this one up. Right? And it still has 20 likes. I'm not really sure why it has that many dislikes. I mean, I can understand the other videos getting dislikes. I totally get that. But this one, I think this one's totally fine. I really don't see why this one would get that many dislikes. But maybe it was just like, but maybe this has dislikes because of this video. It might be because of that. I don't know. So yeah, setting it all up, and then I got part 2. Again, both of these videos are still public. They're not hidden whatsoever. They're still very much publicly out there. So yeah, got a Yokai Watch theme there. And then I have like testing like a demo for like Triforce Heroes or whatever. So yeah. Playing Yokai. Oh yeah, the Hyrule Warriors Legends demo that ran really poorly on the original 3DS. So yeah, those videos are still public. I still think those videos are mostly fine. I mean, obviously they're old videos, but I think they've aged a lot better than the ones we've seen before this point, so I'm okay having that one be public. Plus, it's got a decent amount of views on it. So you got some, call it more zombies footage. So you direct thoughts on direct discussion. This one has gameplay as well. Again, a lot of these like videos have like Black Ops 3 gameplay because I was playing that a lot at the time.
Hey everyone,
The Wii U to be discontinued in late 2016. This one got over 1,000 views. This one did pretty well. It also, I believe this one had a good amount. But yeah, this one was definitely. This one got a good amount of comments too. Now this technically did not happen. But it may as well, because the Wii U was discontinued in January of 2017, 2 months before the Switch came out. So it may as well have been late 2016. Nintendo denies rumor that we're killing off the Wii U. And we all know, no one believed that. Yeah, exactly. See, yeah, because they said long ago that the NX won't replace neither the 3DS, neither the Wii U. Yes, that's true, but remember a long time ago, they said the DS wouldn't replace the GBA. See? Even back then, I was bringing that up. That whole third pillar thing is a whole bunch of nonsense. Anytime they try and do the third pillar nonsense, it's like no one believes them. No one believes them. YouTube hiatus thing. It's got some Terraria gameplay. Is ORAS region free? No, it is not. I'm not even sure why I made this video, honestly. In retrospect. NX to be released in March 2017. I called it. We're just straight up going for it with that one. The next generation of Nintendo is coming March 2017. So this was April of 2016 when that happened.
yeah,
There's some Battlefield 4 gameplay.
that as of now pretty much owned.
Nintendo NX and Zelda news, also talking about how Zelda is now officially delayed to like 2017 or whatever. Yokai Watch 2 confirmed. Oh, here we go though. This is so here is when I first built my computer. This is the case and CPU. Hyper 212 Evo, of course, a very classic CPU cooler that a lot of people used back in the day. Yeah, the Corsair Spec 01. This was my case for 2 years. Then in October of 2018, I replaced it with the case I have now, which is an NZXT like H500.
It's got
That's the case I've been using for the last 6 years. This was my original case.
the motherboard. Yeah, they didn't have that one. They didn't have any of the.
Yeah, I didn't have the motherboard I wanted at the time. Which is why this video is only about the case and the CPU cooler. I was getting like stuff one at a time.
Alternatives.
Because I went to Micro Center to get all this stuff. This was my first time going to Micro Center.
There's a ton of X99. Is the RAM from the old
Yeah, there's the old computer. There's the old computer over there.
D coming out.
So yeah,
Oh yeah, and of course this. But I'm not gonna take this out of the box because I mean.
so yeah, you get the idea. So that's the first part of that. Oh, I haven't heard that jingle in forever. I wonder if they still use it. So that's just a re-upload. This is some music. My thoughts on E3 2016. I believe this has Halo 5 gameplay.
You know,
Yes, it's Halo
was, like,
5.
coming on, it's like, you know, Orlando, whatever. Like, yeah, you know, just a minor.
I was talking about, I think I was mentioning the thing about how at the time there was the whole Orlando club shooting, and like all three of the big three like made statements about it. Like Reggie talked about it, Sean Layden talked about it, Phil Spencer talked about it. I think that all of them talked about it, and I was talking about that.
Complaint, I know.
And my guess is I was all like stop wasting time on this. Is probably what I was talking about. My guess.
I might get dislikes for saying this. I'm gonna sound insensitive, but I'm sorry, but I just have to bring it out. I am sick and tired of everyone talking about the Orlando thing.
Yeah, so I'm complaining that they're talking about it essentially.
whoopity-doo, it happened. Can we get over it? Like,
that does sound pretty blatant, doesn't it? Like, I would never say that kind of thing nowadays, right?
like every single.
To be fair, though, back in the day, I was a lot more blatant when it came to certain things. Like, I was a lot more, like, just, like, if I didn't like something, I would just be like, hit the ground running. But that's not something I really do anymore. Yeah. But obviously, I was 16 at the time, so.
I watched all of them. EA, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, Ubisoft. I say Ubisoft. I watched every single conference, and every single one of them. The first 5 minutes was, we want to pay respects to the.
So you get the idea. Basically, I just rant about that for the first like 5 or 10 minutes, because back in the. I mean, obviously, we don't like it when the directs and presentations have time taken up by stuff that isn't relevant. And that hasn't changed, I will say that. Like, people complain when like there's quote filler stuff taking up the real announcements. Like how people talk about like what directs and stuff, how the whole farming simulator and JRPG meme that was a thing a few years ago. Like, I get that, and I totally understand why I felt this way back then, especially. But obviously, it's like, okay, it's not that serious. But I don't know, what are you gonna do? This is how I felt at the time. Although I don't think we've had anything like that since. I don't think we've had a big gaming event where like a real life event is brought into it. The closest thing we've had to that since this event was, I believe, in 2020 when the whole George Floyd stuff was happening, and Sony delayed the PS5 event because of it, and that was really controversial, of course, because people were really annoyed that you're delaying the event for something that isn't relevant to the PS5. I think that's the last, but that wasn't the same thing as this, because this wasn't an event being delayed. This was just them acknowledging an event during the event itself, which they did not do, by the way, in the PS5 event, from what I remember. Right, and that was in 2020, so that was 5 years ago. I don't think they mentioned any of the stuff that was going on at the time. I don't think that was mentioned in the events themselves, in the stream itself. But they mentioned it on Twitter beforehand, and they mentioned, we're going to delay it because we want, more important voices to be heard or whatever, and that was obviously very controversial for them to do. Yeah. So, getting past that whole thing at the beginning, though, I mean, I'm guessing I talk about, what else do I talk about?
It blew my mind, too. I thought there was no way Nintendo was going to get anywhere good with just showing off Zelda. No matter how good Zelda is, that could not be enough. But apparently it was, and the game will paid off, because number one, it was my favorite game of the whole show, which is a surprise, because I'm going to talk about what happened at Sony's conference that disappointed me. And it's just...
I mean, I know I said this earlier, but Sony's 2015 event was really, really good. And the 2016 one, for me, was eh. It had God of War. But that wasn't a big deal to me. So. Which I'm sure I'll get to. But anyways, the point is, I'll talk about E3 2016 in this one. Now, here's a big one. Here's a big one right here. Important announcement, channel name change. June 30th, 2016. This is when I officially ditched Nintendo Addict 8 in favor of Logan589XP. This is when that happened. And I don't think I had the logo at the time. I had a different logo, but it didn't take long for the current logo to be more or less established. But yes, this is me talking about that. So that's when that happened. The Nincast Mega Edition, and that's the last episode of season 1 of the Nincast. Here's an iconic stream right here. This is an iconic stream. This is one I know Tyler Thunder, basically every time he shows up, he'll be like, hey, remember the Sonic stream? So this is a very iconic stream. So yeah, this is the logo I had during this like period of time before I had the one I have now. Yeah, this is the famous Sonic event with Tostitos and the audio issues, but this had Sonic Mania and Sonic Forces, and Sonic Mania in particular, but that was a really big deal at the time. So that's an iconic stream right there. Here's another stream. So this is the beginning of like my actual streams. Like this is the beginning of my actual streams, right? Like in actually decent quality. As you can see, I still used a webcam back then. Again, I don't use a webcam now. This is obviously an exception because it's the anniversary stream, but this is back when I used the webcam. Oh yeah, this was a futile effort. The whole sub Yokai Watch 2. This was such a like,
Hey everyone, this is
why did I even do this? I knew this was going to be failed from the get-go. But I tried anyway. Again, this is how passionate I was against like the dub and the English version of the Yokai Watch. That I had this futile effort of like, let's force them to make the game with no changes at all. And of course that didn't do anything.
Hey everyone, this
So here's another PC video. This is, I believe, so building and setting up the PC. So this is the full fat actual thing. So here's the motherboard. So yeah, the Gigabyte Z1 gaming. Yeah, the Z170X Gaming 5 from Gigabyte.
Just put it over here.
This was the motherboard I had up until I went to AM4 in 2021. So I had an i5 6600K with this motherboard, and then I got a 7700K, so I can max out the motherboard. And then eventually in 2021, I wanted to get a 5900X. But they were unobtainium at the time. I tried everything in my power to get one, couldn't get one. And eventually I just was like, you know, I'll just get a 3900X and that's good enough, and I'll just get a 5950X later to make up for it. And then I ended up doing it, which is what I have today. So right now I'm running AM4, 64 gigs of RAM, 5950X, and a 6900 XT. So I'm pretty good on the PC specs at the moment. But yeah, where's the box for the CPU? CC RAM. Oh. Okay, so I have it up, apparently. Or is this the old computer?
Shuggy, come on! This is a new computer. Well,
Okay, never mind. This is on the new computer. Oh yeah, I actually do remember this wallpaper. Yeah, this is the Yokai Watch 3 wallpaper. I actually do distinctly remember this being the wallpaper I had when I first did all this. See, I don't see the... Oh, here's the BIOS. Here's the BIOS. They eventually updated this BIOS to be like more modern. But this is what it was when I had it. Or at the time, rather. So yeah, I think what you just saw was like my old, like, you just transplanting the hard drive to make sure it worked with the old computer. But now I'm installing off of like a proper clean install, as you can see. Of yeah, Windows 8 apparently.
Let's stop with the tripod now.
I'm not sure why Windows 8. Oh, there's some VHS tapes. I still have those VHS tapes. See, I'm not sure why I have Windows 8 on here and not Windows 10. Because it got Windows 10 not long after. I probably just did Windows 8 first just for the heck of it. And because I had a CD of it laying around.
It's
Time for the... sorry. Time for the... Yeah. So here's the first episode of Season 2. When I had, like, this thumbnail was kind of the thing for these early episodes of Season 2.
time for another episode of the Nincast.
It's so blatant. Man. We've already talked about that plenty. What is this again? This is a Zelda track, I think, right? Oh, this is Triforce Heroes. I'm like, I know this song. Well, track. It's not a song because there's no singing, but that's from Triforce Heroes.
Hey everyone.
Nintendo Direct announced. This is the 3DS Direct. There's the stream for it. Look at that old YouTube Studio interface. You can see I got the Yokai Watch metal icon right there. That's what I used for like a good year, I would say, until I adopted the icon I have now.
Time for another episode of the Nincast.
Okay, that's a bit blatant. That's a bit loud. Also, why am I using that? Why am I using the GoldenEye theme? Why am I using that for a video talking about Yokai Watch and the 3DS Direct?
The PS4 Pro has been announced.
What the?
Nintendo randomly unveils a new Mario game for mobile.
Oh, okay. Again, it's me doing the stupid altered voice thing again, except this time it's not really a robot, it's like something different for the intro bit. Yeah, thoughts on today's announcements. Yeah, there's the PS4 Slim, PS4 Pro, iPhone 7, and Super Mario Run. Sukiyaki, which is the third version of Yokai Watch. That theme is still pretty good. I will stand by that. Gara Gara Po is still a classic, even though I haven't listened to it in a long time. But anyways, so yeah, this was kind of the end of my Yokai Watch journey. This was kind of the end. Like, after this point, I kind of stopped paying attention and stopped caring, and I eventually just stopped. And then eventually I just completely checked out. This was kind of the end. This was kind of when the Yokai Watch era for me ended, was with the review of the dub of the first movie. And the reason why I did this video is because, again, like I said, I really did not like the dub, but I wanted to give the dub a chance for the movie. So I went and saw the movie. When I say I went and saw the movie, I meant I went and saw it. You see how it says a special one-day event? Yeah, this was run by, like, Fathom Events. They do a bunch of special events in theaters. They're the ones that do the Studio Ghibli Fest, like, every year. I went to this at our theater, and I watched this in the cinema. Probably one of the 2 people that did, but I did that. And you know what? I actually liked it. I liked the dub. I'd seen the movie in Japanese a couple of times already, but I watched it in English, and this was definitely, at least when I was involved with the franchise, this is when the dub was at its peak. This was definitely better than, like, the dub for the show, even though it's all the same actors. But I felt like it was actually a decent dub. I still liked the Japanese version more, but I definitely liked this one a lot more than, like, the regular dub of the show. And I think that's one of the reasons why this was the moment when I walked away. 'Cause it's like, hey, the dub ended on a good note for me. This is the moment where I walk away from the franchise, just in general. Because I was already kind of losing interest in the series in general, even the Japanese version at this point. Like, I never played Yokai Watch 2 English. I never watched anything. Like this was the end of my Yokai Watch era. This was, like, the end of this. After this, I pretty much stopped. Like, I pretty much was done with the series. But it ended on a good note. The dub of the first movie, at least when I saw it, and I've only saw it the once. I only saw the dub the once. I remember it being a lot better than I thought it would be. So, there's that. And what timing, because right as the Yokai Watch era comes to a close, comes careening in the beginning of the Switch era. The long-awaited reveal of the NX with the famous screenshot of Mario behind the curtain and all that stuff. Be among the first to discover NX. Watch the preview trailer at 7 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Now, of course, I think, did I stay up for this? Or did I, I don't know if I stayed up or I woke up early. I want to say I stayed up for it. And then I went to bed after, which is what I normally do for these nowadays. But this is forever ago, so I'm not really sure. But yeah, this is the iconic, hey look, the NX is finally happening. There's the Mario with the curtain. And then here's the stream, which of course, originally it was called the NX reveal stream, but of course I renamed it after the fact and changed the thumbnail after the fact at one point to, obviously, Switch, because it's the Switch. But yeah, this was definitely, this was something. And we didn't get this with the Switch 2, right? Because the Switch 2, they just dropped out of nowhere. I mean, by that point, it was like leaked to high heaven. Like, we knew what the console looked like, and pretty much we knew about the mouse functionality. They waited too long. Nintendo waited, like, they should have revealed it in October, and they didn't. They waited until January, when it was way too late. But because of that, there was no build-up. They didn't. Not only was there no build-up, generally speaking, at least in a sense, but more importantly, there was no, hey, tune in tomorrow. They just dropped the trailer with no build-up. So there was no. That's why I didn't do a reaction stream to it. Is because there was no. It just happened. Like I just woke up and it was like, oh, there's the Switch 2 trailer. I mean, I recorded a reaction for it still, but yeah. Yeah, so this is the iconic, yeah, hold on a second. Alright. But yeah, the iconic reveal trailer. You know, you can see with desire. Yeah, the iconic reveal trailer, that was right here. I was there when it happened. I can say I was there. Again, it's not saying much, but again, this was a bigger deal than the Switch 2 was frankly ever going to be. But yeah, but the lead up to the NX though was crazy. You really had to have been there for the whole journey to really understand it. Yeah. So when's the trailer happen? NX hype, Red Dead for NX. Yeah, people are thinking, is it going to be on Twitch? Is it going to be wherever? And then here it is. So yeah, someone in the chat spoiled it for me.
Screw it.
Yeah, someone in the chat said, I checked it, it's called Nintendo Switch.
I'm gonna watch it. Because of course I'm going to, but it's like people already told me what the thing is. First look at Nintendo's...
Which, 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago. Yeah, so yeah, that's obviously an iconic moment right there. You can see I'm talking with Dylan there on Skype. Rip Skype. Of course, it died earlier this year after a long, prolonged kind of decline. But yeah, and then we have a discussion video with Ender. This was the very first discussion video that wasn't just myself. This was also with someone else. Ender was a Yokai Watch friend from back when I was into that series. In fact, as you can see, his icon, because he had commented on it, has never changed. Although he hasn't uploaded to YouTube in a long time. I did talk to him a few years ago on Discord, but I haven't interacted with him in a long time on a regular basis, really. But yeah, he was someone I liked talking to on Twitter, back when I was on Twitter and stuff, talk about Yokai Watch, Nintendo stuff. And yeah,
Before the video begins, just want to say a few things, like a quick disclaimer. One, this video is an hour long, so...
Also, the audio is way too loud.
If you are a big fan... Yeah, that's all you have to do. You don't have to change...
So yeah, we talk about that, and there's two parts to it.
Hey everyone, before the video starts, just want
Now here's a problem. The audio for the second part is completely scuffed. Listen.
to do a quick, talk about a few little
There's
things.
two audios overlaying each other.
We record this like...
The Game Freak. Wait, never mind. Okay, yeah, not Game Freak. Okay, so yeah. Maybe they'll release more, but this...
Yeah, the audio's kind of scuffed there at the beginning. Yeah, the PlayStation experience. I didn't get to watch the whole thing because I had to leave. I believe I had to leave like partway through, I think. Or did I? Wait, what? Or was it the Game Awards? No, it was the Game Awards I had to leave for, not this, because my brother had like some thing we had to go to. Because yeah, there's the Last of Us Part 2 reveal at the end. Unboxing and testing for the 1070. I didn't get the 1070 until like December. It was before Christmas though, but yeah. And this was my graphics card up until 2022. So I had it for a good while. It had its time. So we're playing Doom 2016. And then the future of the channel is in early 2017. This is an endcast. Okay, so so that's 2016. You know, that didn't take us as long as 2015, obviously. This stream's been going on for quite a while here. So we've gone on for quite some time, but there are still some things I want to cover. Now, past 2016, I think it's going to go by a lot faster.
Okay.
This is going to be a lot faster. Yeah, Switch presentation, live reaction, of course. when that happened. So yeah, this is the last press conference Nintendo has ever done. They've never done one since.
7, 6, 5.
So we got that there. We had, of course, the discussion with Ender. There's a bunch of these like shadow play recordings I did at the time on PC for whatever reason. So like, here's, you know, Battlefield 4 campaign at 1440p ultra settings or whatever. And it is actually 1440p recording. And I have it for Titanfall 1, RIP Titanfall 1. Titanfall 1 is still my favorite. Everyone talks about Titanfall 2, how great Titanfall 2 is, especially the campaign. And Titanfall 2 is a good game. But Titanfall 1 will always be my favorite. I just prefer the gameplay of Titanfall 1 over 2. But unfortunately, Titanfall 1, I should say. Titanfall 1 does not have a PS4 version. It was only on Xbox One, 360, and PC. And the game got delisted a few years ago. I believe the servers still work, but I haven't played it since it got delisted, because I played it through EA Access, now EA Play. Maybe one of these days I'll get like a cheap disc copy, but I don't know if there's anyone still playing it. But I really like Titanfall 1. Titanfall 2 is good and all, but Titanfall 1, I really, really like Titanfall 1. And this was me playing the PC version of it, of course, at 1440p. Got another part of that Switch presentation discussion, and also the Fire Emblem Direct that happened not long after. More Shadow Play stuff, Battlefield 1, Black Ops 3, Custom Zombies, World at War Zombies, Brawl and Dolphin. Nintendo Direct, April, no, Nintendo Direct.
Okay.
Discord has not changed, has it? This is 2017, this is 8 years ago. And it looks exactly the same as it does today. It has not changed, like, basically ever, it feels like. There's another comment from Tyler here. So yeah, this is, oh yes, this is the first Switch era Direct that had, like, the format, like, look at that. Like, that's the current, like, you know, styling that we have to this day. It hasn't really changed since then. Although the 2017 Directs did this thing where they would like spoil what's happening next for some weird reason, and they went back on that in 2018 because that was always kind of like annoying how like they would spoil what's happening next, like kind of killing the hey Pikmin, kind of killing the hype. So yeah, this is the one that introduced the current logo. Now the one they had on Twitter was this logo, that like the Wii U 3DS logo, but this is the Direct that properly introduced the current Nintendo Direct logo that we've had for the last 8 years, and they are probably not going to change anytime soon. So again, Brawl and Dolphin, another Direct discussion with Ender, more Black Ops 3 Doom, ARMS Direct reaction plus a Splatoon trailer. ARMS Direct discussion with Sacred Froki. Yeah, he was on one. Yeah, he was on a couple of these at the time. Amazing video. It's like the Obama medal thing. It's kind of what that was. But, yeah, I had this wallpaper for like a good year. Like, this is a very good wallpaper, right? I mean, this is iconic, right? You know, this is on the title screen, I believe. This is one of the title screen wallpapers, right? You have Link climbing up the mountain with the watercolor background. What we got? So yeah, we got Vegas 14. So yeah, so at this point I was messing around with Vegas, but that was not the legit copy of Vegas. I ended up getting a legit copy later, because Humble Bundle. And every time they've done a Humble Bundle and there's been a new version, I've gotten it. So I have like Vegas like 14, 15, 16. They didn't have 17, but then they had 18, 19, and then they skipped 20, and now the newest version is 21. Now, the current version of Vegas I use is 18 because of a plugin I use that really only works properly on 18 is the newest version. But I have like official legit keys for like Vegas 14 through 21 basically because of Humble Bundle where they like give it out for like 20, 30 bucks every year. It's an absolute steal, you know. Plus there's other programs in there too, but anyway. Rocket League, Paladins, Freedom Planet demo, the old Discord logo, Terraria, Minecraft, Black Ops 3, Audacity, World at War, Titanfall, Crisis 3. So yeah, Pokemon Direct. Back when it wasn't Pokemon Presents. EA Play reaction, Xbox E3 reactions. Yeah, all the different. Yeah, oh yeah, Mixer. Remember Mixer? Remember Mixer, man. Now Mixer was actually the place to watch for this because it was only in 4K on a Mixer. Yeah, crossplay announced for Minecraft. PlayStation E3 2017. Now you might say, where is the E3 2017 stream for Nintendo? That was a big E3 for Nintendo. In fact, I would argue that E3 2017 was the last year. That was the last proper actual E3 from Nintendo. 2018, I think squeaks by because of Smash. But 2019 and 2021 were just regular directs that just happened to be at E3. They didn't feel special. That didn't mean we didn't get good announcements from them. We of course did, but it wasn't the same. This was the last E3 that felt like an E3 outside of 2018. And this one had Pokemon coming to consoles. This one had Prime 4, a game that's still not out. It's still not out all these years later, although it will be coming out probably in the next few months, finally. But but yeah. So yeah, here's my first ever Elgato capture. So I got an Elgato Game Capture HD. The original Game Capture HD, not the 60, not the 60 Pro, although I did end up getting a Pro later on. But this is just the original that I got for backwards compatibility with like GameCube and stuff. So yeah, I have some tests of that. Road to Splatoon 2 with Dylan, and then here is the revival and the proper iteration of Wombo Combo Wednesdays as it was supposed to be in 2015. And then this went on to be a thing for like about 10 episodes or so. This one had Dylan, then this one had like Sacred Froakie, HG Hydra was on one of them. So yeah, we got some more random gameplay things here. Splatoon Direct and discussion reaction, for Luigi's Mansion stuff, Splatfest world premiere stream. Got some more random clips here of just like Elgato capture stuff. Episode 4. HG Hydra, your shulk was hurting my soul. I need to clean this thing.
So I noticed that my computer's getting a lot warmer than it normally does, and I noticed...
So yeah, that's what it looked like all put together, basically. So I had that DVD drive. I don't have that drive anymore. I got rid of it when I got rid of the case. Although I still have an optical drive, like I mentioned at the very beginning of the stream. I have a Blu-ray burner, an LG Blu-ray burner, and I have like all the burnable medias right here. I showed this earlier, but I have like all the Blu-ray, DVD, CD, and I do actually use them. Let's get Windows 7 back up over here. There we go. Yeah, the EVGA case badge and all that. So yeah, maybe I have to clean the computer. More Wombo Combo Wednesdays. Again, I think from this point onward, it was mostly just me and Dylan. Shield fail 101, recovery fail 101. I think I saw HG Hydra. Now I believe this account right here. Lifetime Gamer. I believe this is Dylan's old YouTube account. Now he has a YouTube account nowadays called Green Engineer, but that's like an actual proper YouTube channel. This has like actual uploads, but this is like his old channel, I believe. So yeah, here's Ender. He joined in on this one. Dude, use your Speedman auto art. It's so good. Mario Kart 8. This was a thing at one point. Again, he's like he keeps doing all these like meme comments. Insanely good video. Jackson is incredibly good at the game. Jackson is Sacred Froakie, just to be clear. Bomberman R, Super Bomberman R. We played that at one point. And another direct reaction. Another Mario Kart thing. Yeah, this was during an era where I was kind of doing these like Let's Play videos. I didn't really stick around very long because even by that point, the Let's Play format was kind of falling out of favor. I mean, of course, people still do Let's Play videos, but nowadays everyone just streams everything. myself included. So it's kind of like, yeah. The Wumbo Combo Wednesdays, the second to last of the season, and it ended up being pretty much the second to last episode ever, outside of like a special, I think. Call of Duty World War II open beta PC gameplay, no commentary. It's exactly what it says in the title. With maxed out settings, 1440p SMAA. So not TAA, although it was filmic TAA, I think. The Nintendo World Championship stream. Man, I remember in this stream when all of a sudden the Smash logo showed up, I was like, "Eek," and then it's like, oh wait, no, this is just Smash Wii U. Because I was hoping that it would be like last time in 2015 when they announced like new stuff. Like how we got like more Mario Maker news, and we also got what was the other thing? Oh yeah, we got a Blast Ball, which was Federation Force before Federation Force was announced. And then we had Earthbound Zero, and they even had eToy film a message, which was really cool. But that was in 2015. The 2017 one was just a tournament. That was neat, but it wasn't. There was no announcements in it, so yeah. But I streamed the whole thing. Smash Wii U Miiverse gameplay. With the demise of Miiverse only days away, I felt the need to record some gameplay of the Miiverse stage. Pretty self-explanatory. I just have a bunch of the amiibos fighting. This is a video that is kind of random. Let me turn down the volume. I've had the desktop audio turned up for a little bit. Let me turn it down again. The glorious Windows NT 5.0 beta startup sound.
Prepare for some Windows lessons. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, those old monitors I either don't have anymore or they don't work. I really don't know why I made this video. Six years ago, how does this video have over 300 views? Well, now it has 578 views.
Yeah, I changed the startup sound to the Windows NT 5.0 beta, aka.
Why was that a video? I don't know. Why did it get 500, 600 views? I don't know. Battlefield Hardline. I mentioned earlier that I actually like Hardline. People kind of crap on Hardline because it's Battlefield 4, but cops and robbers. And that is what it is, but it's still Battlefield 4, cops and robbers. It's still a good game. It's not as good as 4, but I still like this game a lot, and I wish it had a lot more players. I'd play it more often, but see, Battlefield 4, people still play Battlefield 4, but Hardline, there's way less people in lobbies for that. It's kind of a dead game, unfortunately. Battlefront 2, Rocket League on Switch. Again, these are just a bunch of random gameplay things, and then the Game Awards 2017, which was a very notable Game Awards for a couple reasons. One, we had Bayonetta 3 announced. And two, this is the this is the Game Awards where Breath of the Wild won Game of the Year. And that was a big deal, not just because obviously it's a big deal on its own, but also because this was the year that kind of shouted to the world, Nintendo is back. The Wii U era is long gone. We are back. We are in the conversation, and we are here. So that was a big deal at the time. And obviously, I was happy to see it win. But yeah, so that was in this. And that's 2017. Again, you notice how there's less and less videos as we go on. Let's rewind. 2018, getting Star Fox Zero. That's odd. February 9th. Oh, I know why. I know why. So the video isn't in here. I'm guessing because it's private, but in early 2018, me, Ethan, and Jackson, aka Sacred Froki, we started a collab channel called the LSC Network. That was this ill-fated, didn't last very long channel, or that was going to be like the place for all of our gameplay stuff, like walkthroughs, and the Nincast moved over there and stuff, and it didn't last very long. I eventually ended up re-uploading all the stuff I made onto the main channel later. So that's why there's nothing in January or early February, because it was all on that channel when it was still a thing. But yes, this title is not clickbait. This is not clickbait. So this is almost 2 years after Star Fox Zero first came out, and it was $5 at GameStop. So of course I bought it. It's $5 for Star Fox. That was unheard of then, and it's super unheard of now, right? So yeah, that's basically just kind of what that video is about. Oh yeah, oh man, I wish I could have been here for this. I wish I could have been here for this. Oh, man. Smash Ultimate's reveal is iconic. And I was not there to stream it, and that really bugs me. Now, I watched it live, but I wasn't able to stream it because, again, like with the 2015 Direct school, I was actually on my way home from school when it happened, and I was watching it on my phone. And, man, when the Inkling eye, when you saw the logo in the eye, like, I felt a feeling that I have not felt since. That's the best way I can put it. It was glorious. And then, yeah, we did this playthrough of Subspace because of the game being announced. Oh, yeah, these are all re-uploads from the LSC. I even mentioned it, the whole, like, LSC network thing. So, yeah, all of the parts are here. I called it Return to Subspace. Maybe one of these days we'll stream it again. Like, maybe in the lead up to the next Smash game, whenever it gets announced finally, we'll stream all of Subspace, although this time we'll do it on Dolphin, of course. This was on the Wii U, through a back compat. But, yes, we played all of this. This was completed all the way to the end. You can see here's all the thumbnails. So, yeah, this is when we were doing, so yeah, here's another direct discussion. So this is season 3 of the Nincast, where I have this logo. This one was the shortest season, I believe, at least of like these earlier seasons. Yeah, it's Splatoon 2 stuff, more Return to Subspace. Here's one. So, Smash Switch initial speculation discussion. I haven't rewatched this probably since it came out. We're not, HG Hydra, we're not here to discuss whether it's a port or not. Talks about it for a full minute. I should have cut that part out. To be fair, the video is an hour long. But yeah, this was back in the day when there was the whole, is it a port, is it a new game? That whole mess that happened in those couple of months between the reveal and E3. Oh, look at this. I have chapters. Or are those auto-generated chapters? Those are auto-generated chapters. Unlocking characters, stages, size of stages, Ice Climbers, Cloud, Ryu, Snake, Indie character, Assist Trophy, other characters, Tingle, Greninja, Young Link, Mario characters, Metroid characters, Diddy Kong. So that's the auto-generated thing it gave me. Okay. Oh yeah, and I had a little intro bit for this. So that was the intro I used for all of these Return to Subspace episodes. Would definitely be cleaner nowadays, but this was the early days of me figuring out this, like, editing in Vegas and stuff. So yeah, more, yeah, again, Subspace, Return to Subspace. We did the whole thing. We got all the way to the end with Taboo and Wolf and Jigglypuff and all that stuff. We also did some co-op stuff. Oh, Star Fox and Pokemon rumors. Oh yeah, this Star Fox Grand Prix. Remember Star Fox Grand Prix? That whole rumor? Yeah, that didn't amount to anything. Oh yeah, and then of course Let's Go was leaked, and of course that ended up being true, of course. Nintendo in 2017 review. Yeah, these are both re-uploads from the LSC network, as you can see, because this obviously came out like earlier on. Nintendo in 2017, they did it. And they did. 2017 was by far the best year of the Switch, without question. And it was the year that was like, hey, Nintendo was back. So I think 2017 was definitely a big success. So yeah, more of that co-op stuff. Let's go. Here we go. A Smash Ultimate E3. Now, I was here for this. Or let me rephrase that. I was not here for this. Because this, again, this took place during school. In fact, you want to know when this happened? This happened at, like, probably the worst possible time it could have happened. Because most of the other times I was at school when a direct was happening, it was when I was about to leave. But instead, now, of course, I watched them on my phone or on a computer or whatever. But I couldn't, like, do a stream or whatever. But this one was, like, this happened during our graduation rehearsal. That's when this happened. It was really frustrating. And literally, like, I was watching, like, Etika's, like, stream, and then, like, 5 minutes before the direct started, I had to stop watching. I had to sit through the whole graduation, like, rehearsal, just thinking to myself, they're showing Smash right now, they're showing Smash right now, they're showing Smash right now, and it was, like, really frustrating. And then, when finally it was all over, and I told Jackson, hey, send me the link to the direct after the fact so I don't have to go searching for it and get spoiled on stuff. And then he ended up spoiling it for me because he sent me the wrong link. He was supposed to send me the direct link, but he sent me the link for the Smash Ultimate portion that has the logo and has the name. It's like, oh great, you just spoiled that. It's called Smash Ultimate for me. Oh, I even mentioned it right here. Disclaimer, just in case anyone's wondering, just for clarification, I was not able to watch this live due to the graduation practice, and one of my friends sent me, I explained the whole thing, sent me the link to the direct so I could do my reaction to it. However, he accidentally spoiled the name of Smash from you, which is why I pointed out before they showed the name of the rest of the video, but aside from that, I didn't know anything else, so the rest of the reaction is 100% genuine. And then, yeah, sorry for the trash video quality, I forgot to check the bitrate. Also, I misspelled quality. So, yeah. Everyone is here trailer, iconic moment, all that stuff. Wombo Combo Wednesday's Family Reunion Special. This was like a one-off I did. And this wasn't even the best part of it. This was like one, like after we had a really good one. And I was like, oh, I should record it, and this one wasn't as good, but yeah. Smash Ultimate Direction? We've been streaming for a long time, okay? Oh, man, we've streamed for a long time here. But yeah, this is the reaction for the Ultimate, yeah, the Ultimate Direct. This was the best one. Of the three, like, between E3 2018, this one, and the November one, this was definitely the best one, for sure. Also, that's another thing, it tells you how old this is. This was back in the day when the whole Daddy Sakurai thing was a big thing because of Etika. I feel like that died out pretty quickly once he passed away because it didn't really fit anymore. You know, I used to say that, admittedly. But once he passed, it kind of felt weird to use it. It didn't really work. It just felt awkward. So it kind of died off. No one really says it anymore. Yeah. But yeah. Yes, this is the reaction to all that. Yeah, this whole thing happened with FF15. This was a random thing I made. In, like, ultra, like, CinemaScope or whatever. Whatever. Yeah, that's a whole, hey, get it? It's like the opening of the game or whatever. Yeah, you get the idea. Oh, yeah, this is before the direct was delayed. This was delayed because of, yeah, this was delayed because of, what was this delayed because of again? Oh yeah, there was a earthquake that happened in Japan, and this direct got delayed. So you see how it says 9/6? It actually happened like a week later because of like an earthquake in Japan. This is before that delay happened. Yeah, it actually happened on the 13th. Then of course we have the November direct reaction. Some random lost episode. Now this right... Wait a second. Hold on a minute. I just realized something. Did I skip it? What? Oh, here. Oh, I completely skipped it. This is a big one right here. I was like, wait, where's the vid? Okay. So, I haven't done a main video in a few years. My bad. I've been meaning to get it back to it, getting around to it. But this was the first main video that I ever made, basically. Like, in, like, where I'm trying to do, like, actual editing of some kind. And it's not just a off-the-cuff discussion video or reaction video or whatever. Like, this is like so this is supposed to be like a proper video, for lack of a better term, right? And this one I still think holds up. It's still public. All of these are still public. There's no reason for them to be unlisted. I think this one still holds up.
Hey everyone, this is Logan589XP here, and today I'm going to be talking about a character I want to see Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo Switch. We're going to be doing this in 2 parts. This video is going to be talking about all the veteran characters I want to see return, and then the next video in part 2 we'll talk about all the new characters I want to see. So with that being said, let's begin.
That video never happened, by the way. So the whole starting a part 1 and then never finishing the series thing is not a new thing. It's funny enough to happen with Smash. Now, I had every intention of making that part 2, but the problem is it kept getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back, and by the time... But eventually it got to a point where it's like, well, there's no point making the video anymore. But I recorded audio for it and stuff, but I never ended up finishing it. Yeah, this is a video I still think is pretty solid. This one still holds up. This is the one where I have the transitions. Yeah, I have the 50 fact extravaganza, like, transitions. Yeah. I think that one holds up pretty well. That's the first in, like, the proper videos I've pretty much ever made. Again, in that main series thing. I think this one holds up pretty well. And then, yeah, I have this montage. To send off Smash 4. I know this probably sounds like kind of like a bit much, but like Smash 4, and I've said this before and I'll keep saying it, Smash 4 was a massive, massive, massive deal to me at the time. Nothing will ever top the Smash 4 era for me. Nothing will. Period. Whether it's Smash or any other franchise, nothing will top that for me. And I knew that a long time ago, because in the lead up to Ultimate, I'm like, it doesn't matter how many cool things this game has, it's not going to be the same. It just, like, the Smash 4 era for me was like everything aligning at just the right time, and I can't explain it. Just the Smash 4 era was something extremely special for me, and no game will ever top that. Period. Smash or otherwise. And again, I need to get around to doing a video, like a retrospective, all just talking about Smash 4 and going through my whole journey and everything. That needs to happen at some point. I wanted to do it last year for the 10-year anniversary of the games, but never ended up happening. So, here's the first of, like, the kind of modern unboxing. So this is on the secondary channel. This is kind of when I resurrected the secondary channel. So I didn't show it, but the secondary channel I created early on in during my first run in 2015, and it was called Xbox Addict 8, because that was supposed to be the place where Xbox videos went, right? We had Nintendo Act Days, the main channel, and then we had Xbox Act Days, the secondary channel. That didn't last very long, and the channel was dead for a long time. And then this is when I resurrected it and actually had to be something again, and this is where I put unboxing videos. You can see I'm playing a Y-Tile track. I only did it for one video, though, because someone in the comments complained about it.
Secondary channel, Logan589XP.
Now called Logan589XP2. It's gone through a bunch of name changes, but right now it's Logan589XP2, and I'm probably not going to change it ever again. Like, for as long as Logan589XP is the name of the channel, XP2 will be the name of the secondary channel, right? See, a Google Home Mini. This is when I got all the MC. This is when I was getting into the MCU. And I started getting all the Blu-rays. Thor 3 movie unboxing. This one did really well, 1.5 million views, even though it's not a great quality video. It's pretty dark, I would say. Although this was on an iPhone 6, I think, still. Which at that point was like 4 or 5 years old. Okay, so... Oh, whoops. Okay, I'm definitely, Oh, man. Ugh. We're 5 hours in, and we're still going. We're still going here. But hey, this is the 10-year anniversary. If we're going to have a really long stream, this is the time to do it. I mean, not that the streams aren't somewhat long anyway. I mean, I've had streams that have gone longer than this, but yeah, we haven't had like one of these like 5-6 hour streams in a while, and I think now is an appropriate time to do it. But again, like I said, we're going through these faster and faster because there's less stuff for me to really talk about, because there's not as many videos. So yeah, we got a bunch more unboxings of various yeah, no, this one's in 4K though, because this is when I got an iPhone 8 Plus, and that actually had 4K, so this video is in 4K. Then we have Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1, Volume 2, Age of Ultron. Yeah, again, I'm collecting all the MCU Blu-rays. Smash Ultimate Montage. So yeah, that was a thing. There's also another one later on as well. Now here right here. Now here is something. So this is another era in the kind of the channel's history here. So this channel used to be called Logan589 Marvel. And it was exactly what the title said. This was supposed to be the channel for the Marvel stuff. And like the Xbox Addict 8 experiment from 2015, it did not last long. It did not last long. It only stuck around for like a couple months, and then I killed it off, and then the channel was dormant for a very long time until a few months ago when I renamed it to Missing Scenario, and I intend for this to be a channel I can maybe experiment with something that's not tied to one specific property. Maybe at some point, we'll see. I don't know. But this is the Logan589 Marvel channel. It's just I changed the name. Oh, I completely skipped over the Missing Scenario thing. So long story short, Missing Scenario was a collab channel between me and JT from those really early videos, and that was a separate channel with a separate email address so that me and him could access it equally, and it wasn't tied to either one of us individually. However, that channel again did not last very long. It only has a couple videos on it. That's also not in any of these playlists. Although the videos are still public, although I did rename the channel to Another Dead Channel or whatever. But they have the rainbow thumbnails if you want to go digging for them. But yeah, so I did like a Splatoon and like a Black Ops 3 thing with really bad quality, because again, this was 2015, and we killed it off. And then that channel sat dormant for a very long time, but I kept continually updating like the banner every once in a while. And then eventually, earlier this year, I was like, you know what? The name Missing Scenario I like a lot, and I like the logo. It's supposed to be like, you know, like a classic, you know, like command prompt type thing with the blue background. I really liked it. So, you know what? Since that channel is long dead, what if I take that channel's brand and put it on a different channel that's actually my channel proper, and, you know, we can actually resurrect the brand and do something with it. Now I haven't done anything with it yet. But maybe at some point we'll do something with it. If you want to know what it essentially would be, think of it as an unofficial Logan589XP 3, but like way more generalized. Like stuff that has nothing to do with gaming or technology could be on here, maybe. Or my idea is that this could be the channel I do like uploads of random stuff. Like if I want to do like, hey, here's a compilation of all these trailers or something or whatever. Like that wouldn't go on the main channel, that wouldn't go on the secondary channel. Put it on here. It's not tied specifically to me, although it does say a Logan589XP channel in the banner. But this isn't a Logan589XP channel, so I can put whatever I want on it, essentially. No matter how connected or disconnected it is from the stuff I normally do. That's kind of the idea. But again, we'll see. But anyways, yeah. The Marvel talk. So this was the intro I had for the channel. It's, you know, the classic Marvel like opening from like the pre-MCU movies. I think that was a pretty clean logo, all things considered. That's pretty much replicated what the old Marvel logo was. So what was the Marvel talk, you ask? It was the Nincast, but Marvel. That's literally all it was. Nothing else to really say about it. It lasted a couple of episodes. And then, yeah, we have touring the Captain Marvel website because it was all like 90s themed or whatever. We did that. Here's the other Ultimate montage I mentioned. Here's a direct reaction, Pokemon direct reaction. Again, like every time there's a direct or whatever, there's some notable gaming event, I stream it, and that hasn't changed. Disabled by owner. I don't remember turning off. I don't remember doing that, but this what did happen like 6 years ago, so I don't know why. Here's a video on the secondary channel that's no longer public. So here's some Titanfall 2 gameplay. So this was me finding some loophole with HDCP on the 360 or whatever, but apparently it was patched out, so I ended up unlisting the video. That's the deal with that. So again, here's another episode of the Marvel Talk. I think this is the last episode. Again, it only lasted like a couple episodes. And this was us talking about, yeah, the Disney Fox deal's done. Talking about that. That's what that is. Oh yeah, this is from before we had the Sakurai Presents. Like the Joker event was not like a Sakurai Presents. It was like a it was more of like a direct, like a mainline direct type deal and presentation. Discussing PS5 the next generation. This is the first episode of the discussion series for this channel. I've not decided on an official name yet. However, when I do, I will update the thumbnail and series playlist with the new name. That never happened. If you want, as far as I'm concerned, this is okay. So, context, right? So, season 1 of the Nincast is 2016. Season 2 of the Nincast is, what was I gonna say? Yeah, season 2 of the Nincast is like summer 2016 through like 2017, basically. And then 2018 is season 3. And then 2020 is when season 4 happens, and then that year from then 2021 is season 5, and 2022 is season 6, and 2023 is season 7, and all that stuff. And then the series finally ends with a special episode of season 7 in 2024 before I killed off the Nincast completely and replaced it with the generic discussion videos thing I have now, which is the Nincast without it being called the Nincast, essentially. But yeah, this was kind of my first attempt at trying to do a Nincast, I've been streaming for too long. It's been 5 hours. So this was my first modern attempt. Keyword modern. We're not counting that old Zelda NX video from 2015. This is my first modern attempt to have a discussion video that's not the Nincast or anything like that. Just a generic discussion video with no branding whatsoever. And yeah, we talked about the PS5 because Mark Cerny did an interview at the time, which is why he's in the background. Because of course he's the architect. For those of you who don't know, Mark Cerny, he's the architect for the Vita, the PS4, and the PS5, as well as the Pro variations of those consoles, of course. And I believe he's the architect for the... is he the architect for the Portal? I'm not sure if he's the architect for the Portal, but I think he's the architect for the VR too, the VRs. Basically, every piece of Sony PlayStation hardware that's come out since the Vita, he's been the lead designer for. And I'm sure right now he's working hard on the PS6. So, yeah. Another unboxing. I remember this reaction didn't go over particularly well. And when I say go over particularly well, I don't mean it was received poorly. I mean, it literally just did not work very well. Which is why I even have a whole thing right here. I think this one I unlisted a long time ago because it just wasn't like most of my reaction streams are still public or still available or whatever in some way. This is one of the ones that I just was like, yeah, this one should just be unlisted because this one wasn't very good. What the? Where'd the countdown go? Yeah, this is back when I used to do these countdown timers. I haven't done them in a long time. Because now I just have the, waiting for the stream and all that stuff that everyone else does. But back in the day, I did these, these, countdown timers. So, Pokemon Direct, Xbox presentation, Square Enix, their E3. This is the one where they had a big blowout for FF7. This is also the one that had the reveal of Avengers after 2 years of silence. And of course, that game didn't end up working out very well, but yeah. Now, this is how long it took, by the way. It took me until 2019 to finally be able to watch a Nintendo Direct E3 live. like on stream and everything. I mean, I watched them again on my phone or whatever at school, but this is the first time I was able to, well, for the most part, again, E3 2018, I just had to sit there for like an hour being like, they're showing Smash, they're showing Smash, they're showing Smash. That was an exception, but 2017 I watched when it happened. Actually, let me take that back. 2017 happened during class early on in the day, because all these E3s took place at 9 a.m. So, see, actually, no, none of the E3s I saw live. Let me say, except for 2015. But 2015 was not during a school day. So I saw that one live. But 2017, 2018, because of school, I wasn't able to watch those live. But 2019, I was able to watch live, and that was pretty fun. And this one went over pretty well. This one people liked. Got a lot of views. This is the stream, by the way. This is the stream, by the way, that gave us Hero and Banjo, and also announced Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, here's another kind of milestone video. Now, there's probably a decent amount of you that don't even know this video happened. So in 2019, again, when Etika sadly passed, I did a compilation of every Smash Bros. Etika video ever. Obviously, it's the second most viewed video on the channel's history. As you can see, not nearly as much as the Yokai Watch video from 2015, but still a crap ton of views. A lot of views. Now, I ended up unlisting it eventually because it just felt weird having it up. Like, it made sense for me to do it at the time, but eventually it just felt weird having it up. And also the video was incomplete because I screwed up and I forgot to include, like, I believe, was it K. Rool? I think K. Rool was the one I missed. Like, there was, like, yeah, I forgot to include, like, the K. Rool reaction. So it's already incomplete. So I screwed up, but yeah. So this was kind of what I decided to do. Yeah, the opening. Yeah, that was the intro he used, right? That was the Joy-Con Boys theme during that time. But yeah, so this was a compilation I made. But yeah, seriously though, rest in peace though. I mean, the Nintendo community has not been the same since Etika passed, in my opinion. I feel like it's not nearly as, for lack of a better term, people are not excited as much as they used to. Like, even when we get something cool, I feel like people are not as excited as they used to be. I feel like Etika was a big reason. Like, he was the hype train, right? He was the Nintendo hype train. And I feel like it just has not been the same since. You know, it just hasn't been the same since, right? It's one of the reasons why I kind of decided to leave Twitter. Like later this year, I left Twitter, and I have never come back. Not saying I'll never come back, but I have no real interest in it at this point. So I left Twitter in, like, 2019. So, like, long before Elon or anything like that. So, but, and obviously people have their opinions on Elon's Twitter or whatever. But that's not really relevant here. Point is, yeah, I feel like the loss of Etika was I mean, obviously it was a huge hit. Obviously we all know that, but I feel like I didn't really truly grasp how big of a change it was until, like, months after. Like, when it happened, it was a big deal. It was a tragedy. The whole situation with him, all the mental stuff, and the whole thing was obviously really, really unfortunate. But again, I didn't really grasp, like, how big his loss was for the community until, like, we started getting character announcements after he died. And even the last couple character announcements, if I'm being brutally honest, weren't all there. Like, his last two reactions for Hero and Banjo felt off. They didn't feel genuine. They felt like he was trying to do the thing he normally does, but it didn't feel genuine like they normally do. And you could tell that was definitely, again, the whole mental stuff that was going on was definitely doing a toll on him. And again, the whole thing ended really tragically, so. But yeah, but anyways, yeah, I made this video, you know, it's kind of a tribute, more or less. And it made sense at the time for me to make it. Obviously, it got a crap ton of views, crap ton of comments. People liked it, but it just felt weird to have it up after a while. It kind of felt wrong. And also, it was incomplete anyway. So I eventually ended up delisting it around, like, a year or two after. But, yeah. Yeah, rest in peace, Etika, though. Rest in peace, for sure. The Smash and Nintendo and that whole hype thing is just not the same without him. It's not the same without him, without question. And it's not just that stuff, to be clear. There's a bunch of other stuff about Etika we all love, but obviously the reactions are what people know him for most. And it just hasn't been the same since then. Because again, he was the hype train. He was the leader of the hype train. And we haven't really had that since. It just hasn't been the same. People don't get as excited, I feel like, as they used to. And I think Etika is a big reason for that. In my opinion, at least. In my opinion. But again, that's a whole other conversation we could have another time. Thoughts on Far From Home. So never mind, there was another Marvel talk after that. But now this is the last Marvel talk. Like, this is the actual last one. Hero presentation, we streamed that. Captain Marvel unboxing, more direct announcement, more another direct. So here's, so this is the very first stream highlights I did. This is the very first stream highlights I ever did on the secondary channel, and I did those on a regular basis up until, like, last year. Like, whenever there was, like, a big... Whenever there was enough announcements in like, a direct or some kind of reveal, I would, like, make a compilation of it. Like, here's, like, you know, the best of... So, this one, you know, has, you know, Smash DLC, Terry, has Xenoblade Definitive Edition. So here's some more discussion videos.
Everyone, it has been...
This is the final Splatfest. This is Chaos vs. Order in the background. This is talking about the whole, Spider-Man leaving the MCU, that whole debacle that happened in 2019. And then, of course, he came back. Yeah, Alpha Dream. Alpha Dream went bankrupt. Yeah, Persona 5 Scramble. Oh, man, Persona 5 Scramble, now called Persona 5 Strikers in the West. Though, man, this game took forever to come out, man. It took forever to come out. Like, literally, it took, like, forever to come out in the West. It was really infuriating. But, yeah, I made a video talking about how cool it looked. Terry reaction. 50 tracks. A little highlight there. Thoughts on the Game Awards 2019 nominees. So this is my first Game Awards predictions discussion, something I've done every year since then, I think. So this is the one... So this is the Game Awards, by the way. And here's the reaction stream for it. So this is the one... This is the infamous Game Awards, right? This is the one... This is a year after Joker. Oh, yeah, by the way. Notice how I didn't show that I did a Game Awards stream for 2018? That's because I didn't. I did one for 2015, 2016, 2017... And then I've done one for every Game Awards since then. So I've done a stream for most of them. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so 2018. So here's the funny thing about the 2018 one. So I didn't stream the Game Awards 2018, and you want to know why I didn't do it? It's because I was under the impression that we're not going to get anything big because Ultimate's coming out, like, right after. So they're not going to have anything because they want all the focus on Ultimate. And, I mean, they did, but, see, I did not think they were going to show anything I wanted to see. And then, of course, it happened. And I still watched it. I didn't stream it, but I still watched the Game Awards 2018. And then, of course, the second we get Joker, it's like, oh, crap, I should have streamed it. And now I stream it every single year, no matter how unlikely something is going to show up that I want to see. It doesn't matter. I'm not making that risk again. I'm not going to just assume that nothing I care about is going to be there. And for what it's worth, there's pretty much always something interesting at the Game Awards. People like to crap on the Game Awards a lot, and I get it, but it has become kind of the new E3. And they genuinely do get a decent amount of big announcements every now and then. So I always watch it every year. But yeah, this was the year where I decided to not stream it in 2018, and it totally backfired on me. And of course, I've been streaming every year since then. So Game Awards 2025, 2026, 2027, I'm going to be there for all of those. But anyways, yes, here's the 2019 stream, though. Yeah, this is the one, but the Game Awards 2019. The Game Awards 2019, this was the Game Awards stream that was the infamous Nintendo Switch has games. Right? Because 2018 had Joker, and then 2020 had Sephiroth, and then this one had nothing. No Smash, no Nintendo announcement of any kind, and people were really annoyed at that. And then here is kind of me resurrecting the main videos with, yeah, how will future Smash DLC be distributed? Talk about, you know, Fighters Pass Season 2, Mini Fighters Pass, sold separately, all that whole thing. So that's 2019. And man, I really feel like I should be wrapping this up. But there's still like a bunch of more years we have to go through. Oh man. So what's next, 2020? Okay, Pokemon Direct. Yeah, 5th fighter reveal. That was Byleth. We got a highlight for it. We got some recap on Marvel and Smash. Thoughts on the Persona 5 Scrambled demo, because a Japanese demo came out. So this footage right here is taken from, this is my footage right here. I think. Now I believe this is the Switch version. Right? Now I didn't get Strikers on the Switch. I got it on PS4. All of the Persona games I have are on PlayStation. All of them. So I have Persona 5 Vanilla. I have Persona 5 Royal on PS4. I have Persona 5 Royal on PS5 that I got for $20. So no, I did not pay full price for it. I have Persona 5 Strikers when it came out for PS4. Royal for PS4 I also got at launch. Then I have Reload, and I have Metaphor, which is not a Persona game, but it's still Atlas. And then I have Golden and Portable digitally, and I have all the dancing games digitally. So basically, if there's a Persona game on PlayStation, I have it. The only one I don't have is Arena Ultimax, which goes on sale, which was on sale for like $10 not too long ago. But I was like, I'll get around to it at one point. Yeah, this is the Switch version that you're seeing, not the PS4 version. I don't know why I'm showing the PS4 the Switch version, not the PS4 version. But anyway, so yeah, I talk about that. E3 2020 canceled due to coronavirus. Yep, that totally derailed that year's E3. Although Microsoft had a presentation later and Sony had an event again, they delayed it, but they did eventually get released at one point. Yeah, ARMS reveal. I mean, they didn't say it was Min, but they told us it was going to be ARMS. But yeah, features I want to see added the Smash Ultimate. This was a main video. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back here. So yeah, this video. So here's the funny thing about this video. So this video, right? Every single thing I mentioned in this video still applies. None of the stuff in this video ended up actually happening. So what did I talk about in this video? Well, I talked about 2-player co-op in World of Light, which feels like a really weird omission because Subspace had it. 2-player in Battle Arenas. Now, when I say 2-player in Battle Arenas, I mean like local, because Smash Wii U had that, where you could have you and someone else locally could play like matches online. That's not a thing, at least in private battles. It might be a thing in like the regular, like, you know, just like regular online, but in terms of like the private battles and stuff, you can't really do that in Ultimate for some reason. Squad Strike in Battle Arenas, yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory. Hazard toggle on the stage selection screen, that's been asked for a long time. Big battlefield forms, I don't think most people would care about that, but I think it'd be cool to have. And then break the targets. All that stuff still applies. You could replace the title Smash Ultimate with Smash 6, and this basically all would still apply for the most part, with some minor tweaking here and there. And I do want to do a kind of a sequel to this video, talking about what I want to see in Smash 6. I'd like to do that at some point, but we'll see. But pretty much everything I say in this video still applies. So like, just replace the word World of Light with whatever the heck the single player for Smash 6 is. And it pretty much all still applies. So that video still holds up. That video still holds up. That's still a video worth watching if you haven't seen it. So yeah, Persona 5 Royal Unboxing, the Steelbook, when it came out at launch in March of 2020. It's a nice Steelbook. It's a nice Steelbook, actually. Nintendo in 2020, the unknown future. This video, obviously, by its very nature, is completely outdated and isn't really worth watching anymore, unless you want to watch it for the heck of it. So I talk about Xenoblade Definitive Edition, Fighters Pass Volume 2, the Pokemon Swish. I don't think I've heard anyone really call it that, but yeah, Sword and Shield Expansion Pass, Paper Mario the Origami King, which happened like right before, as I was making the video. It literally happened like as I was making it. More Wii U ports, the 35 and the Mario 35th Anniversary Collection, which of course ended up being 3D All-Stars. Then I mentioned Persona 5, Scramble, now Strikers, Breath of the Wild 2, the future of Switch, which will be on 2020. This video is a solid video on its own, but it's completely outdated. There's really no reason to watch it other than just for the heck of it. But you know, I think, but again, all of these like main videos I think still hold up. So if you want to go watch it, then you know, I think it's a decent watch. But again, it's totally outdated and it totally isn't relevant anymore. Obviously, Miles Morales, the PS5 reveal, PS5 console reveal, when they first showed us like what it looked like for the first time. And then here's the entire VOD. I did this one on Twitch. This was during, so from 2020 to like August of 2022, most of my streaming was on Twitch. And because of that, I don't have a lot of those VODs anymore because I didn't back them up unless they were something really notable, which is kind of unfortunate. That's one of the benefits of streaming on YouTube, is that all your stuff stays forever. There's no expiring VODs like there are on Twitch, which is one of the reasons why I went back to streaming on YouTube after being on YouTube for years. So like YouTube was where I streamed from like 2015 to like 2020, and then from 2020 to 2022, I was on Twitch, and then from like the rest of 2022 onward, it's now YouTube again. And I'm probably going to stay on YouTube as my main platform. I mean, I have streamed on Twitch like once or twice since then, like testing out multi-streaming and stuff with a plugin, but for the most part, you know, this is my main streaming platform, right? You know, because you know, the main channel is what matters. You know, we may as well, you know, so there's no point, you know, putting it over on Twitch. I mean, not that I haven't had a good time on Twitch, but yeah, I'm perfectly happy just sticking to YouTube. So yeah, the whole VOD of the PS5 event is on there. Pokemon Presents VOD is on here from Twitch. Min Min. Now here's a big one right here. So the return of the Nincast. So again, the Nincast kind of fell away after 2018, and instead I did do discussion videos still, but I didn't do like the Nincast. And then this is when I resurrected it, this time on the secondary channel, and this is when I fully embraced, like, again, like this is when I just was like, you know what? Let's just go all in on it being radio style. Like, let's just screw it. Let's just go all in. And one of the reasons I did this was because Jay around this time stopped doing radio style. So as far as I was concerned, the format was, quote, up for grabs. So I basically did the same thing he did, where we got the thing on the top, the text in the middle, the day at the bottom. It's all in white. It's got kind of a similar looking font, but it's not exactly the same. With like kind of a picture in the, so basically like this was my kind of like that we're gonna standardize the Nincast and we're basically just gonna have it be radio style, because at this point, screw it. And for the record, it's totally fine. In fact, he told me once it's totally fine. I just want to make that crystal clear, because I remember in 2022 he like basically told me on stream at one point that, you know, hey, you know, you want to use that, by all means. So just to be crystal clear, he's never ever had an issue with any of this, but But I'm just telling you that that's totally what this is. That this is totally me just fully embracing this is radio style with a different name in terms of like the look. And this became the standard for the Nincast for the rest of the series, right? Like this logo that's based on the current Nintendo Direct logo, that was the logo for the rest of the series. From now until 2024 when I ended it, that was the logo. And this was more or less the format and everything. So yeah, I've talked about the Pokemon Presents and the Min Min reveal. Talked about, you know, what the Series S, how the Series S could be exactly what Microsoft needed. So of course this was during that time. When everyone was talking about, because the Series X was revealed. It was at the Game Awards 2019, but they didn't have the Series S, but it was heavily rumored. And this is what everyone wanted it to look like. They wanted it to look like, you know, like basically the Series X, but like half height, so it would be like the GameCube. And that would have been nice, but personally, like I said in my Series S video from not that long ago, the one from a few months ago, I think the Series S's form factor is pretty good. Sure, this would have been more interesting because it would have been like the GameCube or whatever, but I think the current form factor of the Series S is totally fine. So we talked about the Series S, the leaks, all that stuff, and how this might be what Microsoft will need to kind of gain market share this generation. That, of course, did not end up panning out. The Series X has done worse than the Xbox One has in terms of overall install base, although the Series S does make up a majority of Xbox sales, from what I remember. I forget what the actual percentage is, but I know at one point I heard, 70-30, 80-20. Like most of the people that have a current gen Xbox have a Series S, and so in that sense, the Series S is a success because it did better than the Series X, I guess. But again, I talk all about that in my "Was the Series S a Mistake" video from a few months ago. So if you're interested in hearing my thoughts on that, by all means, go watch it. But yeah, this is from before the console was announced, though, and I was just getting some fan render, and this is what people wanted it to look like. It, of course, didn't look like that. Oh yeah, the partner showcase where we got SMT Nocturne and SMT5 for the first time in years. That was kind of a big deal. We got the Xbox game event, like the big Xbox event, they're equivalent to the Sony one from June. So yeah, here was a weird glitch I found when I was playing the Nathan Drake collection. Here's a glitch I found in Shido's Palace in Vanilla P5, not Royal. And then here's another glitch. Spider-Man PS4. So yeah, this was weird. So yeah, that happened. Here's another discussion video. The next generation, Microsoft and the Series X. And I did one of these for like all three of the consoles. So here's one for the Series X. Here's one for the PS5. And then I did one for like, what about the Switch though? And I talked about the Switch Pro and stuff, which of course never ended up happening, unfortunately. Completing the MCU collection. This was the last MCU Blu-ray unboxing I did. I think this is the last unboxing I did, period, actually. I haven't done one since. I was going to do one for the Switch 2. In fact, I will have you know, I did record a Switch 2 unboxing last month when it came out. But I never finished it. I kind of got partway through, then I kind of just gave up on it because I was like, not really feeling it. But I still have the footage. So I might put it out on the secondary channel as kind of like an unfinished video type thing. It's like, hey, I never finished it, but here's kind of what I have. I might do that at some point, maybe like when the 1-year anniversary comes around. Which I know is like a year from now, but I don't know. Maybe I'll probably put it up at some point. But I did record a like half unboxing of the Switch 2 though when it came out, just for the record. But I didn't upload it. Yeah, so we got some highlights here. I got some highlights here, some Smash streams. So yeah, here's that next generation. But what about the Switch though? The Mario 35th Anniversary Direct. Discussing the Direct, Age of Calamity when that was announced, Gaming News Roundup. Now I kind of wanted to do more of these. I've only done a couple of them. I think I've only done like 2, maybe 3. But I should do more of these. Yeah, Gaming News Roundup. See, I talk about RTX 3000, aka Ampere. Xbox Series S, Hyrule Warriors. So I talk about that in all different segments, and they all have timestamps and everything. Some more highlights. The September PS5 showcase and more. This is the one, yeah, they gave us the price tag. That was a big thing, obviously. Microsoft acquires Bethesda. Talked about that. I was going to do one talking about the Activision deal when that happened, but I just never got around to doing it and didn't really feel like it. Steve. Oh, yeah. Dude, yeah.
I have my personal picks. For example, I'd like to see Steve. I'd like to see Master Chief.
We gotta have the build up, right? So yeah, so that clip you just saw, the black and white clip, that's from the features and Smash video I was talking about earlier. Yeah, I mentioned that in there. Yeah, I want to see Steve, I'd like to see Master Chief. We got one of those. Yeah, of course I had to include that. I had to include that part. Couldn't not. They gave me an excuse to use the like Majora's Mask thing for that. But yeah. So this was a big deal, obviously, Steve. And what's funny is I used to be against Steve. Like in 2018, I was kind of like, because I like Minecraft. I like Minecraft. But I was like, I don't know about Steve and Smash. I don't know about that. But eventually I became convinced. And eventually I got kind of like, I kind of flipped sides on that. So when it finally happened, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
Super Smash Bros.
Some Smash stages that should exist. This video is still fully relevant. This video is still... If you haven't seen it, go watch it. It's still fully relevant. I'm not going to really say much other than that. So here's another gaming news round. So this is the first time I switched over to the font that I used for the rest of the series. So up until this point, I was using like a stock font in PowerPoint. This is when I transitioned over to like this font, which is the font I used for the rest of the series. So yeah, Gaming News Roundup 2, Next Gen is here, Ryzen 5000 Zen 3 released, Persona 5 Scramble English listing for 2021, Game Awards predictions. We have the EVGA capture card video I did. It did pretty well.
This is the EVGA XR1. EVGA's first entry into the
I mean, I feel like I've heard that intro bit some like of all of the main videos I've released, this is the one I've rewatched the most. So that EVGA's first like that's burned into my brain.
card market. I'm a big fan of capture cards, so I was
And I am. I don't talk about it on the channel much, but I actually really do. I'm actually very interested in capture cards. I've had a bunch of them over the years, and I've bought just to tinker with. It's kind of one of those like kind of like niches I have. I'm really interested in. So when EVGA put out a capture card for the first time, and they were like basically offering it for free, like, hey, you just make a video on it and we'll give you a card. Of course, I totally had to sign up for that, and I got selected, and that was cool. Unfortunately, now this video is not a review. I should make that crystal clear. This video is not a review. It's just a gameplay showcase, which is all they asked for, to be clear. Because what EVGA asked for was, hey, we'll give you a capture card, but you have to, like, show it off in some way. Whether that's on stream or just gameplay. That's all you had to do. You didn't have to make a whole review. Just do gameplay. And that's what I did, essentially. I made a gameplay video. With some editing, but it's mostly just a gameplay video. That I waited too long to put out. If I'm being completely honest, there was a deadline from EVGA, like, hey, you have to submit the video by this date, and I didn't hit that. Ended up submitting it a few weeks later, which is probably the reason why I didn't get put on, like, the page for it, because they had a page of, like, all the YouTubers that had videos. I didn't get put on there, which I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of salty about, because my video was way better than some of the other videos people made, if I'm being honest. But hey, it is what it is. It was my fault for taking too long, so that was on me. And no offense to any of the other people that, you know, got cards and did videos, obviously. But, like, there was someone that was playing, like, Kingdom Hearts Melody and Memories, and it was, like, a 480p recording. And that got to be on the front page, and my video didn't get to be on there at all. That kind of bugged me, I'm not gonna lie. Now, some of the other videos were totally fine, but then some of them were just, like, my video was clearly way better. like it just was, I'm sorry. So, yeah, I showed off a bunch of different games here. I got Mario Kart, of different consoles, right? So I have... In fact, let me just let the video speak for itself.
pretty excited when EVGA selected me as one of the first people to test out their new card. What you are about to see is some gameplay captured with the XR1 at 1080p 60 and YUI2 at a high bit rate. The gameplay will be from a variety of games across 3 different consoles: the Nintendo Switch, the PS4 Pro, and the Xbox One X. There will be no footage from the PS5 or the Series consoles because scalpers, and I'll just leave it at that. Finally, last but not least, I highly recommend you set the video to 4K if possible for the best results, as YouTube's 1080p encoding kinda trashes gameplay, to be honest. So with that being said, let's roll the footage.
And then the rest of the video is just like gameplay, pretty much, for the most part. So, yes, we got that little intro bit. And yes, so this capture card is only a 1080p capture card, but I upload it 4K because it looks way better at 4K because of the bitrate. So yeah, we got Mario Kart, we got Battlefield 5 on the 1X, Persona 5 Royal on PS4 Pro, Ultimate on the Switch, of course, Spider-Man on PS4, Tetris Effect Connected, FF7 Remake,
Who goes there? You. You're coming with us. Nice and easy.
Don't think so. Not bad. That's bad.
Yeah, I got those little transitions right there. But yeah, so this is a video I'm pretty happy with, I would say, all things considered. And I have a little conclusion bit in here.
So that is a taste of what the EVGA XR1 can do. If you have any interest in this card, I'll put a link to both the Amazon listing as well as EVGA's website down below. And once again, I'd like to thank EVGA for selecting me to test out this card. It's definitely been an interesting experience. I'll definitely say that much.
Now that might sound like I'm just trying to like suck up to EVGA or whatever, and obviously EVGA is great and all, but I meant it when I say it was an interesting experience, because again, this is not a review, and the tone of my voice makes it sound more positive, and that was kind of the intent, in a sense. But here's the thing: I actually don't think you should buy this card. Not in 2020, not in 2021, not in 2025. Because this card had issues. For me, at least. It had issues that I mentioned. So, again, this is not a review, but I did make, essentially, a review in all but name in the comments. And I kind of mentioned, like, the issues I had with it. And personally, how I think, the Live Gamer Ultra is a much better buy, or this card's much better buy, that one's better buy. And heck, the other EVGA cards that came, so this was the first one, right? This was the first EVGA card. This was the first EVGA card. But the EVGA XR1 Lite and Pro are much better cards. I think the XR1 Original is kind of like that's kind of like their beta product. Like, it was cool. It has some neat things, but the cards that came after, I think, were because I've had both of the successors, and those are both much better cards overall. I feel they haven't had any big issues and all that stuff. So again, you can read that whole comment if you want. You can go watch the video. But yeah, essentially, while the tone of the video might be like, hey, again, it's not a review, it's a gameplay showcase, but personally, this card, again, I am genuinely thankful that EVGA selected me for the card. I am genuinely very happy about that. But the card itself was not all there. It wasn't all there. But the successor cards are much better. But this first one, not quite all there. But it was still cool that I got to test it out, and it was still cool they sent it to me, though. And all I had to do was make a video. That's all I had to do. And it wasn't even a review. It was just show some gameplay. That's all they wanted. It was like it was basically a free card with like no real strings attached. Like, there's basically no downsides. But yeah, so there's some more comments obviously in there. And this was my first ever 4K video, by the way, or my first ever 4K like main video, I should say. And all the videos have been 4K since then for the main series. Even the discussion videos are now 4K, even though it really doesn't matter. It's just a picture. Sephiroth reaction. A Sephiroth presentation reaction. Oh yeah. You know what's funny about this? This was like unironically a big deal because they broke this and then they fixed it and it was like a big deal essentially. It was like unironically a big deal. This like really bugged me. This like really bugged me in like 8.1, I believe was the update that did it. And then they more or less fixed it with this and it was like unironically a massive deal. Why? You can read the comments. I'm not gonna go through it, but I did. But that's what that one's about.
Hello, everyone.
And then here's the 2020 retrospective. So that's 2020. Oh my god, we really need to start moving through these faster. Oh my god, but come on, I'm getting there. Oh man, I really should be. Hello, everyone. Oh man. So we got some more, predictions stuff, reactions. We have Okay, I thought I was gonna. Never mind. What was I gonna say? So yeah, predictions videos, of course. Those continuing. Direct stuff, highlights. Splatoon 1 stage. So when Splatoon 3 got announced, I made 3 main series videos on it.
After over a year of absence, Nintendo Directs have
Whoa.
finally returned. And while the reception to the latest Nintendo Direct has been rather mixed, it didn't mean that we didn't get some announcements out.
I forget why it was mixed. Was this one of the? Is this the one where the whole farming sim and JRPG meme started? I don't remember. It probably was. I'm guessing that's why it has that many dislikes.
In my opinion, the crown jewel of those is without a doubt Splatoon 3, a game that I was very much in the corner of not having until the next console. But hey, I'm more than happy to be wrong. And it's great that I finally have something else to look forward to from Nintendo that isn't just Breath of the Wild 2 news or new Smash DLC. So,
Oh yeah, so Urchin Underpass. So of course we got this recently out of nowhere, which was cool. But yeah, what else do I have in here? I have Salt Spray Rig, we don't have that. Flounder Heights, we did get that. Hammerhead Bridge, we half got. It's basically a new stage, but we did technically get it. Some honorable mentions, and then My Resort. Now My Resort is my favorite in the series. The new version is not ideal, but I still think it's a fun stage overall. But they took like an S tier stage and made it B. That's kind of how I think of it. So what's funny is that someone actually made a comment on this after the fact. So yeah, more. Yeah, this is when I start doing like Marvel discussions again. So you're talking about Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl with Ethan. Splatoon 2 stages I won. Splatoon 3, let's see what I had on this. The Reef, that didn't happen. Starfish Main Stage, that didn't happen. Muscle Forge Fitness and Schellendorf Institute, that didn't happen. Sturgeon Shipyard, that happened. And then Monta Maria, that happened. So I got 2. Weapons, modes, and features I want in the game. Okay. Oh yeah, all these like gameplay recordings like look kind of weird because of like some settings I was doing in OBS at the time. It's a whole thing, I won't get into it, but yeah, that's why like the gameplay looks kind of like weird. It doesn't look quite right.
First of all, I think it's safe to say that all the previous weapon types will be coming back. And of course there's going to be
I believe that was the case. Let's see, multiplayer. We're not gonna go through all this. I meant
shuffle around in a few hours. So you can play whatever mode you wish at any time, considering that Splatoon is the multiplayer. I'm mostly fine with the way it's done right now, but of course there are some tweaks I would like to see. For starters, I think they should split the ranked modes into their own separate playlists instead of being shuffled around in a few hours. So you can play whatever mode you wish at any time. And considering that in Splatoon 2, they made it so every ranked mode had their own separate ranking as opposed to the first game where they all shared the same one, I think this would be the next logical step. Second would be the ability.
we didn't get that. I still want that, by the way. It still bugs me that like if I want to play Turf War, I only get 2 stages to pick from for like 2 or 3 hours. That used to not bug me in Splatoon 1, and even like decent amount of Splatoon 2, but now it's like, no, just work like every other game where you have like 2 stages and then you have a random option or whatever. Just let it make it so that there is a way to play on every stage in regular multiplayer on whatever mode you want. Because I don't like being trapped to like the same 2 or 3 stages for like 2 or 3 hours per mode. That personally bugs me now. I hope we get that in 4, but I'm not. Whenever that happens, but I'm not. I don't know.
You swap weapons and clothes while you're waiting in a line. Not much to say there, as that would just be a very nice quality of life feature.
I don't. We might have that.
That you think would be there already. And speaking of things that you think would be there already, how about the ability to back out when you're in a lobby or exit in the middle of a match?
Can you tell I was very pissed about this one? Yeah, you can tell I was definitely very clear about that.
I don't care if they flash a billion warning screens about how my rank might be affected or how you might be banned for 20 minutes.
The voice. The voice. The voice.
20 minutes. Just give us this option. Every other shooter has this. Why not this one? Oh, and this is more of a perk.
Do we have that? I want to say it wasn't there at launch, but we got it later. I think. Or at least for some modes. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100%. But I think we got at least a form of that at some point. Although I don't think it's universal.
I would love it if they changed the Rainmaker so it functions like it did in the first game. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, in Splatoon 1, the Rainmaker would shoot this huge, big tornado of ink. But in Splatoon 2, they nerfed it by making it shoot a relatively small ball of ink.
Which I still don't like. I get why they did it, but I think that the tornado is way more fun.
Explodes upon hitting its target. Now, of course, I understand why they did this. Because the ink tornado was, to be frank, kind of busted in the original. But to be honest, that's part of the reason why I like that mode so much. It's just not quite the same as Splatoon 2. Oh, and finally, as far as new modes are concerned...
Why do I feel so passionate in this video? I feel like in a lot of the other main channel videos, I tried to keep it like to a certain tone or whatever, but I feel like in this one, I really was just like going for it. I mean, that's not a bad thing, but it's just like doing stuff like the voice and everything. It's just funny. And this video isn't even that old. This is only like 4 years ago. This isn't like 8 years ago. Yeah, this is 4 years ago. You know?
I don't have any ideas for a proper new mode, but I do think a mode where they had more players would be neat. And no, I am not saying they should add a Battle Royale mode.
This was back when that was like the trend, right? Every game had a Battle Royale mode. That's not really a thing anymore, but like that was the trend in like, you know, the late 2010s, like early 2020s. That was like the trend in like shooters, right? It was like a law of the land. You must have a Battle Royale mode for better or for worse.
Although I admit, a part of me is curious about how they would do something like that. But what I'm talking about is more something along the lines of Ground War from Call of Duty, where the matches play the same, just with more players. So
or at least that's how it worked in like the old games. I think in the newer games they changed it so it's more like Battlefield or something. But in like Black Ops 2, for example, Ground War was just team deathmatch or whatever, but with more players. That's what I was talking about.
4v4, it's a 66, or heck, maybe even an 8v8. Now, of course, the match would have to be properly expanded in order to properly accommodate the increased amount of players. They could also add more objectives as well to help the players be more spaced out and not get crammed together as much. Like, for example, you could add a second tower to tower control that has a separate path and goal.
For some weird reason, I want to say we got that. I don't know why. I don't think that's actually the case, but for some weird reason, I'm like, isn't that like a map where that happens? I don't know why.
Than the first one, that splits up the players more so they're not all crowding around the one tower. Now, of course, that's all just an idea, one that frankly probably won't even happen. But it is most certain that there will be some new mode in the multiplayer, and I'll certainly be looking forward to it, whatever it may be.
And it never happened. We didn't get any new like core like ranked mode or anything. It was just the same Turf War. So it was Turf War, Splat Zones, Tower Control, Rainmaker, and then Clam Blitz. We didn't get any new mode in Splatoon 3. Hopefully we'll get one in 4. I think we're definitely due for one.
Next up is Salmon Run, the co-op survival mode introduced in Splatoon 2. Now, fun fact, this is a mode I had wanted since the first game back in 2015.
So basically, what I'm going to talk... The main thing in this mode for me is just make it so that, like, the dumb you can only play it at certain times thing is gone. And that went away in 3, which is good. The problem is the whole you can only play certain stages at certain times thing, that's still there. And on Salmon Run, that's more egregious because Salmon Run has way less stages. So you can only play on, like, one stage for, like, 3 hours. No, not even. Like, for, like, days. Like, at least if you're doing, like, the regular public multiplayer. Now, of course, if you have a private lobby, you can pick whatever you want, but I don't have that. So, I think that it's even more egregious on Salmon Run than it is on anything else. Talking about some single-player stuff. So, yeah, that, again, I'm not going to watch the whole thing, even though I did watch a decent amount of it, but... My thoughts on Falcon Winter Soldier. Here we go. The potential options for Switch Pro. I was supposed to do a sequel to this video for the Switch 2, but I never got around to doing it. And by the time, it was like, oh, there's no point doing it.
No secret to anyone that it's been a resounding success. Currently sitting at nearly 80 million units sold worldwide.
Now it's at 150 million units.
Not only crushing the infamously lackluster numbers of their previous console, the Wii U, which sat at measly 14 million units, but also becoming one of Nintendo's most successful consoles of all time, only behind the Wii, which currently sits at just over 100 million units. But there's a good chance the Switch may pass it in due time.
And it did, by a long shot.
Due to the success and popularity of the console handheld hybrid, many have speculated about potential future revisions of the Switch, specifically a mid-generation refresh, upgraded hardware similar to PS4 Pro and Xbox One X in more recent times, and with what Nintendo did with their previous handhelds in the past, such as the Game Boy Color, Nintendo DSi, and the infamous new Nintendo 3DS. While this theoretical refresh has many names, most known as Nintendo Switch Pro, and with more and more rumors popping up as of late, I figured I might as well give my take on the Switch Pro and the potential options that I think Nintendo might go with, as well as what I personally want to see from the system. So with that being said...
So even though I didn't end up making a proper like video for the Switch 2 in this vein, pretty much like with that one Smash video I mentioned in 2020, pretty much everything I say in this video applied to the Switch 2. Everything I wanted from a Switch Pro is what I wanted from the Switch 2. So honestly, I really didn't need to make the video, because like, just watch the Switch Pro video, all that stuff still applies, pretty much.
Let's begin. First up is the display, a crucial component of the Switch, of course, due to its hybrid nature, which by all means...
Also, an aspect of the Switch 2 I don't personally use much. I've always been a docked person with the Switch, and with the Switch 2, even though the Switch 2 is much better, handheld-wise, than the Switch 1, it's still going to be a docked console for me for the most part, but that's beside the point.
At this point, seems to be continuing with the Switch Pro. The display on the current Switch is a 6.2-inch 720p LCD. Nothing fancy by any means at this point, but it also gets the job done just fine. But of course, that doesn't mean people aren't clamoring for a better display. Particular a 1080p display, and I'm definitely in that camp as well.
And we did get that, which I'm very happy for, because there were talks of like 720p. It's like, no. A Switch Pro, Switch 2, a new Switch needs to have a 1080p screen. And we got a 1080p screen. Now, of course, the quality of that 1080p screen has been debated, of course, but we did get a 1080p screen.
However, that may not be what we are getting, as according to this guy, whose name I won't say because I know I'll butcher it, and I'll be bringing up this guy later, claims that the Switch Pro will be using a 720p 7-inch Samsung OLED panel.
What emphasis on the Samsung for some reason. So, that was true. The OLED did use a 720p 7-inch OLED screen. So that was correct.
With Samsung planning to begin mass production of said panels in June, with a goal of around 1 million units per month, meaning that by the holiday season, Nintendo would have more than enough panels to work with. This, if true, would be a bit of a disappointment for some, as everyone just kind of assumed we'd be getting a 1080p screen. But on the bright side, it would still be an improvement over the current Switch due to the upgrade to OLED, which would bring much improved image quality, even if it's at the same resolution.
Much improved image quality. I mean, I guess that's technically correct. I mean, OLED is better than LCD. It is. Better blacks, all that stuff. Better colors, all that stuff. Which is why when the Switch 2 was an LCD, it was controversial, because we had a Switch OLED, and now we're going to a Switch 2 LCD. But again, that's a whole other topic.
If this is what we ended up getting, I wouldn't be bothered too much personally, as I mainly play my Switch in dock mode anyways. But I'll admit it would be kind of weird for a Switch Pro to still have a 720p display, even if it is upgraded. Hopefully we will still end up getting a 1080p display in the end, but if we don't, it won't exactly be the end of the world for me either. Ah yes, the Joy-Cons, the detachable controllers that come with every Nintendo Switch. I think it's safe to say over the years they haven't exactly garnered the best reputation, mainly due to the infamous Joy-Con drift that has been an issue for many over the last 4 years. Yes, it really has been 4 years.
Yes, it really has been 8 years. It really is that old.
Which has even led to class action lawsuits which have forced Nintendo into offering free repairs for anyone afflicted.
Which is still the case today, by the way. In fact, not too long ago, I actually sent in my Joy-Cons, and they repaired them, and actually, no, they replaced them for free. So, they still do it. And you don't even have to have drift. You don't even have to have drift. You can just have an issue with your Joy-Cons in general, and you can basically just send them in, and they'll take care of it for free. So, that's still the case to this day. I also heard that this apparently still applies even to the Switch 2 Joy-Cons, even though obviously it's too early for that to really be an issue yet. But, just saying.
Drift problems aside, however, I do think that the Joy-Cons are fairly decent controllers. Not as good as Pro.
That was me being a bit generous. I don't think they're terrible, but, I mean, if you can use a Pro controller, you'd be crazy to not use one. The Switch 2 Joy-Cons are much better. Like, the Switch 2 Joy-Cons make the Switch 1 Joy-Cons feel like toys by comparison. Like, the Switch 2 Joy-Cons feel like a proper controller. I mean, it's still not quite the same as a Pro controller, but it gets a lot closer. In terms of build quality and the stick and everything.
Controller, of course, but they get the job done. And I do enjoy using them for games like Breath of the Wild.
Maybe a more accurate term would be did. At first, when the Switch first came out, I used them in Breath of the Wild a decent bit, but for the longest time, I've just used the Pro controller.
So that, of course, brings us to the Switch Pro, and will they be updating the Joy-Cons in any significant way?
No, they did not. For the OLED, at least, they didn't. The Switch 2 obviously got big upgrades for the Joy-Cons. Again, the stick is way smoother, the stick is bigger, the Joy-Cons are bigger, they're just a lot better built. They're not perfect, but they're a lot better than the original Joy-Cons.
You know, outside of maybe finally fixing drift. Well, there was
which, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I know that people have done teardowns, and they're like, the actual layout isn't that different. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some drift. I mean, there's drift on other controllers. I mean, I have a dual sense that unfortunately has drift every once in a while. I've been meaning to replace for a while. So obviously, the Joy-Cons are not the only controllers that have that issue sometimes. Although obviously, it's way more common on the Joy-Cons than it is on, say, a DualSense or a Pro controller or any other kind of controller. I don't think any of my Xbox controllers have drifted. I've had PlayStation controllers that have drifted. I've had Nintendo controllers that have drifted, but I've never had an Xbox controller that has drifted. So, props to Microsoft, I guess. None of my current Nintendo controllers drift though. It's only any time I had a drift issue, I just sent it in and they fixed it or replaced it, and then it didn't matter anymore. Although with the PS5 controller, I do need to replace that. And unfortunately, you can't send it in. You can't even pay them, which is really weird, because like with Nintendo, like before they offered the free Joy-Con repair, you could still send it in, and they'll cost you like $30 or whatever. You could still do that. But for some weird reason with Sony, you can't do that. Like I called them not too long ago and I was like, hey, like I have a controller from like 3-4 years ago, You know, I kind of want to send it in because it's got like drift or whatever. And because it's out of warranty, they won't take it at all. Like, there's no, oh, now it's 50. It's not, no. I literally cannot give them money to fix it. I just have to buy a new controller, which is really weird because Nintendo will take, even before the Joy-Con, free Joy-Con stuff, and even with their other stuff, like, you know, you can send in, I actually sent in not that long ago, not because it was drifting, but because of some other thing. I actually sent in my Splatoon 2 Pro Controller, and it was like 8 years old, and they took it just fine, and they replaced it, and now it's basically brand new, and it's really nice, but there wasn't anything fundamentally wrong with the controller. I was just sending it in because there was some other things that were going on. It didn't have drift or anything, although I did have a controller that drifted at one point, but again, that was resolved years ago. I'm getting off topic here.
Patent file showcasing a new Joy-Con design with a D-pad instead of the arrow buttons, and the return of the circle pad from the 3DS in place of the thumbstick.
And that never happened.
The placements on the controller are swapped for some reason. Regardless, though, assuming this ends up actually coming to fruition at some point, I don't think it'll be the Joy-Cons included with the Switch Pro. Why? Because the circle pad is technically a downgrade from the normal thumbstick. So it'd be really weird to include a quote-unquote downgraded Joy-Con with your upgraded Switch, even if it didn't suffer from the drift issue, which is why I assume they brought back the circle pad in the first place. Now sure, I can maybe see them selling this as a new Joy-Con variant, maybe even launching alongside Switch Pro, but as the default option included with it, I highly doubt it personally. It would just seem really weird to me. Personally, I think the Joy-Cons we get with the Switch Pro are going to be more or less the same as what we have now, just with some under-the-hood changes to better combat drifting, but that's about it. Next up is the core guts of the Switch Pro, that of course being the upgraded SoC, which in the Switch's case of course is the NVIDIA Tegra. Now this one in particular is actually very interesting, not just because it lays the framework for how much more capable the new system will be over its predecessor, but also because the current Tegra that's used in both the current Switch and the Switch Lite, the Tegra X1, is reportedly being discontinued by NVIDIA later this year, which of course would be a problem if Nintendo wants to keep selling their existing Switch models. My guess is that Nintendo will, if they haven't already, be making a deal with NVIDIA to keep production of the X1 going exclusively just for them.
So, this was a theory I had back then. I even made a short based entirely around this theory in 2024 called Why the Switch 2, at the time Switch 2, not Switch Pro, because we were past the Switch Pro at that point, Why the Switch 2 will release in 2024. I made this entire argument based on this whole idea of the Tegra X1s being discontinued, so I'm not going to have them. They're going to run out of them at some point. They'll still be forced to put out new hardware. That whole thing did not actually end up happening, or at least it hasn't happened yet. Because Nintendo, even though the Switch 2 is out, they're still making Switch 2. Sorry, they're still making Switch 1s. They're still making Switch 1s. And according to Furukawa, they're going to keep making Switch 1s as long as there's, quote, enough demand for it. So, that whole theory of mine, or like I said, maybe they made a deal where they're still making them, but just for Nintendo. It could be that too. Or maybe they have a big stockpile. Either way, the Switch did not end up getting discontinued before the Switch 2 came out, in the same way that, like, the Wii U got discontinued before the Switch came out.
Regardless, though, that only affects the current Switches, not the Switch Pro, as the new system will be receiving some upgraded Tegra. The question is, which one? Well, there have been no shortage of rumors when it comes to this one, ranging from a minor revision of the X1 to a next-generation
Well, the Tegra X1 Plus is what the OLED ended up using. It wasn't any faster, which was the #1 reason I didn't get an OLED. I skipped the OLED. For two reasons. One, it wasn't any faster. Two, I don't play in handheld mode much. And three, okay, so I guess there's three reasons. And three, I would lose modding support because it wouldn't support the RCM method. 3 strikes, you're out. So I just skipped the OLED and waited for the 2. So that means I went from my 2017 Switch to the Switch 2. So I completely skipped the OLED.
Tegra
powered by NVIDIA's upcoming Lovelace architecture. Personally, I don't think it's either. It's just having the X1, I think, still defeats the purpose of a Switch Pro existing at all, and I don't think it's going to be the Lovelace one, because there is no way in hell that Nintendo is going to pick that for the Switch Pro, because it would cost too much to manufacture, and therefore would raise the price of the console too much, and Nintendo doesn't go for the bleeding edge anyway. I think now, what's funny is that we were talking about Lovelace for the Switch Pro. Now, granted, unlikely, but we still were talking about it, and then, of course, the Switch 2 has Ampere, with Lovelace backports, but Ampere largely. But I think it has Lovelace's encoding engine, so it has Lovelace NVENC, but the regular, but like the core, including the tensor cores, is all Ampere. So most likely option going around is probably a custom version of Xavier, which would provide double the performance of the X1 without breaking the bank. It would also contain 8 gigs of RAM, double the... Now, of course, again, this video is about the Switch Pro, but most of this stuff would apply to the Switch 2 as well, which is why I'm going between the OLED and the Switch 2. So, of course, because again, the OLED was just the X1, or it was the X1 Plus, rather, the Mariko variant that was introduced in 2019 that breaks the RCM method. Which is what so the OLED was no faster. Like, if the OLED was faster, I would have gotten it. I would have gotten one. If it was the Switch Pro, I would have gotten one. But it wasn't. And I didn't have modding support, and I don't play in handheld mode anyway, so there was really no reason for me to get it. But the Switch 2 did not use Xavier, it uses Orin, I believe. Or more specifically, it uses the T239. That's the chip that the Switch 2 uses, and it also has 12 gigs of RAM, not 8 gigs of RAM. The current Switch as well. Most importantly, however, this customized Xavier supposedly will be bringing the Switch Pro its biggest feature, that being NVIDIA's DLSS technology. And if you know what DLSS is, then you will know this is absolutely huge for the Switch Pro, as it would allow for developers to render their games at 1080p or lower, as they do now, and then use DLSS to hit a very convincing 4K that some would argue is actually better than native resolution with relatively few resources. Now, first-party games have not used DLSS yet on the Switch 2. Now, Cyberpunk uses it. A couple of other third-party games use it. Okay, let me take that. I think Scarlet and Violet might use DLSS. I've heard that it does, but I'm not 100% on that. But like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom don't. Mario Kart doesn't. Donkey Kong doesn't. None of the first-party games use it yet. And for the record, they don't have to. As long as the resolution's high, like the whole reason of DLSS is to like make up for not having the highest resolution. But if you can hit a decent resolution anyway, then like you don't need DLSS. Like Mario Kart World on a 4K screen looks just fine. It renders at 1440p, just like native 1440p, not DLSS, just straight 1440p, and it looks fine, right? And then obviously other games that have gotten patches, like Splatoon 3 with the new patch is straight up 4K in battles. The lobby is 1440p, or I should say the hub world is 1440p, but actual multiplayer matches are straight up native 4K, and it looks fantastic. Why would you need DLSS for that? Now, granted, that's a Switch 1 game, but still. Point is, we haven't had a big flagship game use DLSS yet on the first-party side. I'm sure, now I am convinced that Monolith Soft will use it, because they already use reconstruction on their current games on Switch, so I'm sure that they're gonna fully embrace DLSS for like Xenoblade 4 or that one medieval IP thing that they announced like forever ago and haven't shown us yet. We are long overdue to see that, by the way. That was announced in like 2018, or sorry, it was teased on their developer website in 2018. It was never officially announced. But we've known about it for like the whole generation, and we still haven't seen it, obviously because it's being saved for the Switch 2. So hopefully in the next Direct we'll see it finally. It's been a few years since Xenoblade 3 anyway, so we're kind of due for a new Monolith Soft game anyway. I know we had Xenoblade X recently, but that's a port, so I'm not really counting that. There is, however, one little catch, and that is supposedly DLSS will only be implemented in upcoming releases such as Breath of the Wild 2, Splatoon 3, and when it eventually comes out in 2045, Metroid Prime 4. Okay, so I'm joking there, obviously. But here's the funny thing. Again, none of those 3 games use DLSS on the Switch 2. Breath of the Wild 2 and... Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are 1440p native on Switch 2.
Splatoon 3, with the new patch that came out not that long ago, is 1440p in the hub area, but 4K native, not... I'm serious, like, it is native 4K in battles, and it looks fantastic. And then Metroid Prime 4, now, Nintendo said it was 4K. They said it was 4K. Digital Foundry is thinking it's more 1440p with some kind of upscaling. So maybe that does use DLSS. But obviously the game's not out yet, so we're not sure. But as of right now, none of those 3 games use DLSS in their Switch 2 iterations or patches.
Existing games will most likely not be patched.
But again, as long as the games look good enough anyway, or don't need DLSS, like, the whole point of using DLSS is if you need it. Right? If these games don't need DLSS to look good, then don't use it. But I'm just saying none of those games currently use it.
Supported, which if true is a real shame, as there are definitely games right now that could use it. Like the Xenoblade games that currently only run at 720p. And of course being on...
Now, that is definitely something that's got to be coming eventually. That's got to be coming eventually, right? Like, there's no way Monolith Soft is not going to update, like, all the... Or at least Xenoblade 3. But hopefully, like, all of them. 1, 2, X, 3. They should all get, 60 FPS modes and 4K modes and whatever. Like, they should get all that stuff. 100%. Those games deserve... Because those games look really good when you have enough resolution. But as is, they're soft on Switch.
Play other existing games such as Mario Odyssey, Smash Ultimate, or the original Breath of the Wild.
Okay, so we got so Odyssey, we got an update for that. It doesn't use DLSS, but we did get a res bump, and it is a big res bump. I forget what the exact resolution is. I think Digital Foundry said it was somewhere around 1800p, so that's pretty good. So not quite 4K, but still pretty good. That's much higher than 1440p. Smash, unfortunately, does not have an update yet. I really, really, really hope it gets a 4K patch. Whether it's as an update, a Switch 2 edition, I don't care. Just give it to us, like, please. I really, really hope we get that. Especially because we're not going to be getting a new Smash game for probably a few years because of Air Riders. So I hope we get it. We get some kind of 4K upgrade at some point, but we'll see.
4K would be sweet as well. But that seems to not be in the cards, at least for now. DLSS support is by far the biggest thing I want to see on the Switch Pro as someone that has a 4K monitor. And it sounds...
And I still do. And I'm very, very happy that we have a Nintendo console that can actually do 4K, can do higher than 1080p resolution finally after all these years. Like, what's probably the simplest way I would sum up the Switch 2? It's the Switch Pro I always wanted. So I'm pretty happy with it from a hardware perspective overall. Because it's the Switch Pro I always wanted. Just 4 years after it should have come out. But we have it. And the games look pretty good on it when they have proper support for it. Again, we still gotta... Again, games like Smash Ultimate are still 1080p. I mean, 1080p is fine for a game like that. But, still need 4K patches and just patches in general for, like, these older games. We still... Xenoblade doesn't have it. Smash doesn't have it. Animal Crossing doesn't have it. These 4K upgrades or 60 FPS upgrades. We're still missing that for a decent amount of the games. But I'm sure they'll come in time.
Sounds like it is indeed happening, which of course has me super hyped. But of course, we will just have to wait and see if it really does end up being true. I know this isn't necessarily hardware related, but it is something that I know would matter to a lot of people, and it is something that has been rumored. Yes, for those that don't know, there is a rumor claiming that the Switch Pro...
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
Similar to what we saw on the new 3DS. That actually would not surprise me.
Obviously, this entire section is totally null and void.
Whatever little power out of the Switch that they can as is. And we've already seen some of the more demanding games, such as Control and Hitman 3, come to the Switch's cloud-only games.
Oh yeah, the infamous cloud versions.
Devs making some of their games Switch Pro exclusives would make a lot of sense, as they need all the power.
Labo.
I think it would be totally understandable to most people. I don't think, however, that Nintendo's going to be making...
I just found whatever Switch commercials I could, and I just threw them in the timeline.
They run fine on the current Switch.
That's the only reason Labo is in there. It wouldn't be there otherwise.
From their existing install base they've already built up. So yeah, I don't think anyone needs to worry about Breath of the Wild 2 or Prime 4 being exclusive to the Switch Pro or anything like that. But of course, those games will run and look best on the Switch Pro, but I guarantee you they'll be fine on the current Switch as well.
And that's more or less panned out as far, like, I mean, Tears of the Kingdom on Switch 1 is fine. It has its frame drops, for sure, just like the original game did, but it's still totally fine. And Prime 4, even on Switch 1, looks pretty good. It has a solid 60 FPS. The Switch 2 version's better, and if I ever play Prime 4, it will obviously be the Switch 2 version, but it's a game that was designed for the Switch 1, and it's going to look and run just fine. The Nintendo Land music.
Finally, let's go over a few smaller things that we haven't talked about yet before wrapping this video up. First is Bluetooth support, which is something people have been wanting since launch and may be coming to both not only the Switch Pro, but maybe even the current Switch as well.
And it did. Not long after this, actually, like later in 2021, we got the update, the long overdue update, added Bluetooth support, and of course it's just there by default on the Switch 2. In fact, the Switch 2 added new features to the Bluetooth mode, like the ability to connect and disconnect your headphones from the like the pause menu where you hold down the home button. So that was not on the Switch 1 apparently.
As in the recent Switch update 12.0, they added new drivers that could potentially allow for Bluetooth audio support. But I should put a big emphasis on maybe, as there is currently no support for this new driver. But it would be weird for Nintendo to add this in and do literally nothing with it, so we'll just have to wait and see if that amounts to anything in the future. Then of course, there is the price, which by all accounts is going to be $400, which is...
For both the OLED and the Switch 2. That's what it should have been. I think the $450 price of the Switch 2 isn't that big of a deal. It's probably the absolute most they could have charged for it without people losing their minds. If it was $500, I think people would have been a lot more annoyed. But at $450, it's like the absolute most they could charge for without people completely losing their minds. But I think it should have been $400. I think they should have taken the hit and made it $400. I think $400 would have been a much more appealing price tag. Right? You can still have the bundle with Mario Kart, so it would be $400 with the console itself and $450 with Mario Kart. I think that would have gone over better. Now, to be clear, most of the issues with the pricing stuff has been with Mario Kart being $80, which we all agree is dumb, regardless of how you feel about the game itself. But the console itself, yeah, $450, it should have been $400, but yes. but the Switch OLED was $350, and then the Switch 2 was $450, so the $400 price tag didn't happen either way.
Not surprise me, literally at all. I have been predicting that price tag for years, and it would slide right in alongside the existing lineup of the Switch Lite at $200 and the regular Switch at $300. That being said, however, a $400 price tag for the Switch Pro would be a bit awkward, as you could get a PS5 digital edition for the same price. Or at least you could if they were actually in stock, so I'm guessing Nintendo...
This was back when they were on Obtainium, obviously. This was 2021. I couldn't get a PS5 until September of 2021 through like a Sony, like, hey, come at this time, and then, you know, 3, 2, 1, go. Hopefully you get lucky. Yeah. Now, of course, the PS5 in North America has gone up in price. I believe it's now $450 for the digital version, I think. Or is it $550 for the disc version? I forget what the price is. There was a price increase in Europe and other countries, but not in the US until I think recently. And then recently they upped the price in the US, I think. So that statement might not be entirely true anymore. Although, of course, eBay exists, and of course you can get it for cheaper on eBay. So you can still get it for $400, maybe even less on eBay, but
isn't too worried about that at the moment. Then again, who knows if you'll be able to get the Switch Pro either. Hopefully you will, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. Finally is probably the most important question regarding the Switch outside the specs. And that, of course, is, when is it going to be released? Well, going off of Nintendo's last few refresh announcements, I think the Switch Pro will most likely be announced sometime in the summer. Most likely...
Which technically happened for the OLED. In fact, they revealed it pretty much the same way they revealed the Switch Lite, where it just happened out of nowhere with no build-up.
In July or August,
I believe it happened in July.
Reveal, like the new 2DS XL and Switch Lite were, with a release date of sometime in September. However, if Breath of the Wild 2
I
does,
believe it came out in October, I want to say. I think it came out in like October... No, not October 5th. Was it October 5th? I think it was early October when it came out.
does come out this year, then I think it's very likely that the Switch Pro will launch alongside it, which in that case, of course, it will release in November instead. So those are my thoughts on what the Switch Pro may be offering us later this year. So, what do you all expect to see from the Switch Pro? Do you think it's going to be the big upgrade it's been built up to be? Or do you think we're all getting hyped up for nothing and it's just going to be a minor revision?
Yeah, the second of those two. That's what the Switch Pro ended up being, unfortunately. I mean, look, the OLED is better than the original Switch in every single way, but it wasn't faster. And that's the part I cared about. It was the Switch Pro without the Pro. And if you don't have the Pro, why should I buy it? Because that's what I wanted. I wanted a 4K Nintendo console. I wanted all that stuff. But basically, I wanted what the Switch 2 is now, but back in 2021. We didn't get it, so I skipped it. We have it now with the Switch 2, and that's great, but sucks that it took this long.
I'd like to see what you all want to see from this elusive console down below. And with that being said, this is Logan589XP, and I'll see you guys next time.
Oh yeah, I haven't shown that yet. Yeah, that's kind of my main video outro that I've used for the last few years. I mean, I haven't made a main video in a couple of years, granted, but that's the Q2 like victory theme, battle victory theme. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna change that. I think once I make a new video again, I'm probably gonna keep this because I'm pretty happy with it, I would say. I might change the text font, but like the actual core of it, I think I'm pretty happy with. But yeah, so that was that video. I think that video, I mean, obviously the video by its nature is outdated, but I still think that video holds up, and most of what I said in that video equally applied to the Switch 2, so you may as well be like Switch Pro and Switch 2 in that, because it basically applied to it. Yeah, potential options. This is a deleted scene that didn't end up getting included.
Now, before we talk about what we might see from a hardware perspective, I think we should talk about what exactly this revision is going to be called. Now, yes, as mentioned before, everyone has been calling it the Switch Pro, for years even. That's just because it's an easy name that's simple and to the point, and it's also a name that everyone can just kind of get behind because, hey, PS4 Pro, therefore Switch Pro. But in reality, of course, Nintendo isn't going to call it that. People have joked about them calling it the new Nintendo Switch, and while that would be kind of funny, all jokes aside, they are not going to call it that either. In my opinion, of all the potential names being thrown around, the three that stand out to me as being real possibilities are the Switch XL, the Switch Plus, and the Super Switch. The first option is pretty self-explanatory, as by all accounts, this new revision will have a bigger screen, and Nintendo has used the XL moniker in the past on both the DS and 3DS. The only problem with this name is that it makes it sound like the screen is the only real upgrade over the previous model.
Which is what it ended up actually being. But that's beside the point.
To the XL variants in the past. Even though it's all but guaranteed there's going to be more to the revision than just a bigger screen.
And there technically was, just not, again, the power.
Is much more of what a upgraded Switch would have to offer. It just sounds like a name I can picture alongside regular Switch in the Switch Lite on a website and in the title for the reveal trailer. However, if they want to emphasize the power of the console more, they could go for something like Switch Max, but I don't think they would go for that personally. Finally, comes the Super Switch. I've actually seen quite a number of people advocating for this name, and I get it. It's supposed to be a neat little callback to how we had the NES, then we had the SNES, or if you're from Japan, how we had the Famicom, then we had the Super Famicom. But that right there is why I don't think it would make sense to call the Switch Pro that, because the Switch Pro is the mid-generation refresh, not the next-generation console. I think if they were to use this name, they should save it for the Switch 2. And yes, I do think the next proper Nintendo console will be a Switch 2. They struck gold with the hybrid concept, and I absolutely 100% think they're going to keep it going for at least one more console. And I think it will be fully backwards compatible with all the Switch games, just like it was going from the DS to the 3DS. But I'll save that discussion for another time. So, all those potential names, which one do I think Nintendo is most likely to go with? Well, in my opinion, that would be Switch Plus. For the reasons I mentioned previously, being a name that can encompass more of what an upgrade Switch can do than just, say, the XL, while also being a name that is more realistic, in my opinion, for a refresh than just Super Switch. Which, again, I think could be saved for the next true console down the line. So, now that we've settled on a potential name, let's go ahead and jump into the meat of the discussion. And that, of course, is the specs. The Nintendo Switch.
Okay, well, hold on. Now it goes back over to the actual video. Go back. Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit. So, now, of course, we know now. So, of course, obviously, the whole Switch Pro thing didn't actually happen. It was the OLED. And, of course, they called it the OLED because that was the upgrade, the OLED. But the naming things, yeah. I think Switch Plus would have been a decent name. Switch Max would have been a decent name. Switch Plus being better than Switch Max. But Super Switch was obviously the one that people wanted it to be called. Now, what's funny is we know now from the Switch 2 interview on the website, the Ask the Developer interview, that they did consider calling the Switch 2 the Super Switch. They did consider it. But the reason they decided against it was because the SNES was not backwards compatible with the NES. So they figured that would make it sound like the Super Switch couldn't play Switch games, even though it was going to. So that was the reason they decided against calling it the Super Switch. But they did consider it. So there is that. So that's that video. Yeah, let's kind of fast forward here. So we got a bunch more discussions. The Mii Costume Massacre highlight. Sora and Smash. The one thing Nintendo is currently missing.
Hey everyone, guess who's back? Yep.
We're definitely taking a long time here. See you later. I'm going off to bed. Happy anniversary. Well, thank you for sticking around, Antonio, as long as you have. I appreciate it. Frankly, I really should probably wrap this up. Really, I probably should just cover like the last couple of like notable videos and call it. I mean, we've covered all like the really early stuff I really wanted to cover anyway. But yeah, this video really I think is a video I should remake. So I mentioned earlier how like people don't really care about Doug Bowser and Furukawa, and if they died tomorrow, no one would care. This video is kind of based around that. Basically, it's like, hey, Nintendo doesn't have like a likable on-screen personality that's like new. That isn't your Miyamoto or Sakurai or whatever. Like, they don't have that right now. That's basically what this video centers on. I feel like it could have been better. So, yeah, I don't know. This is one I want to remake at some point. Because I feel like it could have been better, in my opinion. But yeah, so we got Game Awards, more announcements, more predictions, Marvel stuff. And then this is the last episode of the Nincast that's on the secondary channel, and I move it back over to the main channel. So let's go ahead and 2022, come on, we're on the home stretch here. Wait, what? Were those really the first videos? Really? These are the first videos of 2022. Huh. Okay, then. Well, hold on. There's 2 unavailable videos. I'm guessing those are streams. They wouldn't be anything else. Anyways, so these 2 videos, right? This is a whole meme, basically. This was a running joke for a while. We're like, this series was the last main video thing I did on the channel 3 years ago. This was supposed to be a thing that happened in like November/December 2021. Never ended up happening. And I finally got the first 2 parts out into February of 2022, or January 2022, I should say. And then part 3 never came out, and then therefore 4 and 5 never came out. And at this point, they're not happening, right? I've already said that many times. Like, they're not happening. It's a shame. This was a cool idea, but yeah, if I'm gonna go back to this idea, I need to like redo the whole thing from the ground up and probably do it as just one long video. Yeah, I just kind of go over my thoughts on the roster. These are all thoughts that are probably outdated, so that's another reason why I should probably just redo the series anyway, because like these first 2 videos are going to be outdated, so Plus, I do feel like they could have been a bit better, I feel. So, you can go watch them if you want, but these videos are definitely outdated, and the series never got finished. Again, this stream has been going on for long enough, so we're not going to watch them. We've watched enough, frankly. Let's see, Scarlet and Violet reaction. Oh yeah, here's the first ever short I did. Tracks I want to see in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's DLC. This is when the Booster Course Pass was first announced. Let's see how many of these I got right. Or how many of these I got, rather. Didn't get that one, but we got it in World. But we didn't get it in this. Yes, I timed the music on purpose to land with that. A Maple Treeway, we got that. We got Mushroom Gorge. We got Koopa Cape. We did not get this. We got this. We got this as well. So we've gotten most of these so far. We got that. And we got that. We did not get that, but we got it in World. We got that in World, but not in the Booster Course Pass. And we did not get that one in anything yet. I think that Woohoo Island would be a perfect DLC for World, right? Because the whole thing with the World is that, you know, it's an, you know, like everything's interconnected, and, you know, it's one big world. It would make perfect sense to have Woohoo Island be like a DLC island that you can, you know, drive to or whatever. Like this would be perfect for World. Like Woohoo Island would be perfect for a game like Mario Kart World. It would be perfect for that. We didn't get that. We didn't get that. We got that in World, but not in the Booster Course. Alrighty, so I got a good amount of those, but there were definitely a couple we didn't get, particularly from Mario Kart 7, I think. In fact, okay, I actually made a whole thing right here. So you know Toad's Factory. For those of you who don't know, Toad's Factory is one of my favorite tracks in the series, which is why when World was revealed and we heard the during the trailer, it's like, oh yes! We didn't see it on screen, but we heard the music, and that was all I needed to hear. So we didn't get that. We got Maple Treeway in Wave 3, Mushroom Gorge in Wave 2, Koopa Cape in Wave 5, No Mushroom Bridge from Double Dash. Waluigi Stadium was Wave 4, DK Mountain and Daisy Cruiser were 6 and 5, Waluigi Pinball was 2, and then all of these last ones, which are mostly from 3D, from Mario Kart 7, we did not get. So it's basically about half of all the Wii tracks getting in, except the one I wanted the most. Honestly, I'm kind of okay with it because I'd rather it be saved for Mario Kart 9 so it gets a full remake instead of being a beefed up Tortboard anyway. So yeah, that's so yeah, I think this short went over pretty well, as you can probably tell by the views and the likes. So this was my first ever short. If you're wondering why it still has the banner, it's because I can't change the thumbnail for the shorts for some reason. That's the only reason. It's the only video that has the banner still. I got rid of those like a year ago. Let's see. Morbius, Moon Knight, Doctor Strange, State of Play. Oh yeah, Persona comes to Xbox and PC. That was a big deal. FF7 was a big deal. Oh, here's a big one right here. Well, not really a big one, but still notable. We got the Shredder's Revenge stream with Jay. That was fun. We also did one with Forza the year after, although that one wasn't as good, in my opinion. But the Shredder's Revenge stream was cool. So yeah, I streamed out on Twitch, and then he also streamed it on YouTube. So I have a link to his stream in the description. He has a link to my stream, so it goes back and forth. Yeah, that was cool though. That was cool, and the Forza stream was still neat too. But the Forza stream was definitely not as good, and it definitely dragged. I feel. But yeah, the Ninja Turtle stream though was definitely pretty neat. It was definitely something different for me, that's for sure. But it was still fun. Yeah, Persona 3, 4, and 5 come in the Switch. I've said this before. I've never been on like the break-free Persona whatever because I have a PS4 now, a PS5, so I could already play these games. And I was never gonna buy them on Switch, even if they came to Switch anyway, because the PlayStation versions would be better. Again, I don't play in handheld mode, so for me there is absolutely no reason to buy a Switch or even Switch 2 version of the game when I can buy the PS5 or Series X or PC version of the game. Because I'm not gaining the benefit of the portability, so I'm just buying a worser version. So why not buy the better version, right? So again, for me, a Nintendo console is just that, a Nintendo console. Sure, I have Minecraft on it. Maybe I'll try some free-to-play games on it every once in a while, but it's a Nintendo machine. The PlayStation and Xbox and PC are for the third parties. The Nintendo console is for the Nintendo stuff. So no, I've never been crazy about third-party stuff on Switch and Switch 2. I mean, it's cool when we get it, but it's not personally something that matters to me that much. See more Marvel stuff, Splatoon. Oh yeah, all the Splatoon streams, these were fun. These did pretty well. Oh yeah, the infamous, the end of Octo expansion, where I completely just, I could not. It took me forever. It took me like literally 3 hours. It took me literally, unironically 3 hours to beat Inner Agent 3. It was genuinely infuriating near the end. But I did do it, and man, the relief I felt when I finally beat Inner Agent 3 was, oh man. Oh man, that was something. That was definitely an iconic moment in my history on YouTube for sure. Oh, oops, I didn't realize it was playing. So yeah, these were all fun. All of these streams were neat. This was like my road to Splatoon 3 series where I went through all the old campaigns. So there's more Splatoon stuff, direct, state of play, highlights, Persona 5 Royal when that came out. I did a stream on the Series X version because it was on Game Pass. Let's see more stuff. Directs, the Smash Ultimate Open Lobby. Oh yeah, Super Mario Bros. Movie. Okay. Oh yeah, this video. This video was kind of weird. I'm not sure why I bothered to make this video, honestly. I mean, I get why I did it, but it was kind of like an off the cuff, like, sure, why not? It's something different.
As for the characters themselves, I mean, I haven't seen any of the speculation surrounding them, but I'm sure a good amount of people are, of course, going to be asking, are those Ash's kids? Because that's the obvious conclusion everyone...
That obviously didn't happen. So, just to be clear, it says it in, like, the description, like, at the beginning, that little black and white preamble. I have not watched Pokemon in a very, very, very long time. But I do have a very, very, very surface level knowledge of, like, what's happened since I stopped watching. So, of course, when this happened, it was big news, right? Ash being done after all these years, right? And, of course, when we got the new characters, and we saw that one of them had the little, like, Ash hat thing, that was like, oh, so I made a dumb little comment about it, and I made a little highlight about it, the whole thing of like, who's Ash's mom if this were to happen, and it's all a bunch of nonsense. Of course, none of that happened. I knew it wasn't going to happen. I probably say it in this that I know that's going to happen, and it didn't. Again, I have not seen Horizons at all, but what I do know is none of the characters have any connection to any of the old characters at all. I know that at least. Because I have skimmed the wiki a couple of times just to like see some very surface level knowledge on the newer characters and stuff. So yeah, this was kind of a weird video, but it was kind of like a, why not? It was an interesting enough discussion, I guess, to justify a little highlight. Even though it all ended up being a bunch of nonsense, I knew it was going to be nonsense. Okay, enough about that. Let's see, what else? What else? 2023. Come on, we're getting there. We're getting there. 6 hours and 46 minutes, and we're still not done. Okay, so let's see. More streams, more reactions, all the usual stuff at this point is all there. Fortune Island Thunderstorm. This was kind of funny. And the music being what it was not on purpose.
You have arrived at your
Yeah, this was really weird. You know, what's funny is as the music gets more and more intense, it gets more and more glitchy. And I can assure you, this is not the recording. This is the actual game doing this. Let me show you the part where it gets really crazy. This part right here where I do this big jump, this is where it gets really crazy. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Oh, look at that. It's it's all messed up, man. This is the only time this happened, so of course when it happened, I had to record it. So yeah, that's just a little thing I made on the secondary channel. So yeah, this was Forza Horizon 4 on PC, the PC version. Let's see more reactions, more Is there anything else like super notable I can bring up? Oh yeah, this is the short. This is the short I mentioned earlier for the Switch Pro thing. How I basically made a. This isn't literally a clip from that video, but this is like an original short I made, essentially based on that whole concept.
Few months, there has been a lot of talk regarding Nintendo's next console that most are preemptively calling the Switch 2. And one of the biggest topics of discussion regarding it has been when exactly it will be announced and ultimately release. While I no longer think the console will be announced this year, after what we saw in the most recent Direct, I still firmly believe that the console will release in 2024.
Although, to be fair, most people thought it would release in 2024.
For a variety of reasons, but one in particular stands above the rest. By the end of 2021, NVIDIA stopped manufacturing the Tegra X1, the chip that powers the Nintendo Switch, meaning that yes, every single Switch that Nintendo has been making for the last 2 years have been using their existing Tegra X1 stockpile. And once they run out, then that's it. They can't get any more, meaning that they will essentially be forced into releasing new hardware, whether they like it or not.
Getting kind of aggressive there. But yeah, so of course, again, I mentioned that earlier because I mentioned it in the Switch Pro video. Again, as far as we know, that whole idea, because they're still making them, even after the Switch 2 came out. So they must still be making them, or Nintendo ordered like 50 million Tegra X1s, and they're just slowly going through that pile somehow. I don't know. I mean, obviously the console's going to die off eventually, but yeah, that whole theory about it, they will really this aged like milk, as you can see right there. And that was a while ago. Okay, so the next notable thing on here, the problem with the Live Gamer Ultra. So this is my worst performing short, and I'm not surprised because this is a very niche topic compared to what I normally talk about. But, you know, again, I'm someone that really likes capture cards, so when this whole thing was going down, I wanted to talk about it.
AverMedia's new flagship capture card, the Live Gamer 4K 2.1, is on the way, and despite coming with some cool new features such as VRR and 4K 120 pass-through, it unfortunately has several downgrades from its predecessor, such as the lack of 5.1 surround sound, and more importantly, the lack of 4K 60 HDR capture, a key selling point of its predecessor, mind you, which released back in 2018. And the big one for me, the lack of 4K 60 XRGB, aka full 444 chroma subsampler.
This really is a short where you have to pause to read everything, because I put a lot of stuff on screen and a lot of text. Basically, yeah, the Live Gamer 4K 2.1 is it's like a side grade compared to the original, which is the card I have. So the capture card I use whenever I do gaming streams is the Live Gamer 4K, the original Live Gamer 4K from 2018. And the reason I haven't upgraded it to the 4K 2.1 is because you lose 444 chroma subsampling, and that's something that matters a lot to me. Even though it doesn't really matter in the end, it matters to me personally, even if it doesn't matter that much. So I'm waiting for, like, whenever they put out, like, maybe when the Live Gamer 8K comes out or something, I don't know, but I'm perfectly content just running my current card for at least as long as I have this monitor. Now, of course, once I get an HDMI 2.1 monitor, you know, like a 4K 120 144 monitor, then I'm gonna have to get a new capture card. But until that happens, I'm just gonna run the current card.
Capture. The reason for these big downgrades, as far as I can tell, is because the 4K 2.1 is really just the recently released Ultra 2.1 slapped onto a PCIe card for seemingly no good reason. And
that's another reason to not buy the Live Gamer. See, the Ultra 2.1 is fine. The Ultra 2.1 is better than the original Ultra in every way. So the Ultra 2.1 I have absolutely no issue with. In fact, that's probably the card I would get. if I were to get an HDMI 2.1 capture card right now, I'd probably get that. But the 4K 2.1 is technically a downgrade for the reasons I already mentioned. Again, you can watch the whole thing and read all the text.
It's really disappointing, and unfortunately completely kills this card for me.
So yeah, this short didn't do very well because it's obviously a lot more niche. It got 1 like, 52 views, but you know what? I knew it wasn't going to get many views going in, but I'm still glad I made it. I'm still glad I made it. Okay, 2024. Come on, we're almost there for real this time. Again, I'm glossing. Like, if it's a stream or a discussion, I don't really have much to say about it at this point. They're kind of all just the normal stuff I do. So again, Xbox State of Play, again, all the reactions. Okay, so here's some notable streams that are different from the usual ones. The end of Wii U Online, right? This was a big deal. This was from April of 2024. Did a bit of Mario Kart 8, did a bit of Smash Wii U, and then the vast majority of the time we were just playing Splatoon 1, and we were basically just waiting until we got kicked off. And I believe I got kicked off, I want to say, about 2 hours after the online server shut down officially, and that's because of the stage rotation. The stage rotation kicked me off of it, so... This was fun. This was a fun stream. It was definitely worth doing, without question. And then I did a 10-year anniversary stream for Mario Kart 8, the game that never dies, until, of course, recently when it finally did die. But played some vanilla Mario Kart 8, not Deluxe. So that's what all there is to say about that. We got some more reaction streams, all that stuff. Some first Smash stream in forever. Those were a regular thing on Twitch. Yeah, then I did 10-year anniversary streams for 3DS and Wii U. And then the final episode of the Nincast. The final episode of the Nincast. I said this already a couple of times, but like, the name The Nincast has been around a long time. And there's nothing technically wrong with it. But I kind of felt like it was about time we retired it and we officially moved into completely neutral naming, right? Because another reason I called it the Nincast way back in 2016 is because my name was Nintendo Addict 8. It was from that time. It's the one relic from the Nintendo Addict 8 era that stuck through all these years later. But again, I want the channel to be, even though the channel is a de facto Nintendo channel, it is, I still want to be able to talk about other stuff and not have the videos be completely, not have the videos be, I want to be able to talk about Xbox and PlayStation and PC and whatever I want to talk about and still have the videos be taken seriously, right? Because let's be honest. If a PlayStation, a Kratos fan 216 makes a video about Xbox, are you going to take that video seriously? No, you're not. If you're watching a video from Master Chief 457 about PlayStation, you're gonna take that video seriously? No. It's just this inherent thing, right? It's like, oh, this video is immediately not worth watching because it's gonna be, biased as hell or whatever, right? That's one of the reasons I wanted to ditch the Nincast branding. It's because I didn't want to do videos like that Series S video under that brand name. because I feel like because then people would come in with a bias. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, obviously they can see that the channel is mostly a Nintendo channel, but it won't literally be called the Nincast. It doesn't have that above its head, right? I want people to be able to take what I say seriously on other stuff and not have the fact that that Nintendo is in the name weigh it down. So that was the main reason why way back in the day I ditched the Nintendo Out of Date name early on, because I knew this wasn't going to stick. This was going to hold me back later on. And obviously for the Nincast, it stuck around, even though I talked about other stuff and it wasn't really an issue. But I don't know, eventually I was like, I knew I'm going to have to get rid of it eventually. I know I'm going to have to get rid of it eventually. And this was kind of the times like, hey, it's had a good run, had 8 years, had a lot of videos, had a lot of success, but it's time for it to go away. This was the last episode. This was kind of a special finale episode for Season 7, because I didn't do any Nincasts that year, because I was debating whether or not I wanted to kill it off or not. And then, this is the first episode of the current format, which is basically the Nincast without it being called the Nincast. Except this time we've ditched the radio-style influenced, kind of rigid cookie-cutter design in favor of now we just do whatever we want. We just make a regular thumbnail. But to still signify that it's not a regular video and to still have some consistency, I have this little discussion video banner, which I like. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm probably going to stick with that for the foreseeable future. So yeah, predictions and hopes for the Game Awards 2024.
Hello, everyone. This is Logan5.
Okay, close that. Gonna hop over to 2025. Oh yeah, we have the Switch 2 reveal. Again, that was not live though, because they didn't do it live. It was just like randomly out of nowhere. Xbox Developer Direct, State of Play, Pokemon Presents. This has been going on for too long, but we're almost there. We're almost there. We're at 2025. We're almost done. So this is the last short I've done, and really the last thing I've done to a proper video. This is from earlier this year.
New Pokemon Presents for Pokemon Day is on the way, and here's what I think is going to be in it. First off, as has been standard for years, the first half to 2/3 of the presentation is going to be dedicated to all the obligatory updates and events for all the existing mobile games like Go, Masters, Cafe Remix, Unite, Sleep, and so on.
Which, shocker, happened. That's like the biggest complaint people have with the Pokemon Presents, is that it's like 80% we don't care, and then 20% the thing we're actually here for. I mean, you could argue that's what people say for regular directs or state of plays or any kind of gaming presentation in general, but I feel like it's the most prominent with the Pokemon Presents.
In addition to updates for Pokemon Home, the next thing I expect to see is some brief updates on various animated projects, including the mainline anime Horizons, more YouTube projects in the vein of Twilight Wings and Paldean Winds, that stop-motion Netflix show, and so on, maybe even the announcement of a new animated project.
I don't think any of that happened. I think they talked about the Netflix show, that stop-motion Netflix show. I think they mentioned that. I think that's all they mentioned. I don't know. Again, the Pokemon Presents, I watch them when they come out, and then I never watch them again. So I don't. This was earlier this year, granted, but most of that stuff did not happen for the animated.
Oh, and they'll probably also include some kind of quick mention for some kind of tournament-related thing. Was that?
Actually, I don't think that was in there. They normally have that. I don't think that was in the last one.
In these Pokemon presentations, which now brings us to what the people are actually here for: the game announcements, specifically the game announcements on consoles. While it's technically possible, they could announce a new spin-off or even give us a small itty-bitty tease for Gen 10 on Switch 2, which we know is coming thanks to the Game Freak leaks from last year. All I'm personally expecting to see is our first real look at Legends ZA, along with a release date, which will probably be sometime in the next few months, probably between May and July. But it could also be...
That didn't happen. We also didn't get a release date. We got like late 2025. Now, of course, the release date now is October, but we didn't have that at the time.
Here we possibly be pushed back to November, especially if the Pokemon Company has nothing else planned for the Switch or Switch 2 this year. Which personally, if that happens, I think that's fine, considering Game Freak's track record with a polished console gen, more time in the oven isn't gonna hurt.
Alrighty then, so that's that. This one did fairly well, I would say. I got 500 views, so I'm happy with that. Then we have, yeah, again, Pokemon Presents Reaction. We have Predictions and Hopes. We have the Switch 1 Direct, the Switch 2 Direct, Mario Kart World Direct. We did a Smash stream. This is the last Smash stream. We have the Series S discussion. That did pretty well. The 10 years of Splatoon. This stream, I'd say, went over well, all things considered. I did this with Pretendo, because, of course, the official servers aren't a thing anymore. Final Farewell to Mario Kart 8. This happened, like, the day before. State of Play, Summer Games Fest, Xbox Game Showcase, and then, of course, the most recent stream, not counting this one, of course, the Persona 5 X stream. Now, I have not played Persona 5 X since this stream, because I've been playing Persona 3 Reload, and I want to start playing FF7 Rebirth. Obviously, I got all the time in the world. I mean, it is a live service game, technically, so I don't technically have all the time in the world, but you know what I mean. Like, I'll get around to playing it at some point. That stream went on for about 5 hours, and with that finally being said, at the 7-hour mark, my friends, we have covered pretty much everything I want to cover. That's the whole history of the channel. I mean, there's more stuff I could talk about, but we've gone on plenty long enough. So, yeah, that was a brief, if you want to call it that, 7-hour look back at the channel over the last 10 years. And yeah, a lot has changed. Again, those early videos, yeah, those early videos are definitely something, aren't they? But hey, they all start somewhere. So, yeah, I guess that's pretty much it for me. I mean, thank you, especially this time around. It's very, very much thank you to everyone for watching. Thank you, Antonio, for being here. Thank you, Valentine Buster, for being here. He was here earlier. Thank you to everyone else that watched the stream at some point, because this stream did really well, viewers-wise. We basically have had 4 to 5 concurrents at minimum for the entire length of the stream. That's really good. I normally don't get that many concurrents. So I'm glad people showed up for this. I'm glad people enjoyed it. Again, thank you to anyone and everyone out there that has watched my channel over the years, from the early days of those old cringy videos to any of my more modern stuff from the last few years. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to Tyler Thunder. Thank you to HG Hydra, Ender50. Thank you to Jay for being such a big inspiration for the channel. And tons of other people whose names I probably don't remember, or there'd be too many to mention. Thank you to everyone, genuinely, for who's been involved with my channel over the years, who has watched my channel over the years. Just thanks, everyone, in general. I know that should be obvious, but I really feel like that's especially important to say, considering this is such a big milestone. And yeah, it seems like this webcam thing has actually worked pretty well. Who knows? Maybe we'll make this a regular thing. Again, I haven't used a webcam in a very long time, but it seems like maybe that's one of the reasons why this got so many viewers, is maybe it's because of the webcam. So maybe I should use it more often. I don't know. We'll see. Normally, I don't really do webcam stuff these days, but we'll see. We'll see. We will see. It definitely feels like I should keep using it. I definitely feel like I should keep using it, but we'll see. So yeah, again, thank you all for watching. As far as what's next, well, I mean, again, main channel videos. I mean, you can see it right here on the front page. Main videos, right? You know, 3 years ago was the last one. I mean, the shorts are basically main videos, just shorter, obviously. So technically the last one I did was like 4 months ago, but still. It's been a while. There's a couple of ones I've wanted to do. I want to do a Smash 6, like, you know, predictions type thing at some point, but I don't know when that's going to happen. I'm probably going to wait until we get closer to an announcement, or when an announcement happens, so I'll feel more energized to do it. But, aside from that, I mean, in terms of gaming streams, I would do another Smash stream, but I'm waiting on a patch. I don't want to play, frankly, I don't want to play more Smash until we get a patch. I want a 4K patch before I play it again. But I don't know how long it's going to take. I mean, surely it's going to happen, right? It's too big of a game. It's like the 3rd best-selling game on the console. They can't not do a patch for it, surely. But, I don't know. I mean, I thought about streaming more Persona 5X. Because, again, I haven't played it since the stream. Maybe we'll stream more of it at some point. But I'm kind of, but like the era of me doing kind of like Let's Plays on streaming is kind of over. I did that a bit on Twitch back in the day, but I'm not sure if I do that now. But who knows? I mean, that's a game I really don't have any issue streaming, because it's not a game I'm worried about ruining the experience by streaming it all that much. I mean, it's a gacha game. So I really wouldn't mind just streaming that, but we'll see. Yeah, anything else? There are some discussion videos I'd like to do. Some of them are kind of overdue. One I want to do is kind of I mean, I kind of feel like at this point it's kind of redundant because there's so many videos talking about it, but earlier this year and late last year, I wanted to do the state of physical media type thing. But of course, after the whole game card thing happened, and it's been a big talking point. So there's been plenty of videos talking about, physical. I literally saw I think MVG and a couple other YouTubers there's plenty of the state of physical media videos out. I really don't need to add that to the conversation, especially when it would just be a discussion video with just a picture anyway. So I'm not sure if I'll do that still, but there are some other discussions I feel like I should do, particularly ones that are a bit outside of the normal stuff I would talk about. One video I'd like to do is I'd like to do a kind of things I want to see in Persona 4 Revival. Although I don't think I've played Persona 4 enough to really be able to make a video on that, because I've only ever done one complete playthrough, and that was a few years ago. So I think I need to do at least one more full playthrough before I can really do a video like that. So I'm probably going to wait until that happens. I mean, obviously Revival is not coming out anytime soon. That game is probably 2027 at this point. But that's a video I'd like to do at some point, kind of what do I want to see in kind of Persona 4 Revival, talking about that. That's kind of all I can think of off the top of my head. I'm sure there's other things, but that's what I have for right now. So again, thank you all for being here. Very, very much appreciate it. Again, thank you to everyone over the years for watching. And hopefully we have 10 more years. I mean, that's the plan, right? I have no plans to stop anytime soon, obviously. I mean, as long as YouTube remains the dominant video platform, we're going to be here. It may not be every day, it may not be every week, but we're going to be here doing something, whether it's a discussion video or a stream or finally a main video after forever. We're going to be here. We're going to be here. That's the plan. So, what else? Is there anything else I could say? Anything else? Oh yeah, I did this. I forgot about this. Not much to say about it, but I forgot. Yeah, I did this thing when the whole Bing ChatGPT thing came out. That's kind of it's kind of a odd one. Oh yeah, so let's go ahead and kind of just go over a couple of other small things. So I did not mention this at all because it's not really relevant and it's not in any of the playlists, but this channel exists. So what's this channel? So this channel is called Customer Support Versions. This is a channel I started in 2019 as a kind of a dumb joke channel. It got a decent amount of views early on, but it's definitely kind of fallen off since then. These early Q2 ones did pretty well. So what's the idea behind this channel? Basically, it's you want to hear X song, mostly from a game, mostly from Persona. Most of the uploads have been Persona so far. But it's really compressed, and it sounds like you're waiting on customer support on hold. That was the idea behind the channel. It was kind of just dumb concept. I just made it for the hell of it. Never really promoted it much. Although I have mentioned it in the past, once or twice, but for the most part, it's pretty isolated from the normal stuff I do. Although, as you can see, I do not hide that I'm the one that runs the channel. And it is obviously in that bottom section, in the other channels list. It's in the link tree. It's there. It's there. It's not hidden, but I don't really talk about it. And for the longest time, I stopped uploading to it. Right? Although a few months ago I did put up a couple more for the first time in a few years, just for the heck of it. But yeah, this is kind of just like a side. This is very much a side channel. This is not relevant at all. If this channel disappeared out of nowhere, if it was deleted from the universe, wouldn't be that big a deal. I mean, there are people out there that like this. I know, I've seen the comments. It has some subscribers, but this is very much a kind of a side dumb thing I made a few years ago. And again, I haven't updated it in years. What I wanted to do with this, I wanted to do more non-Persona stuff, because there's a lot of Persona stuff on here. Because this is when I was first getting into Persona, 2019, 2020. So I was really, really, really into it. So I had a ton of Persona stuff. But I feel like I should not do that as much. I mean, we can still have it, obviously, but I want to do more stuff that's not just Persona. So I have some Melee, Brawl, Ocarina of Time. Although I do have Persona 3 Reload, SMT Nocturne, which is not Persona, but still Atlas. And then, of course, I have X and Y. I like to do some more stuff here and there, but this channel is by no means a big deal. This channel is really not relevant. It could be deleted off the face of the earth. It wouldn't matter. But it is here, and if for some reason this is something that interests you, by all means check it out. It by no means gets regular uploads at all. Again, I didn't do a video on here for 3 years. So the gap has been pretty big, but, you know, if I feel like doing one, I'll put one up. Otherwise, the channel just sits there. So there is that. And like I mentioned earlier, there is the Missing Scenario channel, which was the former Logan589 Marvel channel, which is currently not doing anything. But if you want to see what that looks like, so here's what the channel looks like. There's nothing on it right now. Now again, those old Logan589 Marvel videos are still technically there. I even have a playlist for them. And again, they were in that 2019 playlist. They're not, like, you can still easily watch them as you saw. Because again, this entire stream, I was not signed in. I'm on a secondary browser right now, and I'm not signed in. So everything you saw was what a normal person could watch with no special access. Which is most of the stuff. Because again, outside of a couple of exceptions here and there, most of my old videos that are unlisted, you can still watch. Just go to the playlist and watch them if you want to watch them. Yeah, so Missing Scenario. Again, this is kind of like a... This is supposed to be like the really, really tertiary channel. Like, literally anything of any kind could go on here. It has no connection to like anything I normally talk about. But I haven't done anything with it yet. We'll see. But I like the brand. I like the whole aesthetic, if you want to call it that. So that's not my creation. I should make that very clear. The name Missing Scenario and this whole logo thing, I did not create this. JT, my old friend from those really early videos, he came up with that. That was his idea. So props to him, because I think even still. Now, this logo is not the original logo. This is an updated one I made earlier this year. This banner is also new, but this, you know, this blue with like the, you know, the kind of like the retro font, like that. That was something he came up with, or at least as far as I can remember, he came up with it 10 years ago. So props to him for that. But we haven't done anything with that channel in like a decade, so I figured, hey, we may as well resurrect the brand for something else. Because I like the name, I want to do something with it, but again, we'll see. So you want to subscribe to the channel, by all means, but there's nothing on it right now. Nothing new, at least. And of course, when there is something new, I'll make a post on it in the community tab, so you'll know about it if I ever decide to do something on here, at least for like the initial video, to kind of let people know about the channel. But again, the idea is it's supposed to be relatively disconnected from the main stuff. Again, there's no point hiding that it's me, because it has these old videos on it, so it says a Logan589XP channel on it. It says that on it, but it's supposed to be like a very distant Logan589XP 3 that's very disconnected, that doesn't have any of my normal stuff on it, is kind of the idea behind it. But again, we'll see. Whether that's re-uploads of other stuff I want to have up, compilations, or maybe just some original content that has no connection to anything I normally do. Maybe that goes on here. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe the channel goes nowhere. But yeah, so yeah, I think we're done for real this time. So where are we at? We are at 7 hours, 15 minutes, and 46 seconds. That is where we are at right now. So that's a pretty long stream. It's not the longest stream I've ever done. It's not the longest stream I've ever done. That would be a Smash stream I did in 2021. That was like 8 hours and 50 minutes or whatever. But this is pretty long. This is up there. This is like top 5 longest streams I've ever done. 7 hours. But I think it was worth it. I had fun. It was cool looking back through a lot of those older videos, you know, for better or for worse. And yeah, so I hope you guys all enjoyed. And with that being said, this is Logan589XP. And I will see you guys next time.